Morning and welcome to Sewing Street. On Monday, it's October. How did that happen? It's just kind of like October sort of crept on me. Went for a lovely autumn walk yesterday. It was beautiful. Anyway, I feel like I've got a very autumnal dress on today. This is especially for our 11 o'clock show that I've worn this today. I'll tell you about that in a bit. Anyway, we've got a brilliant day coming up for you because it is the start of Team Takeover! Team Takeover! So the point of this is that we've got a different member of the Sewing Street team on air every day at 8 o'clock. And they're going to come on and go through their favourite products. So they've been through the warehouse, they've had a route about, chosen all the stuff that they like the best so that they can bring it to you. So I've got Ian Munro today, who is our head of programming. Say
hello.
Hi, Ian.
You won't have seen me before.
No. Have you ever been on the telly before? No. He's very new to this.
I'm shy.
Yes, be gentle and kind with him.
Yeah.
And he has pulled together all of his favourite products that we're going to be doing this morning at 8 o'clock. And, lovely things. But let's start with an early bird, and then I will go through in detail what we've actually got on the show for you today. So, early bird. So, the early bird, this is fantastic. Now, in this, you get 10 fat quarters. 10, and a fat quarter, if you don't know, is half a metre cut in half. So, it's 20 by 22 inches. They are all designer fabrics, all 10 of them. They're not just the plain fabrics, they are designer fabrics. But, even better, it's a surprise. You don't know what you're going to get. So, hopefully that will get your creative juices flowing. You will have your 10 fat quarters. What am I going to do with them? So let me just give you an example of a few that we've got here. Here we go. This is necessarily what you'll get. This is just a sample to show you of the sort of thing that you might get. So you've got 10 of these fat quarters. There's one. We should ask Ian. He'll know what all of these are.
I can open some up, yeah. Oh, French General, that's Moda, wow. Yeah,
nice bit of Moda.
Oh,
I know this
not
one.
Necessarily, you might not necessarily, but who doesn't need something like that for their stash?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Perfect.
This one, Lynette Anderson.
Oh, yeah, well spotted.
I know that one. Another Lynette Anderson. I know Lynette Anderson. I've made a few quilts from hers. There's another one. So look at all these. But you don't know what you're going to get. They'll be random. They will all be different sorts. But they will be designer. $19.99 for 10. No.
Wow.
That's $1.99. Even I can work that out. $1.99 for a fat quarter.
Very good value.
Of designer fabric. Ooh, this one's nice. Look at that.
Looks like, no, that can't be a Mandy Shaw.
Well, I was just say that's Mandy Shaw, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Surely
so
not.
You don't know what you're going to get, but you are going to get 10 for $19.99. Now, that price will stay at that price until stocks last because these are going to sell out. And this is a special price just for today. I was about to say till midnight, but they won't last that long. Beautiful. Look at these. This is a French General. A bit of Moda. So there's an example. You've got a bit of Moda, you've got some French General, you've got some Lynette Anderson, all sorts in here. So that's what you're going to get in your bundle. You can guarantee they will be designer fabrics. $19.99 for 10. Message. Morning, Bexley, and lovely to see you on screen again. Have a good show from Jojo in the Isle of Man. I know, it's a pleasure, isn't it?
Thank you.
Ian and I have worked together for many years.
We have.
In the old days of Sewing Quarter.
We have, yes. Yeah, I used to come down and visit you in your office in Bristol, in fact, didn't I? Yeah, when you used to work for the magazines. It was lovely. Yeah.
I know, it's been a lot. And then we had this little space where we weren't together.
No.
That little gap.
But we were still connected.
Yeah. And then we came back together again, so it's great.
Yeah.
So please do keep checking out on these. $19.99 for 10 fat quarters of designer fabric. And isn't that amazing? It's lovely that you don't know exactly what you're going to get. And a fat quarter you can make so many things with. So, you're thinking like Christmas makes. Think, right, I'm going to make everybody a gift bag to put their Christmas present in. I'm not going to use any wrapping this year. You've got 10 of them, haven't you? Look at that. Gather the top. That's your little gift bag. 10 of them in designer fabric. And who wouldn't want one of those? Because then they keep them from year to year. So let me leave that with you. Got any questions about it? There are still some left. Not many. There are lots and lots of you checking out. And when they're gone, they're gone. So 10 fat quarters, designer fabric, $19.99. But let me show you what's coming up on the show today. Today's menu. So 8 o'clock now. It's the team takeover with lovely Ian, and as well as a couple of brand new projects as well, which we'll talk about in a minute. Adam is on at 9. Already had a chat with him. He's here. Now he's going to be bringing on his Baker Boy hat and cape. These are two designs that he has designed himself. He creates the patterns. The cap's really good because it comes with a special piece of plastic that goes in the peak. Oh, and nice. His matching cape. And we have got loads of fabrics for you. We've got some beautiful printed denims. So we haven't done them as kits. You buy the fabric and you buy the pattern separately so you can mix and match. Whenever we get the printed denims in stock, they fly out. So don't forget to have a look. We'll show you about the shopping online in a minute, but everything is now available on pre-order. So you can get it before we actually show it, because the denims are always massively popular. So have a look at that. That's at 9 o'clock. At 10 o'clock, I will be on with Amber Makes brand new design. It's the Christmas mug bag. Whenever we do mug bags in the past, they've always flown out. This is a slightly different design to the normal one that we've done before, because it's always nice to have a change. These are 3 Christmas themed ones. So if you want to, if you're thinking of buying somebody a mug for Christmas, but you want to put it in a special bag, if like me, you like to take your mug away on holiday, because your cup of tea always tastes better in your own mug, perfect for putting those. I will be going through those. There are 3 different designs for you. They are available on pre-order, and I'll be showing you from beginning to end exactly how to make one. They're easy peasy, ideal for beginners. That's at 10 o'clock. At 11 o'clock, Adam will be back. Now, he is going to be demonstrating the Sussex Seamstress Hove dress. Now, this is the dress I'm wearing, because when we first showed this dress, it was with Adele. She launched the pattern for us. And in the break, she finished the dress and she gave it to me. And here it is. Shall I give it to her? Look.
Very nice.
This is the Hove dress. We won't have it in this fabric because this is a while ago. So we sold out completely of the pattern. We have had so many of you asking when we're going to get it back in stock, and today is that day. We've got some beautiful fabrics that we're going to be doing today. The sample that Adam's made is gorgeous. It's that real classic white, large, black polka dot, like a bit like a Dalmatian print, and some of the beautiful ones as well. So that's 11 o'clock. So if you want to make that, we have got the pattern back in stock. But just to tell you, it's on pre-order, it's already selling. When we did it last time, it sold out within half an hour. So if you want the pattern, you probably need to get that checked out. That's 11 o'clock. And then finally, it's Yarn Lane. Yay, it's Monday and it's Yarn Lane. So we've got the gorgeous Sam Sabido with us at 12 with a brand new kit, the Colour Me Happy cardigan. Absolutely gorgeous. She's designed this beautiful crochet cardigan, and it's a colour block. She's got it in 4 different colourways. It's really lovely. It's cosy and warm. It's the sort of thing you can pop on to walk the dog. It's the sort of thing you can put on if you've got, you know, maybe a lighter weight dress and you just want something cosy to wear. It's stylish, it's bang on trend, and it's on at 12 o'clock with Sam. So again, that's pre-order. You know what it's like with Sam's kits, they sell out. So again, do check that out. So should we just look about how to shop, and then we can move on with the show? So the easiest way to shop, well, there's 2 ways to shop. You can either shop online or by phone. Shopping online is easy peasy. Just go on to www.sewingstreet.com. Now, on the top line, click on Watch Live, and then you can watch live, and then you can see all the products. If you want to send me a message, you can message the studio from there. You can just type it in, and then Ben will put it up on screen and we can read it out. So if you've got any questions or any comments or anything you want to share, do that. Then this is where you do your shopping. So anything that we haven't shown yet is all available already. There's Ian's dog in fabric. Polar bears. This is all the items that are coming because we don't want you to miss out. We've got the new Amber Makes Christmas cards that we've been talking about for a week or so. These are all the products that Ian has chosen specially. William Morris fabric. Sadly, it is the anniversary of the death of William Morris today. So we are honouring that with some fabric and a beautiful brand new quilt kit as well. Those are all the fab denim and the wool fabrics that Adam is going to be showing at 9 o'clock with his Baker Boy hat and cape. Please do get ahead with those because the printed denims in particular always fly out because they're gorgeous. And then there's all the bits and pieces you need for that show. If you keep on scrolling down, there's my sewing machine. Well, it's not actually mine, but it's the same one as mine. There are the Amber Makes mug bag kits if you want to get ahead with those. And we have got the last of the stock of the book cover kits. We sold out of the sewing one, but we have a very few Christmas and gardening ones, so we've popped those on the show as well. There's that lovely black and white spotty Dalmatian one that Adam's going to be making the Hove dress in. Love that fabric.
Nice.
It's gorgeous. 126 years ago, William Morris died today. Wow. Here's the cardies. Aren't they gorgeous?
Nice.
You've got like navy and coral, you've got a turquoise, you've got a black and white, a brown and yellow. Gorgeous. Love that one. That is real 70s vibe, isn't it? Really, really cosy and lovely. And nice to do, you know, crochet where we don't often do crochet where it's, you know, a block print. So it's quite nice to see that for a change with pockets and everything. Lovely. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Anyway, that's the show. That's the show. But we've got to get through all of that between now and 1 o'clock. I don't know how we're going to do it, really. So, Ian, welcome.
Rebecca.
Welcome to
Hello.
Sewing Street. So should we have a little chat about you?
Oh,
Should we have a
if you
chat
want
about
to.
you? So what
It's
do you-
early enough as it is, poor people.
I know. So I know what you do.
Yes.
But tell everyone, what do you do?
So I know I sort of keep saying my title's Hayley's assistant and things like that, but yeah, my official title is head of programming. Yes.
And what does that mean?
So that means, as you know, we have lots of amazing guests who come onto our show, and I look after not all of them, but we sort of split it around, but I look after a lot of the guests that bring their own products, so like Joe Carter, Mandy Shaw. I also look after Crafters Companion, so Sarah and Becky when they come on, Living in Loveliness, Alison, who had a great show
and
at
you
the
work
weekend.
with them deciding what's going to go on air?
Yeah, so we'll talk together, we'll plan some dates in, they'll talk about the kind of products they want to bring to us, and then if we need to work on a panel or if we need to work on something special, then I'll work in tandem with them about that, and trying to bring on different products. So obviously tell them if there's a theme to the week or that they're on, or if there's a particular event happening, could they create something for that particular event? Or, of course, Christmas, so everyone always wants to bring Christmas things in, so it's planning, well, we've got a Christmas event, or they may have come up with something and it might be a bit too similar to somebody else that they're doing, so we're saying, oh, could you change that, or why don't you do this kind of a product, or this sold well, and then sort of feeding back what did or didn't work, and how we can make things better. So
how far ahead are you working on these?
So in terms of dates, so we're sort of right up to the end of the year now. So working to December. Now, as it gets nearer the time, sort of 2 to 3 to 4 weeks prior to them coming on, then we'll start to get photographs and images, and make sure that they've got all the stuff that they need. Sometimes if they're making something with stock from our warehouse, we need to send them all the fabrics and the products that they need to make it up. So
it's very full on.
It's full on, yeah.
Full on.
Full on. And in between that, I have to come up with an advent calendar.
I know, just like that.
And come on TV. Yeah.
I know. Yes. I don't know how you manage it. And you had to get up early this morning as well.
Pardon?
You had to get up early.
I did have to get up early, but it was worth it to be on today with you. And actually, you were right. What a beautiful morning it was this morning,
amazing,
driving in.
Isn't
It's
it?
a real proper autumn morning.
I know, because
lovely.
last week was horrible. It was just raining. It was like that windscreen wiper super fast. But this morning's beautiful.
No, gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous.
Worth it for it to getting
I was
up, isn't
very
it?
happy driving in, thinking, oh, I've got a nice hour with Bex.
Yeah, lovely. So you're the man to go to when, for the viewers out there, if you've got any ideas or things you want to see, just message Ian.
Yeah. And if you are someone that's made your own patterns in the past, or you've designed something and you've never taken it any further, or you might sell it at craft fairs, get in touch, because we've always wanting to get new people coming on, always wanting to get new designers, new people. If you've got patterns or designs that you've come up with and you want to bring them to the show, even if you don't want to come on air, we've got people that can demo them for you. So yeah, please get in touch.
And if you've got any ideas or things you want to see, just email us.
Yeah,
studio@sewingstreet.com, and then we'll pass them on to you.
We will.
There we go.
Yeah, there you go.
Right, so let's start with Christmas cards.
So today I was lucky enough to be able to pick first, because I was on first, and pick some new products, and because it was you, I thought we've got to have these on. We've got to have these on.
I'm looking for them.
Something different for us.
Yeah, we haven't done
because
cards.
We haven't done cards before, but we thought, because you've came up with the idea.
Yeah.
What a fantastic
well,
idea
I love sewing. I like having things of sewing.
Yeah.
To sew all your own Christmas cards would just take you forever and ever. So I thought I'd do the hard work for you.
Yeah.
And so what I did was I got Amy to draw all the designs. Here's one of them. This is the robin. And then I sewed them. So I sewed them using applique, machine embroidery. I've got buttons and all sorts on them. And then we printed them onto the cards. Now I have actually got the originals behind me.
Yeah.
So these are the original ones that I sewed. So obviously you don't get sewn ones because I think that would just take me forever. But these are the designs that I did originally. So these are the cards. So there were 5 in the pack. There is the robin. Then there's the sewing machine. So that's that one.
Yeah.
There's his little. There's the sewing machine.
And do you know what I think? Even though these are the stitched models, you've actually the
printing has come out really well. I'm really pleased with it.
Brilliant, almost identical. It's fantastic. That is the reproduction on those cards.
Well, we spent quite a long time looking and finding the right printer to be able to print them for you. So there's the that's the gingerbread house in the snow globe. Do I need? Oh, there we go. Then there's 4 Christmas puddings because
that's my favourite one.
I love Christmas pudding.
Please send me that one.
I'll send you that one.
Okay, thanks.
So there's the Christmas puddings. And then finally, well, this is a traditional Christmas wreath. And this one's got little, some of them have got little buttons. So the snow globe one, I put little beads on.
I'll do that for you.
There we go.
Yeah.
And then that's the wreath one. Now, the cards, they are all printed on recycled cards. In the pack, you get 5 envelopes as well. Brown envelopes, they're all recycled. They all come packaged in a plastic bag that's biodegradable. And 10% of the profits we're going to donate to charities that plant and protect trees. So you can save the planet at the same time as having your pack of 5 Christmas cards. They're all the right size so that you can send them normal letter post. Now we've got 2 offers here. So to get your pack of 5 Christmas cards, obviously they are printed, they're not sewn, but you can see the original ones here. £7.99 for a pack of 5. Or, special deal because we've got Ian on today. If you want to save £3, you can buy 2 packs for £12.98.
Wow.
Now every pack has one of each of the designs. Inside the card it says, it's printed, wishing a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, so you don't have to write that bit yourself.
Yeah.
That's all in there. And they're they are really lovely quality. And we've spent quite a bit of time making sure that the cards are recycled, the envelopes are recycled, even the plastic bag, and that that we will support woodland charities as well. So you just have to choose. If you want 1 pack, it's £7.99, and they are printed so clearly that when you send them to people, they will be able to see the stitching. So it looks like you've stitched them yourself.
There we go.
There we go. So remember with the P&P that you just pay one lot of P&P. It's £3.95, doesn't matter how much you buy, and you can keep checking out. Pop it in your basket now and then check out again, another 395 times between now and midnight. You will only be charged 1 lot of postage. The cards are 12 centimetres square, 12.5, so 5 inches square. And then you will get the whole pack of 5. But if you buy 2 packs, then you can make a saving of £3. That's £12.98. So there we go.
So what I love about these is you've obviously thought, yes, Christmas cards are a nice design, but they're for sewers.
For sewers, yeah.
So you get cards for all different, what depends if you follow Disney or whatever it is. But yeah, so these are cards that you've designed for sewers to send to other, or your family, whatever it is. Yeah.
Well, I would want to do that. I would want, send somebody a card that shows what your hobby, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or send them to a sewer.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the sewing machine one on it says, let it sew, let it sew, let it sew.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, it needs to have that kind of personal touch so that when you send them to your friends, they'll say, oh yeah, I know those because those are the sewing cards. And I like the idea. I haven't seen anything like this before, and I really like the idea of creating something and embroidering it. And then actually the print quality is so good, it does look like you've sewn them yourself.
Yeah,
you can see when,
look at
when
that.
we
It is. Yeah.
pan in, you can see there that it has shown up, because I've done a lot of, like the puddings have got blanket stitch around the edge of them, and then I've used little buttons for the, oh, there Ian's showing that one.
Yeah, the let it sew, there you are.
And it has actually come out really, really well.
It is. Well, when you first showed me these, I thought they were stitched. I thought, oh wow, how many of these have you made?
Yeah, might be struggling with that.
But it's fantastic that you've got the originals there as well, that you came up with the design from. But you can see
how the print quality has come out really well. So if you want to get ahead and get your Christmas cards, I always try and get mine in about October time. Otherwise, I forget.
Yeah, no, it's brilliant. I'm really lucky that I've been able to bring these to Sewing Street first of all. Brand new,
Well,
new
we worked on the advent calendar together.
We did, yes. You've always got Christmas in mind,
haven't
you?
Yeah, always got a bit of Christmas in mind.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, so you get a pack of 5, or if like you know more than 5 people.
Yeah, if you've got more than 5
Yeah,
friends.
you could get the 2 packs at a special deal for $12.98. There we go.
Yeah, and you can keep them. Or, I mean, a lot of people have said to me, well, I'm not going to send them, I'm going to frame them. So you could just I just bought little frames for mine. They would fit in your little frame. You could just frame them if you wanted.
Unbelievable. Yeah, really nice. Yeah, really nice design. I would be very happy to get a card like that.
Well, I'll send you the Christmas pudding one.
Would you? Yes. Yeah. Well, I already have the pudding that you made me for my birthday. It's a doorstop.
Yes, I did. When we were in sewing course, I did make him a pudding.
I know. I'm very lucky. Now, if you didn't want the cards, or you want the cards and you wanted to do a bit of sewing as well, and who wouldn't want to do both, you've also come up with a brilliant panel idea.
Yeah, so what we've done is all of those 5 designs we've printed onto a fabric panel. Now, on the panel, $9.99, you get all of the 5 designs, which are 12.5 inch square. You get 6 of them smaller, because you get 2 sewing machines. They're 5-inch squares. And then you get 5 strips. They're 2.5 inches by 30 inches. And you can create. So I got one panel, and I wanted to show what you can do with one panel. So, and all of this I have made with one of the panels. So these are printed onto fabric. They're the photographs of these stitched designs, but printed onto fabric, so you can have a bigger. So I've made a cushion. And I've used the wreath design here, the bigger one, and I've used the fabric strips that are on the panel. I've made a tote bag. Now, I did use a bit of my own fabric for the edges of this. But there's your tote bag. Again, use it for your Christmas shopping, use it for your Christmas projects. Brilliant thing to wrap a gift into if you've bought somebody something sewing related. Yeah. That's using the sewing machine one. I made a placemat with the pudding one. Again, that's got the fabric strips down the side of it, and then it's just the pudding panel, and I've quilted it. I made, where's the gift mat? I think that's, oh, hang on.
There we go. Oh, yeah, you can. I'm
just running behind
that'd
there.
work. I like that. That'd match the card, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, so if you've got the cards, then you could do the matching gift. I made a little gift bag from the Robin one. Very simple. I used the strips down the sides. I just used my own spotted fabric and a bit of calico on the inside. And there's a little gift bag. Perfect. You know, when you've got...
Yeah, really nice size. That would fit perfectly a bottle of gin and a bottle of tonic,
it
wouldn't
it? Wrap them up in a bit of tissue paper, and there's the little bag. One of them, the snow globe, I just framed in an embroidery hoop. So what you could do with this, and this is just framed, but it looks like it's been sewn, but you could then sew on top of it if you wanted to. So where I've sewn little beads for the snow, you could sew those on top. You could even add embroidery. But that's such an easy thing. All you need is an embroidery hoop and simply frame it, and then I sewed a little bit of felt over the back. But lovely. Take all your pictures down, frame all 5 of them in embroidery hoops, and then you've got instant Christmas pictures. And then right, so a quarter of the stock of the panel is gone.
Not surprised.
Of the what? Oh, third. Sorry, third.
Very good, very good.
And then from the little ones that are on there, because there's 6 of them, I made
I love those.
Little gift bag. Brilliant for table presents. Actually, there's one missing.
There we go, perfect.
So if maybe you've got the pack of cards and you want to make a little gift, you could give them the matching card and the gift. So I made 2 little gift bags. I thought I'd make some coasters. And with the coasters, I put a bit of cork on the back. So you could put a bit of Eau-de coat on the front if you wanted to make them waterproof. So you could do this with the placemat. So I made, and then because you get 6 of these little ones, I made 4 little coasters as well. So all of that you can make from one panel, and that's £9.99.
£9.99.
Now it doesn't come with instructions, because the idea is I wanted you, I've given you a little bit of inspiration here. They're all quite simple makes, a cushion, a tote bag, but you can make whatever you like with them. If you think, well, I want to make quite a few placemats, so I'm going to make a few cushions, just buy a couple of panels. And it's all up to you. And it also, by not putting the instructions in with it, that means that we can get it to you for £9.99.
Yeah. And you can just come up with your own creative ideas.
And you've even got some little baby ones here that you could use for gift tags.
Little labels, yeah.
Tiny ones for gift.
And also, so this is Christmas. Beautiful.
So this is Christmas, exactly.
Yeah. There you go.
So you can come up with your own ideas. Let me know what you're going to make yours into. And they are printed, so they look like they've got a kind of... Right, 2/3 of the stock of that has now gone.
Along the edge there.
I know, I love the little puddings. They could be a bookmark, couldn't they?
There you go, look at that.
But you could use those
nice
as
idea,
a bookmark or put them as a little border on something. But there's so much on there. And the printed strips, one of them is like the wreath with the bobbin inside it, so they all match perfectly. But you could do so many different things. Use a bit of your own fabric, like I've done. I've put a bit of calico with it, a bit of spot, if you want to make it go further. Right, so there are more people who've got it in baskets than we've got available. So it's about to sell out. So if you want it, you need to. If it's in your basket, you need to get it checked out. So if you get this, get the pack of Christmas cards to go with it, and then if you make something as a gift, you can give them the matching cards as well. So on the Christmas cards, the packs of 2, over half of the stock is gone. So they are flying out. If you want to get the Christmas cards,
or if you want, there's the 2 packs. Yeah.
Then you need to get checked out on those. Oh, they look nice all together, don't they?
They do. I feel I need all 3.
Yeah. But
there we go.
Anyway, do get checked out on those. If you've got any questions, as always, just message us into the studio. We've got a message from Wendy in Suffolk. Can you tell me what is the quilt called behind here? Well, let's do the quilt.
Wendy, well done. Nicely led in.
Nice, Wendy.
So that is.
Right, so
well, they're great. So can I just ask you though, these cards looking like they're really popular, is it something you could do again, or come with different designs or something if they work well?
Yes, possibly. Yeah, so we might be able to get them reprinted, I'm not sure.
Okay.
But we are working on a set of greetings cards at the moment as well.
Fantastic.
In the same idea that will just be general ones that you can send for birthdays and stuff.
There you are. You heard it here first.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're working on those at the moment. I'm not sure the date yet, but hopefully they should be another few weeks.
So.
Wow, Rebecca, does your sewing brain ever turn off? Brilliant ideas from Elaine. Thank you, Elaine, but yes, it does sometimes. Yes, and I go,
or do things come to you like in the middle of the night?
Yes.
Like, what a great idea.
What a great idea. And then other times I'm sitting there thinking, right, I've got to come up with a new kit, and it's complete blank.
Yeah.
Good morning. Are the plastic covers biodegradable, please? Yes, they are. Yes, that's why they're so rustly. They were all these... They're really rustly, aren't they?
Yeah, so I don't know if you
can get... Yeah, they're completely biodegradable. And
the overhead on that, actually, it says... Yeah,
it
I don't know if you can get right in.
And when we went to the printer, we made sure that the cards were recycled and they have the FSC guarantee. But yes, the plastic... It just protects them putting them in the plastic, but we made sure that they were biodegradable.
Yeah. There we are.
Right, so William Morris.
Yeah, when I realised that it was going to be the anniversary of William... 126 years ago, and we'd got a brand new quilt kit that had arrived in, so I thought, okay, as I'm on Monday, I thought I'll knock this up over the weekend, so we've got a finished sample. So I made this on Sunday.
Yeah, you did such a good job.
I know,
in it.
Thank
so
you. Yeah,
neat.
it took a while.
I mean, those points.
Well, you taught me well.
Yeah,
you taught me well.
You've done a brilliant job.
So this is a new quilt kit that we've got called Antique Arrays, and it's William Morris and Co. fabrics.
Should we have a look inside?
Yeah, let's open it up.
So it's all William Morris, all of the print. It's beautiful, isn't it?
It's,
And I love the palette of the blues and greys. It's like a kind of an autumn swim, isn't it?
It is. So as always, you'll get your instructions. There we go. And they're the fabrics you get.
Oh, okay.
There you go. Oh, if you see those, that's the fabrics you get there. And here we are. If we open them up, it's always nice to look at this.
So you get 6 different William Morris fabrics.
Yeah. I'll open this.
So you've got everything you need in this kit, including the binding. All you will need to buy on top of that is backing and wadding. But the whole of the front and the binding, and it's all designer. It's Free Spirit designer fabric.
Look at
that.
that.
But it's all William Morris. It's beautiful, isn't it?
Wow, look at that.
Because you've got that lovely paler hue, fossil colour in the background, but then with these strong turquoises and blues. So what's the finished size of
the finished size of the quilt is, it will tell me here.
Oh, 180 by 180.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good size then.
Yeah,
good
absolutely.
size. That's good double bed size.
Yeah, definitely. And well, I like blues and things like that. So, but as you said, I love the way that they've brought these sort of more toned down colours, which is, it's very William Morris, isn't it? As you'd imagine.
It is. Well, it is. It screams William Morris. I mean, and also I think with quilts like this, lovely on the bed, but what a nice thing to put on the wall.
Yeah.
It is a piece of art, isn't it?
It is. It is. Yeah. No, I think. Yeah, certainly the fabrics he used. Well, of course, he originally was a designer for internal, wallpapering and things like that. So interiors.
It translates beautiful. So the price for this, for everything, you've got all of the fabric for the patchwork, and you've got the fabric for the binding. $139.99, absolute bargain. It really is, because those fabrics have been put together, they've been collated. The instructions, as always, are really good. Come with really good diagrams.
So let's have a look at the fabric.
But it's also available on split pay as well.
You're getting 6 fabrics here, and in total you're getting over 6.5 metres. So that
is the one used on these borders.
So that's that's one's from the mineral collection. Yeah, pure trellis, that one. Very nice.
Gorgeous, isn't
Very
it?
nice.
But it makes those deep blues really stand out against it.
Yeah, there, the spot.
So that's used in the outer border, the binding, and it's also used in some of the squares that go round as well. But it's nice that they've put the border that echoes some of the prints on the interior
now this
as well.
one, look. This one.
Oh, I like that one.
Yeah, this is gorgeous, this one.
That's just William Morris, isn't it?
Yeah, very much.
Iconic. It's like his acanthus sleeves. Beautiful blue. And you can see that in the quilt as well.
Yeah, from Kelmscott. Yeah.
Gorgeous, that one.
That is exceptional. I'll see John in a shirt with them.
So this quilt is created, it looks quite complex, but it's actually created in blocks. And all the blocks are made in exactly the same way. If you take a really close look at the quilt, you can see where the blocks are. So you can see, like, this is one block.
Yeah.
And there's another one.
Yeah, there's the next one.
So once you've worked out how to make the block, you just do it.
There we go. Yeah.
Wow.
Coming back.
So we're going to do a one-off special, because Ian's launched this, with a little bit of a price cut. Ian, how much?
Well, obviously we can't go mad, because we had the manager specials last week, and there was some exceptional bargains.
There were
there.
exceptional bargains.
I got my wrist slapped on a couple of occasions. So I think it's a brand new quilt kit. It's a launch for us. So as a one-off launch special, we're just going to take £10 off.
£10?
£10. I mean, I say only £10, but £10 is amazing saving for William Morris fabrics. Yeah.
And it's
6.5 metres you're getting.
We don't normally do. So for £129.99. And then if you want to spread the cost interest-free, obviously, then you can have 2 equal payments of £64.99. And it's up to you. When you come to check out, it asks you whether or not you want to do the split pay. It's interest-free. It means you pay half now, the kit's sent straight to you, you make it, and then the second amount is taken the month afterwards.
As well,
that's lovely. That's like sort of
glorious, isn't it? Actually, just to point out, if anyone had come on this morning and put it in their baskets and checked out because they wanted to get it, they will still get it at the new price of $129.99.
Right. Yeah,
yeah.
so don't worry.
If you had checked out, don't worry yet, because we've just taken £10 off, but you will still get it. If you checked out this morning, first thing, you'll still get it at $129.99.
Because your basket isn't closed till midnight, and at that point, the final amount is added. Right, this is... Right, so the panel is sold out. The So This Is Christmas panel is now sold out. And we've only got 30 packs left now of the multi-buy offer where you can get 2 packs. So very soon, the only way you'll be able to get them, I've got them upside down. The only way that you'll be able to get these is in the 1 pack. So we've only got a few left of the packs of 2 where you save £3.
Fantastic.
And the panel is now sold out. So back to the quilt. This is selling very fast now.
Yeah.
We have got more in baskets than we've actually got in stock. So if you want the William Morris quilt, it is beautiful. Quite like that. I find that sort of colourway would go with most decors as well, because it's got quite a neutral colour background.
I think that's a genius of William Morris. These designs that he made over 150 years ago are still relevant, and still in a modern house you could put that up and they wouldn't look out of place.
No,
I mean,
not at all.
You know, that's the genius of someone that you know, designs these amazing fabrics. Really, if only we were around today.
Yeah, if only.
Yeah.
Shame, isn't it?
Yeah, what would he be
I
doing?
love Free Spirit quilt kits. Lovely quality and always lots of fabric left over. I've made quite a few of their kits and they've helped me develop from Carol in Lancashire.
That's great news.
And that is true, because I did a demonstration, I think, of one of the Free Spirit kits, the Tula Pink.
Yes.
And I cut it, it had loads left over. I managed to get. There was
Okay,
enough fabric in
good.
it for the binding,
Yeah.
but I had enough left over so I could use bits of all of them for the binding as well.
Well, that's great to hear, because actually they make these kits especially for us, don't they? Yeah. So you know, the people at Hobby Craft, what they call
Hello Hobby.
Hello Hobby.
Hello Hobby.
Yeah, I forgot what their brand was called then. It's early morning still for me.
It is.
Yeah, so they put these quilt kits together especially for us. They send over different designs with different fabrics, and we all sit together and say, oh, that's a really fantastic design. That's, well, William Morris, yes, that'll do really well.
Yeah, or no, we don't want that one, or we want this one. And they are developed for Sewing Street. The instructions are always really good, and what I like about them is they're broken down. So you get a quilt that looks really complex and intricate and makes you look really clever. But when you read the instructions and you break them down a bit, they're so much easier. It's always like a block that you learn how to make one and then you just keep repeating it.
Yeah.
So they are fab.
And like you said, when you take this out of context and just put it into, you know, the blocks that you're trying to make, and you make a block at a time, and as that builds, because this is a kit that's sort of aimed at people wanting to get into quilting, you know, not total beginners, but if you were sort of beginner intermediate, I think you would find this challenging enough, but rewarding at the ends when you finished it.
Okay, so we'll leave that with you. If you've got any questions at all about it, loads of you've got in your basket, loads you need to get checked out. We are selling fast on everything this morning. Oh, we've got a slide about Ian.
Oh, wow.
Oh, look at that. Name, Ian Munro. Head of Programming. Hobby, playing drums. Favourite band, Oasis, Foo Fighters. I think I did know that. Favourite film, Blade Runner.
Yeah.
Don't think I've ever seen that.
Haven't you?
No.
Oh, you must do.
What do you reckon?
It's sort of an 80s film, but I think it's, when it first came out, it was sort of a bit overlooked, but it's one of those sort of, it is a cult classic, and it's a bit of, you know, noir tech. It's kind of, after watching, if you watch Star Wars, think, oh, everything's, you know, sci-fi is like Star Wars. It's not, because Star Wars, everything was bright and white and clean, and this kind of showed a future that was all a bit dark and dirty, and and Harrison Ford's brilliant in it.
Right,
you know,
well,
he's fantastic in whatever he does.
Blade Runner.
So I think it's one of those films that everything came together at the right time. You've got Vangelis's music. You've got as I say, you've got Harrison Ford.
Right, well, I will put it on my watch list.
And
I'll
things.
find it on Netflix.
It's definitely worth watching.
Okay.
There you are.
So, dog. Dog of the
yes,
month.
yeah,
Let's do.
It's like the whole Munro family gets in on Sewing Street, doesn't it? So,
Ian's lovely dog has featured in one of the Dog of the Month panels.
There's Fred, there he is, yeah. What a good, one of the few occasions he sat still and posed for a photograph.
So tell me about him, what's his name?
And that is him.
What's his name?
His name is Fred.
Okay.
Yeah, and
Fred the chocolate Labrador.
He's a chocolate Labrador. He's just over 2 years old, and we had him from he was just over 1, and there was a couple a lovely couple who'd got him as a puppy in lockdown and found their jobs had then changed. They had to go back to work. Were really reluctant to let him go, but realised that they couldn't look after him. They were trying to get members of the family to come and look after him while they were out at work. It had coincided with we just lost our previous Labrador, so they came to see us, and we met Fred, and he's settled in very well. And yes,
and now so he's featured.
Yeah, and now he's got his own panel.
He's got his own panel, Fred the Labrador. So if you love the Labrador, you love a chocolate Labrador, this panel $9.99. So you get the 10-inch, I think these are 10.5, aren't they?
Yeah.
Or are they 12? I can't remember. Some of them change. You get the fabric square, and then you get all the strips as well. So you get 5 2.5-inch strips. Little
Freds.
Featuring the same colours and little Freds.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so the square itself with the Labrador on is 10.5 by 10.5 inches. So you've got a 1/4-inch seam allowance to make a 10-inch square, and then you've got labels underneath.
Yeah,
you can put your dog's name in.
Yeah, or put whatever you want in. Yeah, absolutely. Now I've got one of these panels, and I've taken and one of your you very kindly lent me your patchwork quilt, not patchwork quilt, the cushion.
Yes.
That you did for one of the Bird of the Months, and I'm going to have a go at making my own cushion.
Yeah, well,
my own Fred cushion with that.
You should. And then you can come, when you've done it, we'll let you back on.
Okay, right, yeah, so good. It'll be a long time then.
Yeah, so see you next year then.
Yeah, definitely. So there you go. So there's the Dog of the Month Fred panel. If you're looking for that, it's just $9.99.
That's great.
And there he is.
So perfect for all Labrador lovers. Or if you know someone who's got a Labrador, brilliant to make for a Christmas present. Cushion, little tote bag. Right, what should we do next?
So, should we stick with William Morris? Because we've got some new William Morris fabrics.
Since we're the celebration of William Morris today, so we have actually, Ian's chosen some William Morris fabrics for us.
Yeah. Now, these have just come back in stock. There we go. I know, I'm spoiling you now. Look at that. Yeah, so let's go in a particular order. So if I do RIC437, yeah, you've got that one. There we go.
So what collection is this one
from? So this is from Willow. Willow Bough, yeah. So this is all the Willow Bough fabric, and this is all different colours. So this first one is rose.
Yeah, so you've got the leaves in a lovely rose print with like almost like a linen colour background, and then that really nice olive green trailing vine behind it.
Yeah, beautiful.
Beautiful.
Yeah, very nice. And when obviously, as you know, our designer fabrics are normally sort of $7.99. Yeah,
they are
plus
normally.
These are only $5.99.
For William
Unbelievable.
Morris.
Yeah, for William Morris. Yeah.
That's a really good price because normally I would say they're about $7.99 for half a metre.
Yeah.
So this is quilting weight cotton.
Yes, it is still quilting weight. Yes.
44-inch width, 112 centimetres.
Yeah.
$5.99 for half a metre. Please do check out on those.
Yeah. So shall we go to the green? HKC428. There we are.
So this one is a lovely, like almost an apple green.
Yeah, it is very fresh. Yeah, really. Yeah.
Oh, that's
Look
beautiful,
at that.
Isn't it? I mean, that would look lovely on its own, but I think I would use that for a lining for something. When you want something a bit interesting, if you've made a tote bag and you just want a little lining for it.
Well, the nice thing is at this price, I mean, you normally would think, oh, I'm not putting, you
wouldn't put that in the lining. No.
But designer fabric as a lining, but yeah, this would work.
So that's sage, but it is a kind of like an appley green, I'd say.
Oh, I think so, yeah. So UBC446. Again, sort of a lovely ochre, mustardy. Oh, there are ochre. There we are.
There. Oh, that really is ochre, isn't it? It's a beautiful, like Dijon mustard.
Definitely, yeah.
Colour.
Yeah, really
I mean, all
fresh.
of these fabrics go together beautifully. So if you're thinking, I want to make a William Morris quilt,
Yeah.
half a metre of all of these.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Go back and have a look on our website for some quilt patterns and design ideas. And then, yeah.
Now this is a
So
very...
JHC458.
This is a real classic William Morris colourway, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I think when you think of look at that.
Gorgeous.
Again, $5.99 a half metre.
So this one is like an olivey green and sage with that linen colour background. So much more muted tones, but classic colours.
Yeah, I think anything for your homeware interiors, a cushion or something like that would look fantastic.
And remember, this fabric is available by the half metre. So it's cut to order for you. So if you want more than a half metre, you think, yeah, actually, I want to make some cushions, it will be sent to you as a whole cut piece by the half metre. So if you think, I need 1.5 meters, put 3 units in your basket, and then you will be sent it as a whole cut piece. You won't get 3 individual half metres.
Yeah, absolutely, good point. Yeah, so IQC 458. Oh, this is Charlie's favourite, this one. Yeah, it is very nice.
Well, this is the real sort of classic colour that you remember from like 80s interiors wallpaper, don't you?
Yeah, it's fantastic. Yeah, perfect for this. Do you know a lot of these would actually be suitable for, if you dressmaking?
Well, yeah, for dressmaking. Remember, although this is quilting weight cotton, it is ideal. I make a lot of dresses from quilting cotton because you get better prints. There's supposed to be more choice of prints.
Yeah, and depending what you're trying to make, sometimes you need something with a bit of drape, but if you're looking for something with a bit more body, then yeah, absolutely, quilting weight cotton will work just as well.
Perfect for patchwork quilting, homewares and dressmaking.
There you go. We'll mention it to Adam.
Yeah, ask him if he can make a cap.
Yeah. Oh, well, his cap's brilliant. It's a perfect time of year for that.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, we like Adam, he's a lovely man. WLC 416. Now, this is
I love this because it's like
the
other way. So the background is a real sort of slate bluey grey.
Yeah.
But then the leaves are printed in a sage colour. But it's nice. It's like the other way round.
Reversed.
You reversed.
Yeah, definitely.
Reversed. Yeah. So it looks actually, if you put it alongside that one, they look really good together, don't they?
Perfect.
You look at those two. So if you wanted to put 2 together, I think that's a really good match.
Yeah.
The one is sort of the reverse of the other.
Yeah, there we go.
We've only got 10 minutes.
What? That's flown by.
I know.
It's flown by.
Just flown.
There we go. Right. So, where are we? JZ, that is, C438. There we go, look. Nice. Now that is really classic. And that's they're calling that silver, which it is, silvery grey. I mean, that would sit in with that.
Nice with that one,
would sit,
it?
Yeah.
Beautiful.
If you wanted to change your border.
Or if you've bought the quilt kit and you want some backing fabric, you could use that for the back.
You could, yeah. So CQC409. There's a lot of this in baskets already, actually. Well,
that's
I can
lovely.
see
That's
why.
got almost like a chocolate brown aubergine sort of colour background.
Yeah, fantastic.
That's beautiful, but that's lovely for the back of a quilt.
So if you have got some of these, message the studio. Tell us what you're going to make with them. We'd love to know. So last two. So TFC 401. Oh, nice. Oh, lovely. Again, so that's navy. So a darker background on that one with the light willows. Very good. And then the last one we've got is WXC 441, and that's ebony. Fantastic. $5.99 a half metre. What's not to love for William Morris fabric?
Yeah, these are beautiful, aren't they? I love the fact that you've got such a choice of colours there. So the print is all the same, but you've got all the different colourways. It all goes together.
Yeah, it is fantastic. There we go. So that's some lovely new William Morris fabrics that we've got.
Gorgeous.
Yeah.
Right, so what should we do?
So, yeah, where we're going to next? Yeah, should we
Yeah,
do that? Yeah,
let's do it.
do Joe. Oh,
I love him.
he's brilliant, isn't it?
It's his pyjamas.
Joe
It's
is one of
just
the lovely
gorgeous.
guests that I get to work with. So I thought
Well,
I've
she's
got
a
to
genius.
bring.
She is a genius.
Yes, she is fantastic. Yes.
I mean, her toys are honestly the best.
And yeah, he is. He looks so cute.
So
doesn't he, with
this kit, in the kit, you get everything you need to make the polar bear and the fabric for the pyjamas.
Yeah, absolutely. You get everything, and you get a little badge as well.
Oh, look these. So, you know, this is just Christmas, isn't it?
It is, yes.
A lot of people...
He'd look lovely in one of your little bags, and he's peeping his
I
head peeping
know.
out.
And not just for children.
No, absolutely. Yes.
It really isn't just for children, is it? I mean, to have a little polar bear in his pyjamas. Now, there are 3 different choices of kits with this, depending on what colour pyjamas you want. So the first one we've got is Christmas animals. Have we got a picture of that?
There we go.
Right.
That's it. Yeah.
So this is where
the green
pyjamas...
animals. Yeah, this is where the pyjamas differ. So that's the green animals colour. So the picture on the right, that's the colour of the pyjamas you'll get.
They're like little animal faces.
Yes.
Now, when we launched this, that colourway sold out, but for some reason we got 2. We've got 2. Don't know why, but there are 2.
Yeah,
so
just
if
come back
you
in,
wanted the pyjamas that's green background but with animal heads, we have got 2.
I think Joe must have found another couple. Yes, at the bottom of a bag.
That's gorgeous. So the next one, what about the one that we've got here? So the green Christmas trees. And the Christmas trees have got little faces on them.
Look at that.
Look, they've got little faces.
Very nice.
I love that one. So again, that's the one that Ian's holding, the green Christmas tree PJs. $32.99. That includes the pattern and all this beautiful.
It's
like
the fur that she uses
and
is
the eyes and the little
it's
fleecy
really
nose.
good quality.
He is just delicious.
The PJs, and you get a little badge as well. Yeah, all
and
the instructions,
what's the third
everything
colourway? Oh, the red,
red one,
star.
yeah, and that's nice, very nice with the
we'll
very
just
Christmassy.
Get you a picture of that one. I've just ordered 4 metres of the Damson William Morris to make the Sussex Seamstress Hove dress. I think it'll be gorgeous. From Jojo, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, good idea. There you are.
Yes,
Perfect.
it will.
Yeah.
That's this one,
and
isn't it?
That's the red colourway. So the picture in the little circle, that's the colour of the pyjamas you'll get. The bear, it will still be the white bear.
Yes,
so although it says red colour, it's
the
pyjamas that change.
But thinking ahead, you know, it's now, the 3rd of October. You've got time. Get that in your basket. Get it checked out today. You can get this ready, made for Christmas.
Yeah,
or
absolutely.
buy a few of them. What lovely. That's your Christmas present sorted. Who wouldn't want a polar bear pyjamas?
Yeah, if you've got a few kids.
And look, doesn't this William Morris look lovely as the Hove dress? I think you're absolutely right,
Nice.
Jojo. It's going to look gorgeous.
Yeah.
There we go.
There we are.
Right, so that's the polar bears. Please do get those in your basket and checked out, and then you'll be all ready. Wool couture.
Yeah, so
knitting. So
as it was a Monday, and we normally have yarn laying, I thought I would love to put in some of these, and these are just fantastic.
Well,
now,
these have been aimed and created specially for beginners.
Yeah.
So if you've never knitted like you,
which I never have, but I really like to.
The yarn in it is absolutely gorgeous. It's all very simple garter stitch. The needles are in there. Well, the knitting needles are free, and they're normally £5 because they're your big chunky ones. But it comes with an instruction booklet that's been written specifically for beginners. So if you'd love to knit a blanket for yourself, if you want to make one for a present, or if you know somebody, I mean, sometimes like a child or a teenager who'd like to take up knitting, what a brilliant gift. $44.99 to make this whole gorgeous. Hang on, that's the wrong way. That way around.
Yeah.
I mean, it's beautiful. It's your lie on the sofa.
Well, with the cold winter months coming up, this would be perfect to snuggle under. Absolutely.
Lie on the sofa, hot lemon and honey.
Yeah, can't afford to put your heating on, so you need something like this, don't you?
And it is gorgeous, and it does have them. So I mean, even if you're not a beginner and you want to make something quite quickly, but it's a lovely gift for somebody. I think it's really nice to give people gifts where they can make something. Yeah, definitely, and that's the whole point. I'm sort of kind of in awe of like knitters like yourself.
you've got a ball of wool and 2 needles, and then you finish off with this. It's just unbelievable. It's amazing. I'd love to have that skill.
And it is gorgeous, and it's really soft and snuggly. So they're good quality, and I think if you've spent the time doing it, you want something that's really lovely at the end.
Yeah.
And really on trend, all this colour palette with the pinks in it.
Yeah, definitely.
Only $44.99. Remember, you get free knitting needles in here worth £5, and that's so that everything that you need is in here as well.
Yeah. Gorgeous.
So that's that one.
Right. Oh no, look, it's flying by.
I'm just getting the other 2 off the shelf.
Right, what's the next one then? What's the next one? Are we going to have time to do anything else after these, or just? Oh, these are fab. Yeah, so the monogram. These. Yeah.
Now these are fab because these cushion kits, very simple. Again, they are written for beginners. They come with a special booklet that explains how to do it if you're a beginner. And you knit the cushion, and then the letter is sewn on afterwards. So you're not knitting that in because that's really hard, the fair out, to get it all done. You use this special stitch called a duplicate stitch, which basically is a stitch that looks like knitting. So in each kit there's a chart. You don't have to buy a different kit for each letter. There's a chart, and you stitch your letter on afterwards.
And you obviously did this one, M for Munro.
Yeah, definitely. It was M for Munro.
You knew I was coming on.
So that's a lovely gift for someone. And I like this neutral background with the charcoal and the cream lettering. $19.99.
W.
Or W, yeah. But it looks really clever because it looks like you've knitted that in, but you haven't. You've actually stitched it on top afterwards. So that, again, lovely gift to give somebody, but nice kit as well.
Now this is fab. I love this. It's great because I like the face. There you go. Look at that.
It's a squishy cushion, isn't it?
Yeah, it's perfect, isn't it?
Again, this is your beginner basic, so it's it has been. That is Ben at 10 to 6 this morning.
Yeah, it's me at 10 to 8 this morning.
So it is written with beginners in mind. Comes with free knitting needles, usually £4. Beautiful, isn't it? It's so squishy.
Yeah,
it's perfect for lying on the sofa in.
And again, I would imagine, now I'm obviously total novice on this, but it looks like something that would be quite straightforward to put together.
It's just stitched in a simple knit-only garter stitch, and then the eyes are embroidered on afterwards. So it's a really quite a quick make as well. But it's, you know, when you're on a sofa and you want to cuddle a cushion, that's the cuddling cushion,
definitely.
isn't it? Or you put it on your bed.
Yeah, fits under your arm nicely. Yeah, definitely.
So that's the children's cushion. So again,
$19.99 you get all the
wool in that. What a lovely gift for a child as well. Yeah. And the last one is...
What is the last one? The scarf.
Have we got the scarf?
Oh.
Becky's got it in her magic box.
There's nothing behind there. There we are.
Yeah, she's been stealing it because she wants to wear it. Now this one is crochet. Yeah. So this is your scarf and headband in beautiful shade of like a pale dusky blue. Really lovely. So you get the headband and then you get the scarf. And again, this is your beginner's basics.
So
and it comes
tell
with...
me what is... So the difference between crochet and knitting is the needles that you use?
2 needles for knitting and a hook for crochet.
Okay, right. And you sort of what...
Yes, so you kind of, with knitting, you're knitting from one needle to the other, but with crochet, you're making the stitches using the hook.
Okay, and I can see that these obviously, they're tighter, thicker
They're just different stitches.
Yeah, here.
Just depends how, you know,
and
it's
it
just
creates
a different
a heavier...
No, not necessarily.
Okay.
But crochet can be more dense just because of the wrapping of it. Yes, that's what I'm trying to say, yeah. But again, this is ideal. It's been written for beginners in mind. So we have a lot of people who are knitters and would love to learn to crochet. This is perfect because it has been written for beginners. Again, lovely gift.
Yeah, definitely. And you're getting both of those for that, enough to make both of those.
Yes,
yeah.
big scarf. So,
to go out, walking your dog.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Ian. It's been a pleasure having you on air. We'll see you next Monday, 8 o'clock.
No.
I think you could become a regular guest, don't you?
I have to now go and do my real job.
Yeah.
And otherwise we won't have any shows in January. Absolutely, yes. It's been great.
It's been fab. It's been so nice. So you come back next week. We're going to have a break for a couple of minutes now and clear off the tables, and Adam will be with us to show us how to make the Baker Boy hat and the cape. Please do check out on the fabrics for those and the patterns because they're already selling on pre-order. And I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes' time.
Bye.
Keep Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Welcome back to Sewing Street, or if you've just joined us, welcome. It's Monday morning. You missed the first hour, that was great. I had a message about, we had panels and we've sold out of those now, and somebody messaged in and said, what's your angel policy? It's fine, you can make whatever you like to sell. Obviously, with things like instructions, you can't pass on, but with the Amber Makes things, whatever you make, you can sell for charity or whatever. And hopefully, we will try and get the Christmas panels back in stock, and I will let you know. Anyway, this hour is all about Adam, my new handsome young man.
New handsome young man. What an introduction.
How nice would that be?
You're
I'd say, this is Adam, my new man.
I think that would surprise a few.
Yeah, it would be a wonderful surprise for me.
Well, it was a lovely surprise seeing you this morning. And look at you in your Hove dress.
In my Hove dress, especially.
I can't wait to demo that later.
It's really lovely. In fact, one Jojo from the Isle of Man, she just bought 4 metres of the William Morris, and she's going to make this dress from it.
Oh, lovely.
That would look nice, wouldn't it?
It'd be gorgeous in the William Morris, yeah.
Gorgeous.
Very nice.
But this hour is all about caps and capes.
Caps and capes, yeah.
Caps
We've
and
made
capes.
A coordinated set. They complement each other lovely, and you've got some gorgeous fabrics on today.
We have. So let's start with the caps. So tell me the design inspiration.
Well, it came from the Great British Sewing Bee, the inspiration, really. We made one when I was on there.
Right.
And I wanted to make one that fitted my head, because the ones that we made on the show fitted the mannequin heads were a bit small.
Okay.
So I made one for myself, and then I was chatting with the team. And yeah, basically I just decided to make a pattern for it. So yeah, there you go. Look at you.
Cool.
All kitted out.
It's rather nice, isn't it?
That one's out of a quite a thick denim.
Yeah,
that
that's
one.
lovely, isn't it? I like that. Actually goes very nicely in my dress. It's cool, isn't it? And you've lined this in like a lovely satin as well. How beautiful is that in a denim? And we've got lots of denims. So you, after doing on that, you designed it. It is gorgeous.
Yeah, and it's just an 8-panelled cap with a covered button on the top.
Okay.
The peak's the hardest bit to source, which is why in the pattern I decided to include a plastic peak.
That's fab, isn't it? So in the pattern you get a plastic peak.
That's it, and basically it's quite flexible, so if you're new to any kind of hat making or anything, it makes it that little bit easier to get onto the machine, because you can get more rigid peaks, but that can be quite tricky to...
But it's a nice stiff peak though.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's good enough, and there's some interfacing in there as well, and then full instructions in the pattern sheet in a few different sizes. In
the pack, there's you get your pattern sheet. You get full instructions. Oh, and it comes in different sizes as well. Yeah, so I've gone a small size that would really fit a small child's head. Oh, okay. Up to, I think, 62 centimetres. Yeah, so for head circumference, it goes from 54 up to 62. So that's a nice big size range. Yeah. Isn't it? What is this size? That's a medium, I think. Okay. I made that a medium. And if you're unsure, I'd always recommend to size up slightly, or make a toile. And when you look at that pattern piece, you'll think there's not much in it, and it's only millimetres. But if you think that over 8 different panels, that's that's true. Yes. That's all your different seams and your seam allowances. So yeah, it's lovely, isn't it? Like this. That keep the rain off. Well, that's it, exactly. And they're really stylish as well. Really stylish. And unisex, men and women can wear them. Absolutely. Children too. Anybody can wear them, exactly. So, yeah, no, it's good. And they make up lovely in different materials as well. And you don't need much fabric either, do you, obviously? No. About half a metre.
Yeah, and even that's being generous with the 1/2 metre. Like, you'll still have some left over from it. So yeah, no, it's good really. Obviously, depending on the width of your fabric, but yeah, you'll have more than enough of 1/2 metre.
Okay, so that's the hat. We're going to go through the fabric in a minute. We're starting with patterns, and then we've got the cape.
The cape,
So
yes.
how did the cape come about?
So I was chatting with the team here, and they were like, "We'd love you to do some kind of cape." This was last year actually, so we did it, and it's great to bring it back. It's been really, really popular, and it's a nice pattern.
Let's get the cape then.
Let's get it. You love to put it all on. It's great having a live model.
I know, it's lovely. I try it all on.
It's better to have what you've made on a person. Look at this. But yeah, basically it's nice and beginner friendly. It's easy to alter if you want to make it longer. It's a one size pattern, that's important for me to say. Because there's lots of ease in it, and it's just something that you throw over your shoulders. It's not a fitted garment in any way.
No, but you've got your arms free, hands free.
Yeah. It's designed so that you know it cuts in at the arm, so that you've got your arms free there, and then you've got it hanging at the front. And then obviously if you make a matching, look, we've got to have you in the matching.
Oh yes, we got matching.
Let's go matchy. Here we go. This might be a bit bigger because I think I made this in the larger size. You know, we've got bald heads that we're leaving now up here, but it doesn't matter.
Ben's jealous because he would like to be out here trying this all on. Yeah, you don't get to play fancy dress.
Look at this.
Look, yes, this is a little bit big for me, but actually,
but you can see the difference in sizing. Wear it on the side. What you can do to give the hat more shape, and it can touch the instructions, is to add a popper onto the front, so you can bring some of that volume down, and that will just narrow it down a little bit.
I see. So like that. Oh right, okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh yes, if you do that.
You can choose to do it with or without.
Cap, isn't it?
A little bit, yeah. It's just got more volume than a flat cap, but it's really nice. Yeah, look at
kind of a bit Sherlock Holmes in all this check.
It's a bit Sherlocky actually, isn't it? Cool. But you know, if you went for they're done in a printed denim, it's quite deceiving actually, that fabric, because it looks like a tartan because of the print on it. But
it's a printed denim. So the pattern is $14.99 for the cape, but I know that you're going to want the matching set, because why wouldn't you? We've got a special offer for you. So if you buy the God, my hair's gone all static. You know when you put things on. I know, you can come out and wear it, Ben. My hair's gone all static. If you want both of them, you save £5. So £21.98. You get the Baker Boy pattern with. Don't forget, you get the plastic in peak as well, and you get the cape pattern. For £21.98, save a £5. So you can make a matching set. Perfect.
Yeah, and people have done, like, that have bought from us before, and there have been some lovely sets that people are making for Christmas, for gifts, or gifts for birthdays for people, you know. And it's the cape particularly came about because I was chatting with one of my friends, and she's in a wheelchair, and she was like, I just want something that I can throw on.
Yeah, yes, because you could.
You know, in the winter, so that was kind of a bit of inspiration, and it's really handy for that sort of thing, just to chuck on, or
it's lovely, isn't
wear it around the house.
Well, I know, but when you don't want all the, particularly I always think if you want to wear something this, but you've got a thick jumper on and you can never get your arms in.
That's it, exactly. Do you know what? It'd go lovely with a turtleneck, you know, I think. And you can customise it. You can add like a popper and a nice big button.
Oh, okay. So
or you can leave it as I've done. I mean, with this denim, you could actually go button. You could put some buttonholes down the side. And leave that up to you. Or a nice statement brooch.
Yeah, that's true. But it is nice that you've got the arms free. I need the cap to go with the ape. I love that. Rebecca, it looks great as a combo from Alison and Staffordshire. It does, doesn't it? I think it's fantastic together.
Yeah, and you can choose what you make out of it. All I'd say is with the cap, just watch that you don't go too thick. The fabric we've got today is perfect weight. Yeah, and it would be lovely to do it out of a boucle. I think that would be really, really nice.
It would,
but a tip would be, when you come to do the band, make the band out of the lining fabric rather than the the thicker. If you're using
the band that goes on the inside.
Yeah, because otherwise that bit can get too thick. It then means that it becomes smaller. But that would be the workaround for that. There's a solution to everything.
Always. I lost my dad last year, and I've got his collection of flat caps, which I'm going to use to make the Baker Boy cap for myself and Sharon Swansea. Sharon, that's such a nice idea, though, isn't it?
And do you know, like the fabrics we've got on today are beautiful, but because you don't need much fabric, you could do something sentimental like that.
That's a really lovely idea. You could, because you don't need very much. What a nice thing to do. It's gorgeous, isn't it?
That's it.
I know. Ben wants the cape. He's having the cape.
There's something about being able to swish a cape. I'm making lots of capes doing panto costumes at the moment.
Oh, yes.
And of course you have to try them on when you've made...
Yeah, do you swish around?
Oh, yeah. My cape swishing's the talk of the business.
It is. Let's go fabric now, and then we can move on to demo. So, the check denim. We'll do that one to start with, because I'm wearing that in the cape. So, this is available as a 2-metre bundle, and I presume that's enough for the cape and the hat?
Absolutely,
cap.
yeah.
Okay, so 2 metres is enough to make the cape and the cap. $14.99. It's gorgeous, isn't it? It's a lovely, I mean, it's like a denim, it's a 4-ounce denim, it's a lightweight, it's not like your super jean weight, but it's perfect for the cape and the cap. 2 metres for $14.99. There's only 4 of these left. So quickly check out. Let's do a little bit of a floral. Oh, that's nice. Look at this one. Again, this is a 2-metre bundle. It's your 4-ounce denim, but with the floral print on it. Look at that. $14.99. I mean, you don't, obviously, the fabric is available separately. You don't have to buy it for the pattern. So if you've got another pattern you've got something in mind for, it's ideal. $14.99 for 2 metres. Amazing price. I've got the same denim but in a small floral print. Look at this one. That's a tiny floral print. Now this is wide, isn't it?
Yeah, I noticed when I was making the cape that it's nice and wide. It's got to be at least 60 wide.
Yeah, I think it must be about
say.
150 centimetres.
Yeah.
So again, $14.99 for your 2 metres. And now I've lost the bag. I'll be folding up in a minute. Then if you want one of the plain denims, we've got these in 3 colours. So the light denim, 2 metres. It's just coming. Oh, Ben's confused. Have you got it? We confused Ben. Too many denims. $22.99 for the light blue. This is a 4-ounce wash denim fabric. $22.99. That's the light one. Then we've got the medium one, and the medium one I'd say is like your classic jeans colour. You kind of, your normal middle colour, medium colour of jeans. That's 2 metres, $22.99. And then we've got the dark one, which is your more indigo denim colour. Again, this is a 4-ounce denim, 2-metre bundle. That's the colour of that one. $22.99. Now we've got some beautiful checked fabrics. I love the red one.
Oh yeah.
Oh, they're like a brushed cotton.
I've used that for a project before.
What's the fabric content on this one? Oh, red poly wool. It feels like it's... No, it's heavy. I'm saying it feels like a brushed cotton. A bit heavier than that.
Yeah, slightly heavier, but not too thick.
No, not too thick at all for the cape.
Just with a nice amount of drape. That's going to keep you... This will obviously keep you a little bit warmer than what the denim will.
Yes, but that's beautiful, isn't it? That's your Christmas cape.
Oh, yeah. 100%.
Isn't it?
When's Burns night?
5th of Jan.
Oh, okay. That's a bit of a while yet. We've got Christmas
No,
first,
it's not. It's the 25th.
Oh, yeah.
25th I think is Burns night.
Yeah, so that would do for Christmas.
Would do.
And then.
But do you know what? This is actually quite nice for your Christmas pyjama bottoms as well, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
It's lovely.
Absolutely.
So red check. Great price as well. 2 metres for $22.99. Gorgeous cape. This is where they store your Christmas parties.
Yeah,
with
absolutely.
Your hat. Amazing.
You can just see it now, yeah.
Oh yes, I can see myself. I can see myself Christmas shopping in that. Oh no, that was that one, wasn't it? I'm getting bags and things mixed up. That's that one. I'll do that. Right, then we've got the same fabric but in a grey. This is lovely. It's got a really nice weight to it. Like you say, it's not too thick for the cape or the cap, but it has got a really nice weight. So this is a lovely charcoal grey check. It's a poly wool. So I presume it's a polyester wool mix. $22.99, 2 metres. I can see it in that one as well. Look lovely in that one. And then very finally, we've got one in like a fawn colour, like ginger. That's what I'd call that one.
Yeah,
it's that shade. I don't want to say brown. It's more of a gingery brown. So you've got lovely for autumn. Country walks in the autumn.
Or gingerbread.
Or gingerbread. To be worn whilst eating gingerbread. Or making.
Yeah.
But those are lovely. Yeah, this brown shade it's like the colour of a gingerbread house, and with the check as well. Again, that's the red poly wool. $22.99, amazing value. Right, the plain denims and all of these wools are also available by the half metre. So if you want a different quantity, just go onto the website and scroll down. You'll see it all available there. So if you think, well, I love that, but I want 4 metres, you can buy it by the half metre, and it's all on there. Now, don't forget, if you want the patterns for both the cap and the cape together as a bundle and save £5, there's the code there, £21.98 if you want to make both of them. Right, Adam, let's get sewing.
Let's get sewing. What I'm going to show is a bit of the wrap, and then I'm going to show is a little bit of the cap.
The
wrap and the cap.
The cap wrap. The cap wrap.
So here we go. It's dead simple, this is. It's a lovely project, you know, if you're just getting into sewing because you've not really got any fitting issues. As I said, if you did want to make it longer, it's dead easy. I'll just show you how you'd go about that now. You've got 2 pieces really for the front, and then 1 piece for the back, and then there's a rectangular collar that goes on.
Okay.
And the way it's finished off is with facings on the inside. If you wanted to make it longer, dead simple, just along the bottom hem, extend it by however much you want to make it longer. All you need to remember is whatever you do to the front pieces, you do to the back pieces, and you do to the facing. It's as simple as that.
So have a think where if you want it, say 4 inches longer, just draw.
That's it, and just go around that.
Stick a bit of newspaper underneath or something?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you could do a bit of newspaper or a bit of pattern paper if you've got some pattern paper or tracing paper, but just do it equally along that hem line there. Or it might be that you're a bit more advanced and want to grade it into that arm bit, but we'd usually say make a toile, but you can quite easily get the pattern piece here and just go, okay, that's where it's going to sit on me, and do what we call a tissue fit. Just bear in mind that you've got your seam allowances and your hem to take into account. So this is your cape front, and then you've got your cape backs.
Someone says, Georgina says, I would make the cape out of fleece to wear in the evening, knitting or sewing. What a good idea.
Do you know what? That is, especially fleece. This year. Absolutely. Lovely. Yeah, 100%.
And Louise says, I love the denim look for the cap. Think I need to make another one.
I've seen so many great pictures. It's always lovely when you see, your design made up.
Oh yeah, and someone else's fabric. It's lovely, isn't it?
Exactly. So all you're going to do is take the cape back, and you're going to align the shoulder seam, which is the seam which is here. So that's what you're going to sew first off.
This one.
That's the one. It's a nice straight seam, and it's a 1.5 centimetre seam allowance. So I'm just going to put a couple of pins in that, beginning and end, and then some in the middle as well, just to make sure we're nice and lined up. And yeah, 1.5 centimetre seam allowances, and then I'll show you this bit, and it comes together quite quickly, this cape does, which is, it's always nice sometimes. That I love doing complex projects, but then it's always nice to have a project that's that little bit easier and not much brain power required. Okay, so you line those up there, and then at 1.5 centimetre seam allowance, sewing all the way along that seam there. And put as many pins in as you feel that you need. I forget that I can go like the clappers on this. Good stuff. And then all you'll do once you've completed these 2 seams is just finish them off. Now you can choose, you can press them open and then overlock or zigzag the seams individually, or you can do what I've done. If you just look inside,
I'll come over to you.
Oh, here we go.
I'll come over.
Is overlock them together. There's nothing wrong in doing that.
Oh, okay.
And then press them towards the back. It finishes it off neatly.
Oh yes, yeah.
If you're zigzagging, that won't work as well. So if you're zigzagging, I'd say press open and then zigzag.
Right, okay.
But if you have got a 4th thread overlock, then go for it.
So could you line it? Could you like make 2?
Absolutely. And
One
this is
lining.
a question I've been asked before in terms of lining it, because you might want to add a little bit more weight to it. And completely finish it off, and that's absolutely fine. All you need to do is use a process what we call bagging out, which you'll be familiar with if you make
and you don't need to bother with the
bags.
facings then?
No, exactly. So you could discard the facings and do 2 fronts times 2 and 2 backs, and then just basically put them together. All you'd need to do is make sure that you take into account the collar piece. So you'd still base the collar on as if you're going to attach the facings, and then with the instructions of attaching the facings is how you'd attach the lining. And what I'd suggest then is leaving in one of these side seams a turning gap.
Oh, okay.
To turn
go all the
through.
way around. Right.
Which in the lining part of it, so that you can turn it through. It'd be really simple if you've got some dressmaking experience already. Maybe if you're a beginner, go as the instructions first.
Right. Once you know how to make it, then you would find it quite easy to then work out how to do it with the lining.
It's not really rocket science. It's just making sure that you've left that turning gap, and it doesn't have to be a very big turning gap. It could be about 3 or 4 inches at most. It's just so long as you can bag it out, and then once you've bagged it out, you just finish off that seam just by hand stitching it with an invisible stitch, just slip stitching it, and that would be quite nice actually to fully line it. The way I've done it is a lot simpler and uses
and it
the
also
overlocker.
depends on the fabric you're using, but like you say, if you're using a heavier weight one.
And lining a garment, well, A, it's going to add insulation, which is, a good thing in the winter months, but B, it just adds that little bit more weight to it as well, which is nice. And to be honest, fully lining a garment is better because it just gives it that nicer finish, if you like.
Well, then I guess you can use velvets, corduroys.
Yeah. Exactly, and it'd be lovely to do in those kind of fabrics. I wouldn't say use velvets and corduroys if you're a beginner sewer, but if you're a bit more advanced, all I'd say then is when you're purchasing your fabric, especially with velvet, is making sure that you've got enough, because velvet's got a nap.
Right, yes.
So you have to cut everything the same way and same direction.
But it's quite a good pattern to start off with. Make it in a lightweight fabric. Do it exactly as you say, with all the facings, and then the next one, once you understand how something works, it's easier to adapt, isn't it?
It was one of those patterns that I wanted to do, that you could kind of have a garment from it that's useful, especially for the, this time of year, but also kind of to teach the basics of facings.
Oh, okay, no, that's a good
which
idea.
is, something that we see in all garments, a lot of different patterns that we have on Sewing Street, to be fair, but understanding how the facings go together, and the facings then help form the hem as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so as you can see here already, we've got the main structure of the cape, which is fantastic. So we'll just put that
Laurie
to a
says,
side.
Hi Rebecca and Adam, lovely pattern for a cape, Adam. Also like the hat. Have a great day. Thank you,
I
Laurie.
think
You have a
that's
good day
Laurie
too.
who I've met at Festival of Quilts. Why can I think of it then? Festival of Quilts with Jenny Jackson. So the collar is basically a rectangle. It's 2 pieces cut on the fold, and you're going to sew down 3 of the sides. So I'll just put some pins in here. And again, some of the fundamental techniques, which I'll show us in a second, is understitching.
Okay, so like you say, you really are learning techniques with this.
Yeah, but not, because sometimes if you throw yourself into a project that's got lots of dressmaking techniques in it, it's quite tricky, and there's a lot of them, it can become a little bit overwhelming. And I know when I started sewing, it was those important fundamental techniques that I'd skip, because I didn't quite understand them. But hopefully with demos on here and everything that you see and the instructions in the pattern, you know, if you're a beginner sewer, you'll understand, it'll help you understand understitching and things like that. So again, we're just going to sew 3 sides here. It's the 2 short sides and 1 long side. 1.5 centimetre seam allowance. Always keep your needle down and then pivot at a corner. I know these might seem very obvious things to some, but it's always good to remind. I always have my machine set so it finishes with the needle down. Because you can come a cropper if you think you've got it down and then you've picked it up and what's that?
Yeah.
Oh, Ben.
Oh, Ben's coming in because he's got a bit of cape and cap envy. He's made me take it off. We'll show you in a minute. Because Ben's on Thursday for a special team takeover.
Oh yeah,
So
I love that Ian's been on this morning.
Yeah, he did his team
He's
takeover.
loved it, isn't he?
I know he did very well. I said I'll see you next Monday at 8 o'clock.
Do you know what? We have a good team of people here.
I
don't
know,
we?
that's very funny, very funny. They're always good for a laugh. I'll just rearrange.
So there we are,
Ben.
coming to the end
but
of
we'll
that
just leave
seam there.
Adam to present the show while I arrange.
And then we'll just.
Ben. There you
I've
go.
been left to my own devices.
Yeah, I know you
You
can
are
be.
very trusting.
There we
Right,
go.
okay, so we're just going to
Come
now.
on, should we show Ben in all his
All his glory. Has he got it on?
Look.
Oh, I say. Do you know what, with a match, you could be a Miss Marple, couldn't you?
He could. He's just taken out the iPad. Don't
I
worry.
love it.
Yeah.
We should sort that, shouldn't we, really?
We should really. You look lovely.
It's gorgeous.
Did you get a photo of him, Charlie? Yeah. He looks amazing. That really suits you. Would you like to try the darker denim one on?
I'm just going to steal that one.
Just to see what you think.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
Is so
The dark-
Ben, isn't it? And look, if you do that like that, you can make it into more of a flat cap.
Whoa,
Yeah.
look at
Should
that.
put
That
puff
really
on it.
suits you.
I've never suited hats.
No, that does
They
really
just
suit you.
you see.
Yeah. Well, the pattern, you can buy the pattern here from Sewing Street, Ben.
might do.
And all you need is 1/2 metre denim fabric. You can make your own. And Adam will be judging it later to see how
I
well
will.
you've done.
So all I've done here, Rebecca.
We've got plenty of
Thanks,
sewing
Ben.
machines. I mean, you know, there's no.
We could go, couldn't we? That's it.
We
We'll
could
set
do
him
that
off.
while he's producing, couldn't he?
Exactly. You could be sewing the sample for my next show. Do you know what I mean? So all I did is trim the corners, not going into the stitching line, but that'll just help me turn them through nicely. And then for these 3 sides now, we're just going to understitch the facing to the seam allowances as far as you can go. Because it is a little bit trickier on a corner. You can't go all the way into that corner, but just as far as you can go. And all that does is keep the facing to one side. I don't know if you'll be able to see there on the overhead camera if I'm getting close enough, but I've used a nice long stitch to be able to do that. And treat it as a top stitch really, and you can see I've not been able to go all the way into that corner. You won't be able to, but just understitching it there will just give some nice structure to it.
Okay.
And just to explain it again so you can see, I'm just going to push all of the seam allowance towards the interface side. You press this as well, and then if we just get into there, I'll just do one more side for us so we can see what's
Yeah, you
what.
get a nice crisp edge when you've done that. I like that.
Yeah, and this is again a fundamental technique that is used time and time again when we're sewing garments for facings. In fact, it'll be done on the dress you're wearing on the facing. And
okay.
Well, I'll show you that when we do Jane's fantastic pattern, the Sussex Seamstress Hove dress. But all I'm doing is sewing a couple of millimetres on the interface side through the seam allowance and the interface collar.
Okay.
A couple of millimetres away from the seam really. Now I've not pressed this, I'm cheating it and just making sure that the seam lies flat as I'm going along. But obviously at home you'll take your time and go through that nicely. You might find if you're using a thicker fabric that you might have to do what we call grading the seam allowance, and that's just to trim it down a little bit on one side.
Right.
Just to reduce some of the bulk, and that would probably be on the interface side that you do that.
Maybe if you're using one of these woolens, would you need to do that?
To be honest, like I found that it's not been needed because they're not terribly thick. But if you were using a thicker fabric, then yeah, like on this denim, it's worth saying that this is a very lightweight denim, but it's lovely. It's a fashion thing to go with, you know, a hat and stuff. If you want that warmth, then the woolens, the wool mixes that you've got there are fab. And like you say, it is very autumnal and Christmassy, isn't it? I can't believe we're there already, Rebecca, to be honest. Driving in this morning and it's dark.
It's just, I feel like October has crept up on us.
Yeah. Well, it has really.
We've got a few messages. Good morning, Rebecca, and the lovely Adam. Adam, you are always a great font of knowledge that even beginners can understand. Love the look, Ben. Laura in Clackmannanshire. Yeah, Adam does know. He knows everything. He's brilliant. Sorry, I missed the start. Could you please tell me what size the cape pattern goes to?
Right, so it's one size fits all with the cape. But as I was saying, it's easy to adjust. I think it comes down to, is it 68 centimetres? I should know this, I wrote the pattern. Yeah, 68 centimetres is the back from nape to the hem, but you can make it longer.
Right.
To be honest, I don't really see why there'd be any need to make it any fuller, but you could do. All you've got to take into account is that if you decide to make it wider, then you just need to make sure that your fabric's going to accommodate for that.
Yes,
and I've gone the most I can really, taking into mind a 60 wide piece of fabric.
One size fits all, but you can make it longer if you like.
Yeah, that's it, exactly.
Hope that helps.
Exactly. And as I say, if you get the pattern, like do a little bit of a tissue fit first, and then you'll get a good idea. But I mean, when I was last done, I think it was John with this pattern, and even John threw it round himself, and he was fine.
He loves dressing up.
Oh, I know.
Says he doesn't, but he does.
It's nice. It's nice to see it on a body.
Well, I know it makes a difference. I'm going to put it back on now that Ben stole it off me.
So yeah, you just understitch all three sides here. I'm doing this very quickly because I want to show you some of the hat as well. It's a jam-packed day today. It's great. Cool stuff. If you haven't got one of these, I'd invest in something. I bet we sell this or something similar.
Little point turners.
Point turner, yeah. I know a lot of people will say, oh, I use a skewer or a pair of scissors. But the problem with a pair of scissors, you go like that and you go too far and you go free fabric.
But that's not much safer.
Yeah, it's blunter. And you can get a real nice, and all you have to do is just give it a wiggle inside. Sometimes with some fabrics you can do it just by wiggling between your thumb stuff, and then all you do is give that a good press, but it's just going to, without pressing, that's sitting where it needs to now.
Because of the understitching.
That's it. And don't worry, as I said, about trying to get up into the corners. You'll only manage to get so far, and that's perfectly fine. So yeah, that's understitched, and then all you're going to do then is take the cape piece itself, and with it'll be the understitched side to the right side of the garment.
So you do need interfacing with this. How much interfacing? Well, we've got a packet of 1 metre, which is 1 metre square, and that'll be fine, won't it?
Yeah. A metre square. Well, the good thing with this, it's worth noting, is because it's a non-woven interfacing, the facing along the front is quite long, but you can patch it.
Oh, okay.
Because it's not a woven interface. It'd be worth maybe getting 2 packs of that.
Right, okay, so because it does say 1.8. So we do have packs of interfacing. Have a look on the if you go onto sewingstreet.com and scroll down, it's all on there under Watch Live. You'll probably need get 2 packs of this. You'll have a bit left over, but that's always useful.
And you can use some for the cat then as well if you've got both patterns.
Yes, that's true. So get a couple of packs of this one.
Now, this, if you're a beginner, might seem really confusing, but the instructions tell you here, to start pinning from a notch that's 1.5 centimetres away from the edge. And the reason for that is we're going to add a facing, and our seam allowance is 1.5 centimetres. So we're going to want to make sure that we're not catching the collar piece within that seam allowance and getting it all tangled up. So yeah, make sure you pin it from that point. And again, it's really clear in the instructions, and there's a notch there as well to guide you.
So it will make sense.
It'll all make sense, especially when you come to put the facings on as well. And all you're going to do now is base this collar in. I want to get to this part because then I want to be able to show you potentially how you would line it, so you can see how you would fully line it, but also where the facing comes into play as well. There's some notches at the back as well that match up with the centre back of the cape, so just make sure you're matching them up as well. Obviously this seam is open. If you felt like you wanted to base that collar seam down before you go to this next step, just to be sure that you're getting everything together, then you could always do that as well as an extra. But to be honest, if you put enough pins in, you're absolutely fine. It's just about taking your time, matching and marrying everything up, marking your notches, etc. Right, there we go. I'll just put another pin in here. Wonderful stuff. Now, if you've left your seam allowances flat, press them open, then just always make sure that they're going to stay flat underneath.
Okay.
If you've overlocked them together, then I'd say press them towards the back.
Right.
And keep them there. And to do that, you can just stick a couple of pins in both sides of that seam allowance, just to make sure they're lying where they should do. And then it's basically a basting stitch about 1 centimetre along here now. So no need to back tack, go with a basting stitch. And longest stitch that your machine will do, mine's a 5. So we'll just whiz through this now. I'm taking the pins out as I go along. Again, you can...
So that's just tacking then?
Yeah,
just
exactly, just tacking it in place, because then what we're going to do is sandwich the collar between the facings, or if you're going to make a lining, between the lining. It just keeps it in place. I mean, if you were feeling really brave, you could try and tackle it all in one, but to be honest, it's always gives a better result if you baste in first.
Oh, okay, because otherwise it will slip or something.
Yeah, you've got to be really confident and really take your time if you're going to try and sandwich it all in one. I mean, it's doable, but I just think that there's less room for error if you do it this way. I'm just making sure my seam allowances were flat there. And I'm always constantly pushing my fabric that way when we're sewing multiple layers, just so that I'm not going through and catching anything that I shouldn't be. So just always using your hands. I've come a cropper before when I've been overlocking seams, and it's the worst on an overlocker if you catch.
Oh yeah, because that's not a simple unpicking job, is it?
No, it's not, and especially if it's caught it with the blades as well, then you really are up the creek without a paddle, so to speak. So just always keep checking. That's my tip for today. Always just keep checking that your fabric's lying flat and you're not catching any layers that you shouldn't be. Right, so you've got the collar on now.
Brilliant.
It's coming together so quickly.
And then the facing. So should we move on to the cap?
Yeah, let's move on to the cap. But all with a lining you'd do is, all the facings, is add that on, or now you'd add the lining in and just create a turning hole, like I said.
Yeah, perfect. So
it all works.
Really simple, but you're learning some quite good techniques in that. But worth making one first, and then if you then want to hack it and make it longer, or you line it, then do that next. So if you want to get both patterns, there's a special £5 saving, £21.98 that's there, and that's for the cap and the cape. It's worth having, because then you can make both.
That's it, and they're a complimentary set, really, without intending to be. But
they very are, yes.
It's It's nice. Right, so you get your shapes. There's 3 pieces to this pattern, and if anybody's a quilter, they'll be familiar with the techniques that I'm going to do to put this together, because we're piecing it 8 pieces together. So we're going to piece a pair at a time.
Oh my gosh, you could make it all in different, each piece in a different fabric, couldn't you?
Yeah. Do you know what? I've just done a commission for somebody and made it out of recycled fabric using features of some denim jeans.
Wow.
And it was... yeah, it's been really interesting to do it, actually. It was really nice.
Well, because you've got all these wedges, whatever, they've probably got a special name, haven't they? What are they called? Petals?
Yeah, they're just crown panels, I call them. But
they look great in different coloured velvet.
Oh, yeah. So there's a little shaping at the bottom there. So I've just done a centimetre seam allowance at that shaped bit. Keep the needle down and just pivot, and we're sewing a curve now. These pieces are interfaced as well, and that's just going to apply some structure and stability. Especially if you're using a woolen fabric, it'll just stabilise it nicely for you. And you just sew along one side, and that's going to have pieced those together. Now what we're going to do is then repeat that with the other 6 panels that we've got. I'm not going to do that today because I just want to show you how these go together.
Okay.
And then all I'm going to do now...
Have you interfaced those?
Yes, they're
right,
interfaced,
okay.
which way you interface, and if you've bought some for the cape will come in handy.
And if you were just making the hat, how much
if you
would
just
you
need one of those packs will be more than enough.
Okay.
And you interface the main fabric, no need to interface the lining, you don't need to do that. And then you interface the band, which is a strip, and then one of the peak pieces as well, one of the...
Okay.
So yeah, nice and simple. So what we're going to do now, because it's a curve, is we're just going to trim into about every inch into the curve. And all that's going to do is ease the tension on that curve. Don't trim into your seam allowance in your stitching, because then you've defeated the object. And then what you do at this...
You'll have holes.
Yeah, you will. And then all you'll do at this stage is press it open. Now, this is where...
How do you do that? Because that's...
Yeah, a tailor's ham is going to be invaluable at this stage. I usually have mine with me,
do
and
we
I
have
don't
a ham,
think I
Becky?
have.
Becky, our glamorous assistant.
I'm just going to finger
has
press it
gone to
open for
find a
now, but I'll
ham.
show you.
Thank you very much. Look,
Oh,
ham
look
coming
at
in.
this, look at this. These are invaluable as a dressmaker for your darts and any curved seams. And you're just going to want to find a curve that's going to emulate the curve that you've just sewn. It might be on the end there, look. And you just press it open. I'm not going to do it now, but just to emulate it.
Have a look on the website, because we do stock hams.
But you get that curve that you can't get on an ironing board or a flat surface.
No, you just can't. Deborah says, I love Adam, he's my favourite.
Oh, you shouldn't have favourites, but I'll take it,
I'll
thanks.
take it. And Laurie says, are you going to be at Alexandra Palace?
Yes, I am. We were just talking about this morning, weren't we?
Actually.
I'm going to be on the Dukey stand, I think, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I won't be there on the first day. Yeah, it is. It is. I'm fitting it around sewing all my panto costumes and everything, but I'm really looking forward to it, actually.
Maybe you could take your panto costumes with you.
Yeah, maybe I could, and I could just maybe I could get other people to sew them whilst I'm showing them how to use the machine.
Say, right, yeah, come and have a go on this machine, and by the way, you just sew this panto costume.
So now what I'm going to do, I always recommend doing this, it's a little bit like understitching. The seam allowance is flat underneath, and I've just adjusted my needle position so it's offset to the right. If your machine does that, it's great, because I'm going to use the central line of the foot to follow the seam I've just sewn, and what that's going to then do is create like a top stitch line. The seam allowance is flat underneath.
Is that there as a detail, or is it there as a function?
It's really there as a detail and a function. The function you'll see in a moment. I would have pressed this open, which will add that shape into it, and use plenty of steam on your seam when you're doing that. But what will happen, I'll just show you on this one side, is by top stitching it. it's going to help it hold its shape. Do you see automatically now? I've not even pressed that, and it's added the structure to the cap, and that's what we want. We want that octagonal structure.
It really has, hasn't it?
And you can do that both sides. And all I've done is use the foot and the centre marking, and followed the centre marking, but I'd offset my needle with a setting on my machine, if your machine would do that. If not, then you can use the foot as a guide and find a reference. I always talk about a point of reference on your sewing machine, whether it's on the throat plate, the foot, or wherever, and keep as accurate as you can doing that. You do all that in pairs, and then you would add the pairs together to make half a hat.
Right.
And then once you've got the half, then you'd add the halves together to make the full 8 panels, but piece it together like you would a quilting block, because you're just going to get a much neater result in the end, and all your seams are going to come together a lot nicer. And when I was developing this pattern, it was a quilter that gave me that tip.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because I kind of had in my head that, okay, we're going to sew now the next one onto there, and then the next one on, but do it in pairs and then quarters, and do it that way, and it's a lot neater. And you can top stitch a lot easier. Because imagine if I'd have done that 3 more times, I can top stitch those easier than trying to get in when there's loads of panels added on. So you do that nice and simply. With the peak piece, you'd line these up together, and there's notches on the centre part of that as well. One's interface, and that'll be the underneath, and then you go right sides together there. I'm not going to pin this, but you're just going to sew a centimetre around the longest curve, the smiley part. So underneath we go. Line it up at a centimetre seam allowance. Just remember, if you've changed the setting on your machine, like I had to offset, make sure you go back now, because otherwise your seam allowance is going to be off.
Or length, stitch length.
Yeah, and your stitch length as well. I've come a cropper with that before, where I've gone, oh damn.
Oh, I know. Well, I did. I set mine to like this row of little stars, decorative stitch, and forgot.
Oh yeah.
A lot of stars in my seam.
Yeah, because you've got a fancy machine as well, haven't you?
Yeah, lovely 720 Pro I've got, and I forgot it was on stars.
Now, same with this, Rebecca. Again, same techniques, and you'll find this with dressmaking. Once you've kind of mastered the basics and then going on to more advanced things, they crop up time and time again.
Yeah.
So, because this is a curve, we're just going to snip into it, and again, that's just going to ease the tension. I'm just doing it with some thread snips here, but you can do it with some embroidery scissors or whatever. About every inch and a half. Just don't go through that stitching line you've just sewn there. Nice and simple. Now we're going to do something that we've just done in the cape, and that's understitch. So seam allowance towards the interface part. You'd press that open using your ham as well, and then underneath we go. And again, you can offset your needle if your machine has that function. Anything you can do to make your stitching nice and straight. You'd have pressed it, but I'm just going to go for it now. And just underneath, we're just understitching. Now this is where you just need to keep making sure that the seam allowance is lying the right way, which is great. And that your seam's
So when you line the peak, that has like the main fabric on the lining, doesn't it? Not the...
Yes, that's it, exactly, not the interface part. I'm just going to do this quickly and show you how the peak fits in, and then again, like we did with the collar on the cape, we're going to baste the plastic peak in place and then baste it to the hat itself. And I've got one that's more or less made up, so we can see those. So
the pattern comes with one peak, but if you want to make another one, obviously
you've got a couple of options. There's the lady that makes my peaks, her email address is in there, so you her website,
so you could order another one.
I'm trying to get some for here actually, so we can sell them here as well, which would be great. But if not, you can on the pattern itself, there's a template. I don't know if I've got my pattern there now. I have. There's what's called the peak cut to a fabric, and then peak template. And it's that template which is exactly the same as that plastic piece. So you could use that template to cut it out of some recycled plastic if you wanted to, what you can find at home, or you can use it to use some really stiff interfacing like Vlizoline Decaville.
Yeah, we've got Decaville.
Yeah.
So there is Decaville available if you want to buy that.
That works. It's not as stiff or as durable. What I would recommend if you're going to use the Decaville is to maybe double it up.
Okay, so two layers of that.
2 layers of it. And
well, that's on the screen there, £17.99, that's for whole metre piece.
Oh, wow.
There it is. Yeah, that's
Gosh, you'll have more than enough to make loads with that.
But this Decaville's brilliant for bags.
It is. I've used it for bags and it's
like
fantastic.
Bases and flaps or the whole bag because it's really stiff, but you can sew through it as well.
Do you know what else it's really good for as well? You know that if you want to make some sewing room storage, I bet you've got some patterns or something like that would really work with panels and stuff. Yeah, and do
because it's got a nice stiffness. Isn't it?
It's fantastic for that. All you do then is pop your plastic peak into the peak that you've just made. You'd have pressed yours. I'm going at the clappers this morning. And then you just want to make sure that it sits nice and taut in there. And there is a central mark on the peak itself, which you'll line up with the fabric that you've just sewn. And then you'll base that in place. And
so I presume you can't sew through it. You just have to...
Ideally, I won't recommend you sew through it, but if you sew through it, it doesn't matter. I've sewn through it plenty of times, and you can sew through it.
You don't suddenly get needle flying around the room?
No.
Oh, okay.
It's pretty okay. Just don't go like the clappers over it.
True. Okay.
And ideally, the aim isn't to sew through it, but if you do catch it, it's not going to be the end of the world.
Yeah.
All it'll do is blunt your needle a little bit.
Yeah.
You know.
Okay. Oh, well, that's good to know.
Yeah, so it's quite safe, and because it's flexible as well, it's going to go through the machine when you come to pop it onto the hat. Because you're fitting a curve to a different shape, that can be quite tricky, and that is the trickier part. And I've got YouTube videos, and we've done it on here before, so you'll be able to look back and see it's that simple. But that's the one basted in. This is from another time when I was demoing on here actually. So you'll have that part, you'll have the band that's pressed in half. And it was sewn together at the short edges to make a circle, and that band sews onto the hat and then is turned up inside it, so that it's concealed, but it also finishes it off with the lining. And this is what you'll have once you've sewn your 8 main fabric pieces together, and then you'll have your lining as well. It's not very easy to see because I've got them in the same colour, but the lining's in there, look. Let's move it that way. And you just pin them together, and it's really easy to match it all up, because if you've been accurate with your seam allowances, all of those seams will match up.
Oh, that's brilliant. I love it. So if you... Thank you, Adam.
That's all right, perfect.
Well, we'll just run quickly back through the pattern. If you want to buy both patterns together, if you want to buy the cape and the cap, there's the code there, 21.98. Well, I could never get it the right way around. 21.98. You'll save £5. Obviously, we do have them individually, so if you want just the cape or just the cap, we've got those as well. There's the here's the code for just the cape, $14.99. Remember, you've got the whole paper pattern for that and the instructions. It's all in there. And that fits any size, and if you want to, you can lengthen it, but as far as body size go, it will, fit any size really. And then if you want just the cap, $11.99 on its own. All the fabrics that we've talked about, they're all on the website. Just go on to sewingstreet.com, click down. They're all available as 2-metre bundles, and remember, that's enough for both the cap and the cape. Anyway, we'll see you back here in an hour.
I'm looking forward to it.
All about the dress.
Yeah.
It's all about the dress.
It's beautiful.
It's all about the dress. I will be back with you in a few minutes' time. I'm going to be doing the Amber Makes Christmas mug bags, brand new kit, 3 brand new designs, and I will see you back here in a few minutes' time. Yay.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street family. I've been sewing since the age of 7 when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking, and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try. There's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed, and it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. Don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. Start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
We have some exciting news. Sewing Street has been nominated in the Best of Craft Awards and the British Sewing Awards for 2022. We're so amazed that 2 years have flown since Sewing Street started, and we couldn't have done it all without our Sewing Street family. Thanks to our presenters and guests for entertaining and inspiring us every day, and for all of our viewers for tuning in for all the fun. We've been lucky enough to be nominated for 2 awards this year, which are the most loved TV shopping channel at the Best of Crafts Awards and the best sewing social media account at the British Sewing Awards. To vote, please head to our website to find out all the details you need to get involved. Thank you for your support and votes.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Oh, we've had a great day so far, haven't we? So good. If you've only just joined us, I just want to go through, show you the Christmas cards because we had a lot of people asking about these, and if you've only just come on air, you will have missed them. So we have got a pack of, I'll show them here, 5 Christmas cards. Now, these are designs that we've produced with Amber Makes. So Amy has drawn them and I've sewn them, and they are sewn using machine embroidery and applique and hand embroidery, and then we photographed them and they've been printed onto card. Now, they are recycled card. They come with 5 envelopes as well. Let me just get the pack. And they're recycled envelopes as well. So they come with these lovely brown envelopes, all packaged in a biodegradable bag, very important. And 10% of the profits are given to charities that support and protect, the planting of trees and conservation. So those are the 5 cards. Now, you can either buy them as a pack of 5. Oh, they have a greeting inside as well that says Happy Christmas. Well, wishing you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. You can either buy the pack of 5, so you get one of each of the designs for £7.99, or if you want to save some, but this is limited now, you can buy 2 packs and you save £3 for £12.98. Now, that is limited. That's been the most popular. Lots and lots of you have been checking out on 2 packs, £12.98, where you save £3. So just wanted to go through those very quickly. Okay, but they are all on the website for you to purchase, but I just wanted to show you. But this hour is all about mug bags. So let me bring one in. So I designed these a while ago. If I go and stay in a hotel, or if I'm going on holiday, I like my own mug. Tea tastes better in my own mug. And I always find when you go somewhere, the mugs are never quite big enough. So I used to wrap my mug up in a carrier bag, put it in my suitcase so it didn't smash. And then one day I thought, I'm just going to make it a little bag to put it in. And then if you're going to make a bag, it's got to have all the nice little bits on. And then I discovered as well, having designed this, that quite often I like giving mugs as presents. It's nice, when you don't want to buy someone a massive present, just more of a token gift, or you see a nice mug, it's a really nice thing to then put it in. So what we've created here are 3 Christmas themed ones, so that you can use them, you can give them to, maybe you're going on a workshop, you want to give it as a present. It's just a nice little thing for you to have. So what happens is, it's got a little flap, it's got the handle, and then you undo the elastic. Now, for the elastic, hairband is ideal, or I use the elastic from a face mask. I've got loads of those disposable face masks, and each ear loop you can get 2 of these out of it. So I've kept all the old face masks, perfect for that, and a button. Then here you've got a pouch. Now, this is all padded, it's got wadding in it, so that keeps your mug protected. You can get your mug can sit that way, it can go that way. It's nice and protected. And in fact, the way that I've written the instructions is you pop your mug in and then you decide where the button's going to go, so that you can your button can go higher or lower depending on the size of your mug. And also in here there's a pocket, and in the pocket you can keep your tea bags in there. You could put coffee sachets, hot chocolate, sugars. You can get biscuits in there. So when you go into a hotel, pop all the biscuits in there, and then in it is the little mug rug, because there's enough room to put your mug and a biscuit on. And that all comes in there. So this one is the sewing one, and if you see, it features the sewing machine that is actually one of the Christmas cards as well. So if you want to make this one for a gift for somebody and you've bought the Christmas cards, same. It's the same but different. I think Amy's added a few extra little bits and pieces. It says, let it sew, let it sew, let it sew. But the lining fabric's gorgeous, isn't it? It's got all the machines, and it's got little bits of haberdashery. It's got stranded cotton. And the gingham on here, look, and then the lining is like a red gingham. So all you need on top of this is you need some interfacing. If you have a look on the website, I've listed on there everything that you need, because in the kit you get the panel, I'll show you in a minute, and you get the instructions, but you will need some wadding and some interfacing, a little bit of elastic, remember, hairband, face mask, and a button. I mean, you could use a press fastener if you prefer. So that's the sewing one, and I'll go through the panels in a minute. The next one is winter warmers. Love this one. So let me take this one out. Take that. They've all got, I don't need to put their mugs back in. So this one, can you see? It features, you've got a latte, you've got hot chocolates, you've got cinnamon, you've got little gingerbread men. So this is perfect for, and this one you see doesn't have to be Christmas, it's more wintry. So although, you know, they're Christmas themed, this one you could use for all year round. So there's the flap. And then on the inside you've got the pocket. There's the pocket. And you've got a really lovely sort of like a deep purpley pink spotty lining. Then you've got more on there. And then in here, there's the little mug rug. And with that one I quilted round the, or I just sewed round the edge. So you get the print on the back that matches the print on the inside. You've got cookie cutters, candy canes, fir cones, cinnamon sticks, gingerbread men. So the whole kit, the panel, I will show you when I've gone through it, £14.99. So that means if you buy somebody, you've bought someone the mug, if you want to give them as an extra gift, it's just a nice little extra touch. Or like me, you want to be able to carry your mug and carry it safely, it's absolutely perfect for that. Oh, I have mine that lives in my suitcase all the time, and I've always got like I tend to keep as well if I'm travelling, is that you can then put quite a lot of tea bags inside of there, and it's all done. So if I'm going on holiday, I fill my mug with tea bags, pop it in here, put it in my suitcase, because tea does taste better in your own mug. Right, the final one is your sort of very classic. This is the robin one, real classic Christmassy. Look at the little robin on the holly. And then he features on the back as well. Then you've got the little green spotty handle. And then if I take this one out, let me show you the lining on. I love this one. So the lining on this one, really lovely. You've got all these different foliage sprigs. And then the inside of it, isn't that gorgeous? You've got the same foliage sprigs, but in a darker, like an evergreen colour. And he even features on the back of the pouch here as well. And then in the pocket, there's the little matching mug rug. So it's all in there, but you can keep loads of different things in here. I do. I've always got my mug filled with tea bags and all sort of biscuits as well. So that's the robin one. So let me show you. Oh yeah, Charlie's going to keep his camera lenses in it. You could fit. It would fit. And then you've got and then it's got a little handle as well. Really, really simple to make as well. So let me show you what the kit looks like. So you get the fabric panel. So this is the sewing at Christmas. So there's the fabric panel. Now, if you haven't ever seen or used an Amber Makes kit before, this is all cut and sew. All the seam allowances are included in here. You don't need to think about that. All you've got to do is cut round the edge of them. Every single piece is labelled. So this says pouch outer front, pouch outer back, pouch lining front. They've all got all the different names on. So cut round the edge of them. As I said, these seam allowances are included in all of them, so you don't need to think about that. And when you do them, cut the little label out and pin it to the top. You then know which is which, but more importantly, which is the top edge. Because quite often in the instructions, I'll say, sew this to the side or sew this to the bottom. So if you pin it to the top as you go along, then as you're making it, it's quite nice because you can then discard all the labels. So you can see like this piece, for example, is the case outer. And it's been designed in such a way that it looks a bit odd that you've got the sewing machines upside down. But when you look at the case outer, which is this bit, you see, they do need to be different ways round so that when you fold it, that sewing machine's the right way up, that sewing machine's the right way up, and it goes all the way around. So everything has been designed specifically so it will fit. You've also got on the panel a label, so you could put, if you've made this for someone, it says stitch with love, you can put your name on there. You've also got other little bits, you've got mini sewing machines, bigger ones. You could applique those on top of some of the sewing machines on there or use them for other makes. So everything you need is on the panel, and you get the instructions. Be a bit tricky to make without the instructions, so you need these. And there we go. And this tells you, and I've written this on the website as well, because you might need to know in advance before you buy it what you need. So you'll need 40 by 50 centimetres of interfacing, same of wadding, and 3 inches of elastic and a button. So those are the only extra pieces you need, which you may well have in your stash anyway. So all of the instructions are there with very clear photos of exactly how to make it. So that's the Sewing at Christmas panel. $14.99, and that's the panel and the instructions. Then winter warmers. So these are equal selling. It's always interesting when we do these, and we do 3, is what's the most popular, but Sewing in Christmas and winter warmers is even at the moment. So this is the panel. Again, you get the instructions are the same with all of them because they all do the same thing. So there's the winter warmers one. So you've got like the mug rug back, the mug rug front. I love the little extra pieces. You've got a nice big, maybe that's, you've got all the gingerbread cookies. So they'd be lovely. You could applique those on things or use them for other things. You've got the whole hot chocolate there, the stitch with love. But the colourway on this is lovely. It's a really lovely sort of deep purpley pink. I love these mugs. They look gorgeous, don't they? And the little gingerbread men. So that's your winter warmers. Again, $14.99 for everything. And finally, Robin. Oh, Robin's catching up. He's hopping along. Well, you can see the prints better sometimes when I show you the whole panel. There we go. So again, it looks funny because you've got all the robins different ways up. But there's the lining, and it's a lovely, like a calico coloured background with all the different foliage on it. I like the inside of the pouch because it's the same print as this one, but just the reverse colourway. Nice little spotty handle, and then you've got the pocket that's got a lighter coloured spot. There's the pouch outer, but everything's labelled. It's really simple. It very much is cut and sew, so you don't have to think about templates and cutting that out and pinning it on. Just cut around the edge, but do try and remember to cut the labels out, because even when I've designed them and made them, I forget which piece is which, so I just, as a habit, pin and sew them together. So that's all 3 of them. So just decide which you want, or have all 3. Right, shall I show you how to make them? Now we've done all of that. So obviously I'm not going to have time to make the whole thing, so I've decided to focus on the best bits. Well, maybe the more interesting bits. So the best bits. So what you do to start with, the pouch, as you can see from here, is slightly padded. And that just gives it, well, it protects your mug, but it gives you a little bit of structure as well. So the pouch outer front and back, you sew some wadding on, and all I did was sewed it round the edge and then cut round it. I've used an 80-20 cotton wadding for this. You could use an H640 like an iron-on polyester wadding. You could use a heat-proof Thermolam, what's it called? Thermolam or Insul Bright. You know, the ones that are heat-proof, so that you could, if you wanted to keep something warm in it, maybe you put a small flask or something, or anything squishy really. But I've used an 80-20 just because that's what I've had, but you can use anything for it. So do that to the pouch outer front and the pouch outer back, and then you need to sew the lining. So you've got the pouch lining, and all I've done is sewn that together along the top edge. That's for the front piece, and then I did exactly the same for the back piece. So now we're going to put the pouch together. So all you do, see, I've kept my little labels on. I mean, to be honest with these, it does matter which way round you do them, because although that's called the back, you have to have the print on the back, and you'll see why when I do it. So place them right sides together, matching the 2 outers, and then take some pins. And you need, the most important part about this is matching these seams. So put them together, and then to get a really nice match, push your pin about 1 inch of the way down through there, through that seam, and then make sure it comes out on that seam. And then take a pin and push it just about 1/4 inch in through that seam, and then through that seam. You now know that those seams match up. Now obviously you can't sew it together like that, so put a horizontal pin in that way, and then put a horizontal pin in that way, and then you can take those out. I mean, obviously, a little bit more time consuming to do that, but you will get a nice finish. And now all you've got to do is pin them together all the way around. Just make sure you match them. Now, we're not going to be sewing around these corners, so you don't need to pin those, but just put a few pins in just to match it up. All the way. When we get to the other seam, again, put your pins in. You'll just get a neater finish, and even if they don't match up exactly when you do this, they will match up very closely, and that's fine. But it just gives a slightly neater finish to do it this way, and holds the seams open, and then pin it together here and all the way around here. Now, when we get to the lining, we'll be needing to leave a gap in the lining, because that's what we're going to be turning it right sides out with. So if you're like me, you stitch all the way around and forget. So it says in the instructions the size of the gap. I'll just pin mine in. I either mark it or I put pins in that way, just to remind myself not to sew through that bit. So we're going to sew all the way round, but not the turning gap and not round any of the cut out corners. So let me do that. So this is lovely sewing machine. So I've put this one in because I've got this sewing machine. It's gorgeous. It's the Elna 720 Pro. It does so much. I discovered this lock stitch the other day. When you're starting sewing, if you press the lock stitch, you don't have to do the reversing. And if you're right next to the edge of a fabric, and you can lock it, you can do lock stitch at the end, it doesn't pull up the fabric, because you know sometimes when you start very close to the edge of a fabric. Now I know lots of machines do have a lock stitch, but I don't think I had one on my old one. Oh, hang on, it's come unthreaded. But the joy of this machine is, let me thread it back up again. It has a threader, a needle threader. So it's really simple if it comes unthreaded. Look at that, isn't that fab? And you know why? That's because I've discovered if the thread spool, if the thread's a bit tight, the needle will come unthreaded. Discovered that the other day. Right, so you can either reverse stitch or lock stitch. So just sew all the way around the edge. When you reach this seam, just lift it up a little bit to make sure that the bottom seam is still open and hasn't pushed over to one side. You'll just get a slightly flatter finish that way. But when you get to the bits where you don't have to reverse, you can go really fast as well. So if you're thinking about buying a new machine, because I use this one day in, day out, then this is the one I'd recommend. Only because I know how to use it. And I love all the features. I discovered stars at the weekend. I mean, it's made my sewing a lot neater and a lot easier, and things like that lock stitch function. When you're sewing right close to the edge of fabric, particularly when you're sewing fine fabric, it doesn't bunch up. It does 5 lock stitches, then it stops, and then you just press the pedal again. Which is great when you're doing things like quilting. And when I'm quilting, I don't like to have to pull the threads to the back and tie them off. It's fantastic for that, but it has made it so much neater. And it's really fast. And it has a thread cutter, which is really important. And I was never used to use decorative stitches before, but now I've discovered them. That's it now. You see, this is what happens, show you the reality, because I started really close to the edge and I didn't lock stitch. I reverse stitched. It's really pulled up the fabric. But if I had done the lock stitch on there, I'm going to do that now, that wouldn't have happened. So if your machine's got one and you've not really used it, do it. It's brilliant. Okay, so I'm leaving the little gap. Now what I'm going to do is box the corners. Now this is a technique that you'll use in loads of things. Use them in tote bags, anything where you've got a slightly structured corner. So you might have seen this a lot, and you see that people say box the corners. You think, what on earth is that? So you need to really have these seams pressed open, which isn't very easy when it's all joined together. So it's easier to press the seams open once they're done. So take your corner like that and open it out. And then put these two seams so they go together. So really you're going to have to just finger press those open and then just put the seams together. And again, you can use the little technique that I did with the other one of push a pin through one side and then make sure it comes out through the seam on the other. And then you can do horizontal and then just open up the seam. There we go, and do that. So that is going across the corner like that. And then turn around and do the same with the other one. So finger press it open, and that one. Make sure that they match up by putting the pin through. There we go. And then flatten it out. Now you also have to do the same with the corners of the lining fabric, so I'll just do those quickly because it'll be nice to see the whole thing done. Again, open out them. Obviously these are in the inside. You won't see these, well you will, you won't see them as obviously, so maybe it doesn't matter so much if they're beautifully matched up, but you will get a neater finish because the lining will lie flatter. I'll just, if it's when you haven't got the wadding, if you don't want the seams open, you can have them pushed over to one side, but make sure they're going in opposite directions and then they will meet together. With the outer pouch, with the wadding, I would have it open because it will reduce bulk. So that's very quickly, all of my seams are now pinned and I'm just going to sew across. I'll start with the lining one. If you do all four together, it's a bit easier. So line it up with the seam allowance, that's all given in the instructions, and then you just go forwards and sew all the way across, removing the pins as you go. So that's one. And once you've learned, so if you've never done this before and you think, oh, well, you know, I'm new to sewing and I've never boxed corners, but well, you'll learn how to do it. It's, you know, it's only a little mug bag. When you then have learnt this technique and you want to use it for other things. So I've used this technique before, like if you've got a tote bag that you've got from a supermarket, quite a simple one, and you think, well, I'd like it to have a bit of depth in the base, just cut out the corner of it, just in the same way that I've done this, and you can box the corners. So it's a really useful technique that will gives like a base structure to something, but really simply. Now that's 3 and one more. Now this machine comes with a walking foot, which often I would use if I was quilting, but actually it will go through these 2 layers of wadding without. It's absolutely fine. So there's all my corners boxed. Now I'm going to turn it right side down. So through the gap in the lining, put your fingers through and go all the way through and pick up one of the bottom corners. It's easier to do it that way. Then you can just pull the whole thing through. Now you can keep the labels on, it's up to you, if you need to remember which is which. So what I would do now, I just, before you sew it all up, is push out these corners. It's easier to do that without the lining inside them. Push them all out so you've got nice points. And then it's important that this is laying flat. So just roll the hem so that's nice and flat and press it, and then take the other one and press it. Now when you come to construct the mug bag, you're going to need this side, this edge to be pressed. So just take one corner and then the other corner, lay it flat on your ironing board so it's a nice straight line, and just press it. Don't press it too far up because you'll crease the rest of the bag. What you need is that creased line, because when you sew it together you'll use that as a place to sew along. So just if you do that at this stage before the lining is inside. So that's that. The next thing you need to do is slip stitch this gap closed. You can either pin it together and sew it by machine, or you can sew it by hand, entirely up to you. So I won't do that now. But push the lining inside the pouch. You can take these labels off because when you come to the next stage, it will tell you what the front and the back is. The neatest way to do is you need to press this. So all I do is I place the fabric down and roll it. Now, the tip here is that you're going to be turning the edge of this bag over like this. So this is the side that's going to be showing. So I would turn it inside out and I would top stitch it from this lining side, because when I do this, rather than have the seam right on the edge, I roll it a bit so that the main fabric is just a tiny bit underneath, and then press it. And if you do that all the way round and just press it, then when you come to top stitch, so you see, can you see there that that's just a little bit under, and it gives it a slightly neater edge. Now with this machine I've got, it doesn't matter which side I've top stitched, the top and the other side, but with my old machine, the top stitching was always a bit better than the bobbin side, but I would say do it this side. Also, it means if you want to use two different colour threads, so if you wanted to use a pale blue here and the purpley colour there, if you want them to match exactly, I wouldn't mind too much. I quite like seeing a line of top stitching, but top stitch it from this side. So I'll just do that. Now what I would do for that is I would lengthen the stitch to 3, just because it's nice to have it slightly. Don't start on the seam because that's a bit bulky, but start just before. And then to get a nice neat edge, just find a point on the sewing machine plate that you can follow. Now I always do, well, it's about 3 mils, which is about a 1/16 of an inch, but I just find somewhere on my foot or a marking on the plate so I can just follow it along. Don't reverse stitch at this stage. When you come to going over the seams, just go really slowly because you've got quite a lot of bulk there, because the machine won't like going through it at speed. And then just top stitch round. Now this does add a nice bit of decoration, but not only that, it holds the lining inside. Remember, now I'm just reaching that seam again. I'm going to slow down because you've got a lot of layers there. And then just stitch sort of 2 or 3 inches and then turn it around. Just make sure that you're not stitching through the other side of the pouch, although I think your machine will probably tell you. When you reach the bit where you started, overlap it by about 1/4 of an inch and then do a reverse stitch, and that will just hold it into place. So now we've got a nice neat line of top stitching round the top of the pouch, so you can put it that way out. Leave it turned this way for now, you'll turn it over later. But if you can see what I mean, now when I do turn it over, I'll have that nice line of top stitching and I can see it from that side. So put that to one side because that's done now, and we're going to make the actual main bag. So the lining of the bag is made in 2 pieces. And the reason for that, because the outer of the bag is just 1 piece, is because you want to be able to put your pocket in and you need the seam. So the pocket is one piece of fabric. I've done this in advance. You fold it in half, wrong sides together. and then you top stitch along the top because that's the top edge of your pocket. So it is just one piece of fabric. So when you look at it on the pattern, it looks a bit odd that you've got this rectangular fabric with a print here and not there, but that's how it's done. So you fold it over and top stitch. That's your pocket done. Now this is long case lining. Remember, I've kept my label on so I know which is which. Because once you cut them all out, they'd start to look a bit similar. Now line it up so that the bottom edges and the side edges meet, and then pin it together down the sides. Ooh. And across the bottom. I need longer nails, can't pick my pins up. There we go. Right, now I'm going to tack it into place. This will be machine sewn later to the outer, so at this stage tack it into place, and by that I mean either tack by hand or machine stitch. If you machine stitch, do it within the seam allowance, and you can use a slightly longer stitch length for that. So I'm going to do it just close to the edge, and I can keep my stitch length, but this line of stitching you don't want to be seen. This is merely to hold it in place, because you will get a much neater finish if you sew this, because otherwise it will start slipping. But you don't need to reverse stitch, you know, that's just a holding stitch. When you've done that, give it a little press, because look, it's looking all a bit wrinkly now. But once you press it, you'll set the stitches and you've got a nice neat finish. Now take the short case lining, and this is why when I said to you earlier about it's important to remember what's the top and what's the bottom, because I will mention that quite a lot in the instructions. So that's the top because that's where my label is, so I can take that off now. Place that right sides together with the bottom of the pocket and pin it together. And this is, you can see, this is why you have two pieces for the lining, because the pocket is held in the seam between the two. So now I've got the layers, I've got the long case lining, the folded over pocket and the short case. So now I'm going to do a normal seam, so I'll put my seam, my stitch length back. Now I'm going to do my lock stitch here because I'm stitching right next to the edge. Oh, that's got caught. Oh, that was much too close to the edge. Don't do what I did and stitch so close to the edge. Right. So that's that seam done. Press it flat and then press it. You've got a lot of layers there. To be honest, it doesn't matter whether you press it open. I always find when I've got quite a few layers, sometimes it naturally wants to go one way or the other, so I'm going to press it that way. And that's the case lining done. So you've got the top of it. I can take the labels off because I don't need those anymore. There's the pocket sealed in the bottom with that seam, and there's the bottom section. Now you need to take, now I've decided to give this a little bit of structure. I pressed interfacing on the wrong side of this, which I'm not going to do now, but I have done with this one. And then here's the outer. Press interfacing onto this side. Now when you do your interfacing, I've just used a medium weight interfacing. Turn the steam off your iron and turn the temperature right down to the bottom, because if you don't, it wrinkles. It will just wrinkle. And press it onto the wrong side of each one of them, onto this one, and then you need to put the interfacing on this one once it's already joined together, it's as one piece. I mean, you don't need to have it on both sides. I've just found if you look at this, you know, you get that extra structure to it, but you don't have to. So when you've done that, the next thing you need to do is this elastic loop. So you can see that is from a mask. I've seemed to have loads of those blue disposable ones, and I've cut all the elastic off them. Fantastic. And you can get like 2 out of each ear loop, or you can use a hairband or narrow elastic. Measure the centre of it and then put the elastic round. Have the elastic sticking out a little bit beyond, because if you sew right through the edge of the elastic, it will very easily pull out, because the edges of the elastic or the fabric part of it will fray. But if you put about 1/4 of an inch of it sticking beyond the edge, then that means that the stitching isn't right close to the edge, and it will be better. I also worked another line of stitching about 1 inch down, because that stitching is within the seam allowance. When you come to sew the whole thing together, the loop can often go off. It's like if you're putting a bag strap in, I always sew it a bit further down, because otherwise they can go skewy as you're sewing it, and that just keeps it nice and straight. That's just a long tacking stitch, and I'll take that out later. But if you do that at this stage, your loop is all ready to go, and all you need to do is put it in the centre. So now I'm going to put them right sides together and pin it in place all the way round. This is going to be bagged out, so we need to leave a gap. Now you can leave that gap wherever you like, not on the curved edge, because that's at the top. So what I tend to do is I leave my gap at the bottom straight edge. It tells you in the instructions the size of the gap to leave. So I'm just going to pin it together all the way around. Just match up the raw edges. Make sure you've got them right sides together. Always double check that, because if you're like me, you will have sewn many times one right and a wrong side together. And then one final one there. Right, so start one side of the gap, and then we're going to work all the way round. Right, okay. So do a little reverse stitch to start. Slow down before you reach the end. Stop 1/4 of an inch before the end. And then line up obviously on the markings on your machine, and then you can sew it together all the way round. I mean, it's fine to go fast, but when you hit any layers, because I know I've got more layers here because I'm going through the edges of the pocket now, then just slow down a bit. It's not that the machine can't handle the layers at speed, it's just that it can't handle it suddenly at speed. Now, when you reach the corners, you want to keep this nice curve, so just go slowly. So do 3 or 4 stitches, lift the needle, the foot, keep the needle down in the fabric, and then do another 3, lift the foot, pivot, and go around the corner. In that way, if you only do 3 or 4 stitches at a time, you will get a nice smooth corner. If you try and do too many, you end up with lots of, because obviously that's a curve and your stitches are straight. Now when you reach the elastic, sew over it slowly, then reverse stitch, and then go back over again. That means I've now got 3 lines of stitching going through that, so it's not going to come undone. And again, go slowly round the corner, just 3 or 4 stitches at a time, so that your straight stitches are forming a nice even curve. Right, get into the pocket, so I'll slow down a bit. Okay, scissors. Right, again, always, whenever you sew anything, before you do anything, press it first, because that sets the stitches, you get a nice flat finish. Now, trim off the corners. And because this is quite a small piece, when you come to turn this right sides out, even though you've trimmed off the corner, you'll still get that slight bulk. So also cut it slightly at an angle like this going into the corner, because then the bulk that's going to be turned right sides out in there will be reduced. When you get to this the curved section, you could cut it with pinking shears, you can notch it, but actually what I find is if I trim the seam right down in half, not the elastic, because remember you want the ends of the elastic, otherwise they will come undone, but just trim the curved seam, the curved edge, right down in half. I find that that's enough to make it turn right sides out. Now, to get a neater finish when you are turning it right sides out, obviously you can't press the seam open, so just press either the lining or the top over to one side, and that's enough to help when you, oh, I didn't trim that one. When you turn it right sides out, by just pressing either the top or the bottom layer over to one side, it will give you a neater finish. Now the section here with the turning gap, do that, press that one over, and only on this side, do it to the other side as well, because that means that the edges of the turning gap are now both turned under, which you'll need for later. And then just press all of this one open. You will just get a slightly neater finish, that's all. And the seam will lie on the edge better. There we go. Right. So now, turning gap, push your fingers in and grab one of the top corners. So we need to just push out the corners now. This is quite a big pair of scissors, so they hasn't got a really sharp point, so that's fine. Don't use really sharp scissors. You're better off using a turning tool. I haven't got one here, so these are fine. And then when you come to this end, I usually use a skewer or a chopstick or something that's not too tight. Or a crochet hook's quite good. Just push out the corners. And then what you can do is press it. So I'm going to press it from the right side, so this is the outer. Just roll it with your fingers so that the seam lies right on the edge. Because you've pressed it over to one side before you did this, it will lie a lot neater. When you come to the elastic, I've got those tacking stitches, so very carefully snip those out. Now I can be guaranteed, you see, that my loop is now straight because I put those in, but you need it to be, because you're going to top stitch in a minute, so you really don't want the loop facing inwards or it will be the wrong way. So just press it all the way around like this. Again, just roll it with your fingers. It's this taking the time to do these little things that give you that neater finish. Always, if you press it first and sew it. And now I've realised, when I said to you earlier, when you do the interfacing, take care. You need to make sure that your iron is really cool because it will wrinkle. So when you're doing this and you're turning right sides out, you can use your hot iron just on the very edge, but don't use it on the rest of it, because I just did this by not being careful. Can you see how this is now wrinkled? And that's because I just pressed it with a hot iron. And that's what happens. If you've interfaced something with this medium weight interfacing, if you press it with a hot iron, it will wrinkle like this. Now, what I can do now, because I noticed it very quickly, is if I turn the iron right down and I get it cool again, and I press that, I will be able to even that out. But if you do it much more than that, you'll never get them out. So it's okay to use your really hot iron just on the edge. But if you start wanting to press the rest of it, just reduce the temperature, because it will wrinkle the interfacing and it's very hard to get out unless you've only just done it. So there we go. So what you do now is you top stitch all the way around the edge, and then that's the outer case done. So I haven't got long left. Right, so I won't do that at this stage because I really want to show you this section. So what we're going to do now is, this is where you have to do some hand sewing, because the only way that you can get the pouch to attach to the case is by hand sewing it. So this is the pouch back, which has got the print on it, which sounds a little bit odd that the print is on the back and not the front, but the reason for that the front is going to get covered. So earlier I said to you, make sure you press this line here. If you get to this stage, you can always do it then, but you need this line. So what you do is you line up the edge of the pouch on the bottom of the pocket, and you just pin it there into place, and then pin it at the other corner, and then pop a pin in the middle, and then open this out. Now you've got that nice line already. You'll notice that the way it's been designed is that the pouch sits not right up to the edge, just within. It just gives it a slightly neater finish. So pin this side onto here. And then let's go out, just turn it around to the other side to make sure it's nice and even. And pin this one into place. Now, if you want to be nice and accurate about this, because obviously it depends how much you've stretched it, I would want to be sure that that was the same. So measure it. I would take my tape measure and I'd measure to see what the distance between there and there is. So that's about 3. And then measure what this one is. And it is the same, just because if you've got it slightly off, if you've pulled this one too much, then it won't look as neat. And then you can take this nice flattened edge, and pin that one into place. So what we're going to do now is we're going to sew it together all the way round. So just it doesn't really matter what needle you have, maybe a longer one, not really sure. Just pinch a bit of thread out of here. Now, to make this extra strong, I often use a doubled over thread. You don't have to, but it just will make it extra strong. So cut twice the length you need, and then fold it in half, and then you've got 2 ends and you've got a loop. So trim it so that the ends are nice and level. Now you don't have to do this, you can just use a single length, but I just find it gives it extra strength. Thread both ends through the needle, like that, and then you've got a loop on the end. And you can start wherever you like. I'm going to start here. You can then just pop the needle through. Don't put it all the way through. Just wait till you've got the loop. Put the end of the needle through the loop, and that's a really nice, neat start without having to do a knot or do some doubled over stitching. And then all you have to do is slip stitch. So you just put the needle through here and into here. Make sure you don't come through to the front. You will probably be able to feel the needle going through to the front, but just check every now and then to make sure. Sorry, that just got caught around my pin. You have to move your pin then. Now, what I recommend when you do this, it's a really easy stitch. It's not, you don't have to be brilliant at hand sewing to be able to do this at all. Just make sure you go through. So you're just doing a long stitch, really, through the bottom to the lining and into the very edge of the pouch. So you just take a little bit and then go back into the lining and go through here. Now, I find that this is extra strong if you do it twice. So don't worry too much. I'm checking every now and then. You can see, if you check it as you're sewing, you can see if the needle's gone through. But to be honest, because you've got the layers of interfacing and the fabric, you'll feel if you've gone through to the other layer. So don't worry too much about these stitches being really close together, because what we're going to do is work all the way around. When you get to the corners of it, just do a couple of stitches, little ones, on top of each other, and that just stabilises the corners. Now, how much longer have I got? 5 minutes? Okay. I won't be able to go all the way around. So let me just go across here. So you go through, again, you're just sewing it just beneath the pocket. Now, when you get all the way round to the other side, go round again. So I'm just going to show you that. So say you're going round it again. Maybe I need to start the thread because I'm not going to have time to get all the way round. I'll cut a new length of thread so I can show you what I mean. So work your way all the way around. It's really quick to do. And as I said, you know, don't worry about the stitches being too close together. Just try and make them small and so they don't go through to the front. So say I've gone all the way round and I've come back to the beginning again now. I'll just secure my thread. This will, just by doing it twice, it will make it extra stable. I haven't doubled over my thread for this one. It's entirely up to you. When you then reach the gaps between each stitch, so can you see here, there's one stitch here, there's one stitch here, there's one here. Make the stitches in the second round halfway between those in the first round. So therefore, it doesn't really matter about the size of the gaps. In fact, to be honest, I find the first round just stabilises it, holds it in place, and the second round can be neater. So I had one stitch, show my pin, one here and one there. So this second round I'm bringing up in the middle. That means you've got 2 rounds. It also means if the end of your thread comes undone at all, it doesn't matter because you've gone round twice. Okay, so carry on going all the way round like that, and then what you do is you take the front of the case and pin that into place. Pin that here, just make sure it's lying flat and have a little look to make sure it's level, and you slip stitch that on. That again gives it extra strength. Same way, and I did go round twice. So once you've sewn, slip stitch that on, you can then fold the top over, and this is where I would say fold it so it just covers the top of that. That gives you a nice, neat edge. Then what you do, so that's, I mean, it's basically done now. You can see, you know, I've nearly, other than sewing round twice, I've nearly done it, the whole thing in about half an hour. Pop your mug in, and then fold this over and make a mark where the button needs to go. So if you've got a really chunky mug, the button might be up here, and if you've got a really small mug, it might be down there, but this way you get to fit. If you're making it for someone and you don't know how big their mug is, then just put a standard size mug in and have a go, and that's it. And then the handle afterwards, because only when you've sewn the button on do you know, because the handle needs to go across the centre, you then sew the handle on top at either end. There you are, like this. The handle is then sewn at that point. The handle obviously is on the panel as well. And that's how to make it. It's really, really easy, isn't it? So, recap very quickly. So all you have to do is choose which one you want. There's the winter warmers, which is this one. Right, there are only 50 of these left. 40 now. That just sounds right for you, but it's not compared to what we had to start with. There were lots and lots of you who've got this in baskets. Remember, every kit comes with full instructions that explain right down to today's date, the 3rd of October, because luckily I've had pretty much enough time to go through the whole thing. So if you've got any issues with it, you go along. On the back is the Amber Makes email address and website address. So if you have any questions at all, you can email us. And if you go to the website, you can see all our details about signing up to Amber Makes, and you get a free pattern if you do that. Here's the panel. The only way you can get the panel is in the kit, but then the panel would be quite difficult to do without any instructions. So they're kind of important. There we go. So that's the winter warmers. The next one is the Sewing at Christmas, which is this one. Again, you've got the Christmassy sewing machine. I love this spotty fabric. You've got gingham on the inside. The outer of the pouch is this lovely holly with the white spots, really fresh. Again, you get the instructions. And there is the panel for that one. Why have I always got them upside down? There is the panel for that one. There's all the pieces you need. All seam allowances are included, so it's just cut and sew. And then the final one is the robins. So you've got the lovely parrot robin on the front, you've got the little pairs of robins on the back, the green spotty handle. I put a wooden button on this one, I quite like that. You've got a nice green foliage print on the inside, and then you've got the robin. So when you saw the other one about the pouch back, although you don't really need that print, it's quite nice to have that. And remember, each of them comes with its own matching mug rug to put in its tea bag pocket, and there is the panel for that one. Always upside down. There we go. There we go. And the last thing is, last week I was on air with our notebook covers and we sold out of the sewing ones. And I'm really sorry for all of those of you who didn't get it. We are planning at the moment to put them back on air at some point. I don't know when yet, but we're also going to design some new ones because loads of you messaged me in with ideas of notebook covers. But I just wanted to show you that we do have, not the sewing, but we have very limited stock of the Christmas notebook cover. Very limited of that one. Remember, if you hadn't seen them before, it covers an A5 notebook. They have pencil pockets, there's a flat pocket, there's a pocket in the back. This one is for keeping all your Christmas notes. Doesn't come with a notebook, but comes with the panel instructions to cover just a standard A5 notebook. That's the Christmas one. And then this is the gardening one. You can put handles on or not, that's entirely optional. You've got pencil pockets in there. And then you've got a pocket there with a press fastener, and you've got a slip pocket on the back. And you can have handles if you want. But we are limited on those, but I will let you know when we're going to bring the sewing one back that we sold out of, and we will bring out some new ones as well. And also, if you want the best sewing machine ever, that's my opinion, that's not actually a fact, but in my view, I have to say that. I love my machine. I'm always going on about it. And I know so many people say to me, oh, what machine would you say I should buy? Buy this, honestly. This will last you. This will grow throughout your whole life. It just does everything you want and more. Absolutely fantastic. If you've got any questions at all, please do message me in. Now, I will be back in a couple of minutes' time with the lovely Adam, who's going to show you how to make this gorgeous Hove dress but we've got this fabric. I love this fabric. We've got lots of fabrics, not just that one, but this is the dress. We haven't got this fabric, unfortunately, but it is lovely. So don't go anywhere. Loads and loads to learn from Adam, and I will see you back here in a few minutes' time.
Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really, really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance, and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making, oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and you know, don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. Little bit about me that you might not know, and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there, and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street, and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye-bye.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
No, I'm not. I'm back now. Welcome back to Sewing Street. If you've just joined us, welcome to the day. We've done so much already. We've done bags and cards and hats and capes, and we're now on dresses.
It's a jam-packed day, Rebecca, isn't it? I love it.
Jam-packed day, I know, it's great, isn't it? So we're on the Hove dress.
We're on the Hove dress. This is a beautiful one, this.
Well, it's a particular favourite of mine, seeing as I'm actually wearing the Hove dress. When I knew that you wanted it, I went, oh, get it out of the wardrobe.
Yeah.
Because my Hove dress. It's a very flattering dress, isn't it? Because it hasn't got any zips or fastenings. Look, let me show you from behind. No zips, just goes over the head. And there's just room in the waist.
Yeah.
There's dinner room.
Dinner room, I like that.
There's that room that, you know, when you're sitting down, you don't have to put a cushion on your lap. You know, there's dinner room.
I like that expression, dinner room. And it's got a nice amount of ease in it.
But it's not sort of too much, is it? Because sometimes you get them to a tent-like.
Oh, that's it. And because it's got those lovely soft gathers as well, that are like replicated in the arms, in the sleeve as well, which is really, really nice. There's a nice amount of ease, and as you say, there's no fastenings on it.
Nice.
Which is nice if you're a beginner and you're scared of zips or buttons or whatever.
But it still feels quite fitted.
Yeah, well, we've got the bust darts in there. Yeah, so you're still getting, you know, some form in there.
Yeah, it's not just straight. And I like the neck. I don't know what, I've got my microphone, I'm not sure it shows. It shows up better on that one, actually, doesn't it? That this curve.
Yeah, the neckline's gorgeous. It's nice to see a square neckline.
I think because my microphone's pulling it down, but it's lovely, isn't it, that curve?
It is, and again, very flattering. And I don't think I've ever done a square neckline on Sewing Street, so it's something nice and something different to
and then the sleeves, to me, the sleeves are the best bit.
Oh, they are. The
they're not very easy to iron, though, I can tell you that. But they are beautiful. So they're like higher. I can't work out the anatomy. They're higher here than they are there.
Yeah, so there is some shaping to that sleeve. You can see, like, as it's
you can see it better on.
Yeah.
Can you see on Adam's? Oh, the iron's in the way. One moment.
There you go. You'll get it now. Yeah, you can see how it's falling.
So it's higher on the elbow.
Yeah,
inner elbow.
Yes, on the inside of the arm. Yeah, and that's the shape of the sleeve draft, which is fantastic. It's almost like a bishop sleeve. So you've got that fullness, and you don't really. You want the fullness to be capping. You can spread it around wherever really, and we'll go for it on the pattern. And it's finished off lovely with this self-made binding. There isn't a bias. It's just cut on the straight grain, but it really finishes that off nicely.
But it's got such a gather in it that the sleeve
they're nice and full.
Is really nice and full.
I
mean, all in all, it's just it does all the stuff that you need a dress to do.
It's a wardrobe staple, Rebecca.
It honestly is. And like somebody, Jojo wasn't in the Isle of Man. She bought in the first hour like 4 meters of William Morris because I'm going to make that dress from it.
Yeah,
absolutely perfect dress quilt fabric.
Yeah.
Brilliant, isn't it?
Well, that's it, exactly. You just obviously have to be careful when you're buying quilt fabric because it's narrow, but Jane usually gives all the instructions.
They have all of
4
that
meters will be more than enough. But yeah.
So that's the pattern, £15.50, sizes 8 to 30. That's a nice range, isn't it?
Oh, Jane always does a great range, Sussex Seamstress.
Now, does that give us a bust size, in case you need to know that? That is, that's in centimetres. No, I'll tell you what it is in centimetres. 84 to 140 centimetres. Charlie, what's that in inches?
I'm usually good at my conversions, but 140 centimetres.
Not 140, so we'll find that out. 84, that's a size 8. Is 33 inches up to 140. Should have got 55 inches. So 33 to 55 inch bust. That's a nice big range. And then as far as fabric goes, up to the size 20, so you need 3.3 meters of 150 centimetre width fabric for up to the size 28. It's only if you're getting the size 30 you need 3.8 meters. So basically 3.5 if you're buying it in half meters. But nice big, but everything's in. Now the great thing about Jane's pattern as well is she does YouTubes of them.
Yeah, she does, which is fantastic. And even me, as somebody experienced and demonstrating for you today, I'll watch because it's nice to see how the designer of the pattern intends it as well.
Oh, okay.
She goes through it really lovely. The format of the videos are lovely. Of course, you can watch it back here on Sewing Street as well.
Exactly, more tips.
Yeah, that's it. That's it, exactly.
So last time we had these on air, they sold out. They sold out within half an hour, and we promised we'd get them back, and we finally have. So if you've got them in your basket, do be careful. You do need to get checked out because this is a pattern that you will use time and time again.
Yeah.
Because as far as fabrics go, well, I mean, obviously you can do it with a cotton. What does she suggest?
Linens, linen wool mixes, chambray. We're going to use a double gauze in the demo, which is what these are. Beautiful.
Voile, lawn, even as light as a lawn.
Yeah.
I've made this dress 4 times from Keith in Lincolnshire. I like the square neck. Many thanks. Oh, that's brilliant. No, it is lovely. I think, and this is a what is this fabric? I can't remember what it's called.
Well, this is a lawn. I know for sure that's a lawn.
I think this might have been a challis.
Yeah.
A challis.
It's like very nice. It looks lovely in that actually. And I think because the design isn't overly complex, you've got the beautiful gathers, you can really use a statement fabric to really show it off.
So we've got this fabric. I love this fabric. Absolutely gorgeous because it's like a spot but not a spot, isn't it? It's like and because it's a multi-directional all over, no, you don't even need to think about pattern matching.
Oh no,
or anything.
And to be honest, there's nowhere on this dress that you'd have to worry about pattern matching at all.
It's perfect.
It's not like there's a closing at the back where you'd want to pattern match a large bold print.
That's true.
Because we haven't got that. That's completely eliminated. So that's one less. So
I'll show you the back. So the back is all in one piece as well.
Yeah,
so
that's it.
Even easier. So this fabric we've got here. Let me show you that one. We have this option. I love this fabric. It's really lovely. Is this? Oh, does it say on the thing? Oh, I've dropped the bag. Is it a 3.5? What's the bundle size? Oh, it's just come in. 4 metres. Oh, well, there you go. So you've got enough here to make up to the size 30. And if you make a smaller one, you've got some left over. 4 metres, I mean, it is beautiful. And the good thing about this, so 56.94, is that you know that this is the right fabric. We've sourced it. Adam's made it. It works in this right fabric. You know, this is lovely for the summer, but it's also, wear it in the winter. Black jacket.
Oh, absolutely.
Lovely.
Absolutely. You know, pair of leggings underneath, and you can adjust the length quite easily.
That's true. Black tights.
Yeah.
Black boots.
I think that's it. Do you know what I mean? It's so fashionable, really, isn't it?
Winter white.
Yeah, winter white.
They always have a winter white, don't they? So 56.94 for 4 metres of this fabric. It is gorgeous. It's got quite a nice weight as well, or maybe like a bit of a stiffness for lawn, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely feels soft, and it is quite light, but it's got structure.
Yeah,
it's a woven, isn't it?
The structure stays in those sleeves. So this is the monochrome pebbles. What is it called? Marley Care. Marley Care. Don't know who she is. Who's Marley Care? Lawn fabric bundle, 4 metres, and you save 15% because we've bundled it for you. If you were buying this by the half metre, it would be 15% more, but you're saving 15% because we've put it together in the 4 metre bundle. Obviously, we haven't put the pattern and the fabric together because you might want to get them separately or use it for something else, but this is just a 4 metre bundle on its own. The next one, love this one as well. This is very autumnal. This is Ben's favourite. Looking forward to seeing Ben's dress in this one later. This is not. I would wear this. This is my colour.
Oh yeah, look at that.
God, look at that colour. So it's like ochre.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Would you go ochre background? With these sort of tropical flowers, leaves, greens and pinks. Beautiful. I mean, you imagine wearing this dress. This is like designer, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, not too dissimilar from a designer I can think of. I won't say which one, but yeah, with the floral kind of bold print.
Well, you know, you would, if you were going, particularly if you had somewhere special to go, you're going to a wedding or a party, no one else would have this dress on.
No, and that's the beauty of dressmaking, isn't it?
Morning both, pattern ordered, trying to get my dressmaking mojo back. Looks quite easy to start with from Vanessa in the West Midlands.
Yeah, it's a dead easy pattern.
There you go. Well done, Vanessa. All you need is the fabric. Crack on.
That's it. Crack on.
There we go. So this one, £54.33. You've got 4 metres in the bundle, which is enough to up to the biggest size 30, and you're saving 15%. I have a Dalmatian called Domino, and this is my favourite fabric. I love to match him. Lovely show both. Love you, Adam, from Laura.
Lovely to hear from you, Laura. And I hope you're... Oh, Dalmatian called Domino. And it is a bit Dalmatian.
You're going to look amazing, Laura. You need to be in the field with wellies, wearing this dress, walking Domino.
Oh, God, you could so do that. You got your thick leggings or tights on, your wellies, and
actually, me and my dog do have matching coats.
Do you?
I know, and the kids go, "Mum, why?"
Oh, I think that's
marvellous.
Brilliant.
Marvellous. We do have matching coats, and they're like, "Mum, I'm never ever." I'm never coming out with you where you wear a matching coat as the dog.
Oh, I think that's brilliant. Well, mums do it with their babies, don't they?
Well, it's my nice, oilcloth barber with the corduroy collar, and they do dog coats to match. I mean, just had to be done in. The kids said, promise they will never
Posh
come out
pooch.
with me. I know. She looks gorgeous in it, and he keeps it really dry. Right. Then let's move on to double gauze. Now, if you've never seen double gauze before, now this is the colour Adam's going to be demonstrating with, so I'll start with this. So what is double gauze?
So it's a woven fabric, but because of the way it's made, it's got like a wrinkle in it.
Like a cheesecloth.
It's like a cheese, exactly. If you think cheesecloth, that's exactly it. The fact that it's double means it's thicker, so perfect for an autumnal dress, and especially in this colour as well. But it's kind of got the fabric's been shrunk a little bit, so it has got some give into it. Because it's got all those wrinkles.
Oh yeah, a little bit.
And it's not a stretch.
No.
Don't get it confused with a jersey. It's not that at all. It's a woven fabric.
Oh, so for sewing with, it's exactly a woven.
Yeah, you've just got to be careful when you cut in the fabric pieces that you don't distort the fabric.
Because it is what it says on the tin. It is 2 layers.
Yeah. That's it.
I don't know how
exactly.
they stay together.
No, I don't know the exact science of the construction of double gauze. It's something that I should look into and will do. I'll get back to you.
Yeah, because it is 2 layers, but somehow it's joined together, but we don't know how. Anyway, but you get, what's lovely about it is that it's got a lovely drape.
It has. It's
really soft.
Yeah, it's a lovely texture.
So let me show you this one. I mean, this colour is beautiful. This is conkers, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is autumn leaves.
Autumn leaves, conkers.
Yeah, that's your autumn walk.
Yeah.
Wellies.
Yeah.
But it's actually really comfy. The sort of thing that it's not really creasy as well, that you could wear to a party, or you could, you could dress it up, dress it down. It could be tight. It could be worn in the summer.
And like you say, crease resistant, because it's naturally got those creases.
And this is $38.99.
What, for 4 metres?
For 4 metres, $38.99. That's worth getting.
Right, isn't it?
That's beautiful. Well, if there's any of this left, I'm going to have some of this one.
And the thing is, right, if you make a dress out of it and you've not made the largest size and you've got a bit over, I bet you might be able to squeeze a top out of it.
Yeah, actually, because you could use this as a top, couldn't you?
Potentially, yeah. I always say that any dress pattern, you can probably
give it a go,
and hack a top out of it.
Hack a sleeve out of it, at least.
Yeah,
so $38.99. Adam's going to demonstrate him this one, so you'll see that one. Right, we've got some more colours. More colours.
Love these.
Pink. We've got it in the pink. Oh, this is a lovely pink. I like this. It's not a sickly pink. It's just a really nice pale pink.
It's beautiful.
You know, some pinks are just a bit sweety, aren't they?
Yeah, I don't really do Barbie pink.
No, that's what I mean. It's
but
not
that's
Barbie.
a nice pale pink.
It is pale pink. It's beautiful. Really like that. Again, $38.99. That's pretty. Looks very nice with denim. I'd wear that with a denim jacket.
Yeah.
Then we've got it in grey, which looks very nice with pink. It's that shade of pink that looks nice with grey, isn't it? Not Barbie pink. Grey goes with everything. Again, double gauze, 4 metres, $38.99. Now, we only have 3 of these left. So if you want the grey, love the grey. It is a very mid-grey as well. And then we've also got it in blue. Now, I like this shade of blue. That's kind of what? French navy? Yeah,
I want
it's not
to say
navy.
Like a cobalt. Is that kind of shade?
It is yeah, you're right. Like a
it's
cobalt
leaning
blue.
more towards that, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's beautiful colour.
Love Adam. He's such a lovely man from Julie. He is. He's a lovely man.
Julie.
We love him too. So nice to have on air. He knows the answers to all my questions. Morning all. What great shows today. Adam and Ian feeling spoiled and great demos. I know. And I get to be the lucky one that gets to be with them both.
No, we're spoiled for having you as a presenter.
Oh, thank you. He says all the right things as well, doesn't he? So we're going cobalt.
Yeah-ish, I think.
Yeah, it's more of a denim blue, isn't it, than a navy blue.
Yeah, I'd say, that describes it better.
Would the double gauze fabric be suitable for the cape? Heather in
you
sunny
could
Derbyshire.
give it a go. You could give it a go, absolutely. It's gauze tends to have this structure, but I don't know, it kind of feels still quite light.
Right.
But yeah, give it a go.
Floaty cape?
To be honest, with the cape, I would go for more of your woolens and heavier denims, and if you're experienced with corduroys and stuff.
So possibly not for the first one.
I mean, listen, you can make anything out of anything. It just depends what kind of thing you're going for. And I always say experiment, and that's how you get to know fabrics as well.
Yeah, no, that is true. Right, so that's the last one. We've also got 2 linens, so we'll do that quickly so we can crack on with the demo. We have linen in grey. Now, I've seen a lot of the Sussex Seamstresses dresses made in this fabric, and it works well. It's an enzyme wash linen, which means it's very soft. And some enzyme, don't know what the enzyme is used when it's washed it, and it makes it soft.
Right, so that's what the enzyme is then. And it's lovely to work with. I've worked with this before.
It is, and it works in these dresses, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
The pleats and the gathers hold nicely. So that's just a lovely medium shade of grey. $54.99 for 4 metres. And then very, very finely, love this colour, chartreuse. which I think of as sort of lichen, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Again, beautiful.
That's lovely. Very, very flattering colour for lots of skin tones as well, I think, this one. Like a limey green chartreuse. 4 metres, $54.99. You will also need interfacing with this, and we do have that as well. Just have a look on the website, it's all there.
And you don't need very much interfacing either. It's only just for the neckline to stabilise that.
Well, $2.99 if you haven't got any. Very annoying getting your pattern home and not having any.
Oh, I would always say, if you're going to buy a dress pattern that includes interfacing, buy a pack of that.
Just because it's so annoying not having it, isn't
Exactly. And if you've got some left over, which I often do, it's great to know I've got it.
Yeah. And I always keep them in my packet so I know which is which.
Yeah, absolutely.
James messaged in, Jane, the Sussex Seamstress, looking gorgeous in your dress, Rebecca, and I love that terracotta double gauze. Yeah.
There
great,
you go, you
isn't
see, the designer approves, and your dress does look beautiful. Adele made that one you're making, didn't she?
I didn't make it. No, Adele made it for me. Well, she didn't make it for me. This was the sample, and they were looking for it this morning when, sorry, it's in my wardrobe.
You could make it dead easy though, you'd be fine with
I want to make that one.
Well, I'll start it and you can finish it.
That'd be great. And then when they go, where's the sample? I don't know. I think Adam stole it.
No.
So where do we start then?
We'll start with the interface neckline. So we've got that square shape, and you can see very clearly from the facing that the front and the back, and it's like any facing really. We're going to join it at those short edges to create it a facing that's in the round, basically. Now add a pin in there if you need to. I'm not going to, because it's only a short seam anyway, but if you feel more comfortable adding a pin in, you can do. Now the great thing is that Jane will always say at the beginning of her patterns, Sussex Seamstress, the seam allowance, so it's 1 centimetre throughout unless otherwise stated.
Okay, so just go with that.
That's it, exactly, but just always make sure you read your instructions, as always. And then it's just a quick seam down here. So I interfaced that before coming into the studio today. And again, because of the nature of a gauze or a double gauze, just make sure you're not distorting the fabric, or any fabric really, when you're cutting it and when you're popping your interfacing on. You could block fuse it, which means to take a bit of a section of the fabric and you're interfacing and fuse the whole lot and then cut it out. That works really well and you get a clean cut, but at the same time it's quite wasteful as well, because you end up using more interfacing and fabric than you need.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
So
just make sure it's all nice and lying flat.
Yeah, exactly. And as long as you've got a nice flat surface to cut on as well. Although I'm having to resort to cut on the floor at the moment, because I'm moving house at the end of November, so I'm starting to pack everything away. And I'm in the living room at my mum's house cutting out at the moment, because I'm here, there and everywhere trying to fit everything into my busy schedule. So
oh no,
the floor's been my cutting table, but it's okay. Right then, so we've sewn that together, and what you will do then is you'll finish the outside edge off with an overlock, or a zigzag, or an overcasting stitch, and just press those seams open that we've just sewn there. I've just finger pressed them open for now, but you could press those with an iron, obviously. So then we can just put that to one side for a second, and that's the facing prepared for us. Then we're going to go on to the bodice part, the bodice sections. Now, we've got a front bodice and a back bodice, and that's it, which it makes it simple, really, nice and simple and easy to make, because you've not got like the back bodice split into two, where a zipper might go. So it makes it that little bit simpler if you're a beginner. But what we are going to do, and this is a great technique and it's included in the instructions as well, is to stay stitch this square edge. Now I recommend this absolutely on this double gauze fabric, because when we're cutting angles and lines, we're actually then going with the bias of the fabric, which means it can stretch, and we don't want the dress and that lovely neckline to stretch out. So what we're going to do is we're going to just run a row of stitching just inside the seam allowance,
okay,
at about 8mm. That's very precise, but that's just going to mean it's just inside the centimetre seam allowance for us. Up your stitch length, no need to back tack. Similar to a basting stitch, except we're not basting it to anything, we're just stay stitching. And again, the purpose of that is to stop it stretching out.
So I've just read about double gauze
on
the internet, and it says
it
is actually sewn together with tiny, tiny stitches.
Right.
So it's not like pressed together. And actually, now I'm doing it, if you pull it apart, they are like tiny stitches. So there must be some machine.
Yeah.
Or very small people. That maybe runs stitches, because they are tiny. Tiny stitches that hold it together.
Because you can, look, you can absolutely...
You can see them, can't you?
Yeah. Oh, wow. I never knew that.
No, I just Googled it.
It's an education, isn't it? What would we do without Google?
Oh, I don't know, honestly. Well, you have to go to the library. In the old days...
Oh, it would be that.
I used to go to the library to research stuff.
Yeah, books.
Or we'd have encyclopedias.
Yeah, that would be it, wouldn't it?
Yeah, no.
Now we can get it at the touch of a button on our mobile phones.
And you don't even need to say it. I was walking the dog yesterday and wondered what the exchange rate was, because I'm going to France.
Oh, are you going to France?
Didn't even need to get my phone out of my pocket. I just asked him.
This is it. And ask the old...
couple of weeks.
Whatever one it is, mobile phone provider you've got. It's we're very lucky, really, at technology. Right, what I'm going to do is... take this, because this is the front part now. I'm going to mark my my darts. Now, I would have normally done this whilst I was cutting it out, but I've saved it to show you how I do it. And you can look at all these darts and think, oh, hey, that's a bit confusing, because there's a lot of lines going on, obviously, for all the different sizes. It's as simple as this. I'm just going to line that up there now. I'm just going to pop a pin in on size, well, this is a size 12 that I've done it. So I'm just going to pop a pin in there. And then what I'm going to do is spin that over. I'm going to put another pin in, so it's it's hard to tell on this fabric because there's no right side and wrong side, because both are the same.
Oh, that's handy.
But if you need to get it from, so your pin's on the wrong side, you can do it that way. So now I know where that dart finishes. Then all I'm going to do is take either some tailor's chalk or a heat erasable pen, maybe, and there's some notches that at the side here, that's where the dart legs finish, the wider dart legs.
Oh, the terracotta bundle is now sold out.
I'm not
happens
surprised.
to me every time. I say, at the end of it, I'm going to get some of that. There we
need to have a discussion and get in before, don't we?
Yeah, we should. Why don't I do that? I know.
Adam, I want this frock, and
but
I want it in
I'm not surprised
theirs.
because it is a beautiful colour.
It is, and I think very appropriate for the time of year. But then saying that, like, just because it's winter and autumn doesn't mean that we have to.
No, you still can wear pale pink, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
But it just is.
I do like that pale pink. So in fact, all of the tones, like, they're not like dead bright colours,
and I wonder whether
but
that's because of the type of fabric, because they are all quite nice shades, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Right, so I've marked that one on. I'm going to do the same with this side as well. Now, obviously, when you mark the other side, you've got to flip the pattern piece. But let me just get that line flat there.
It's lovely, isn't it, when you cut fabric out and then you start seeing the shape in your chosen fabric. It starts becoming a thing.
Yes.
I love that bit. It's particularly like a bodice where there's a shape to it and you can imagine it then.
That's it. Now, because I've already gone through with a pin on the fabric a number of times, because I've cut this out a number of times, there's a little piercing, or a bigger piercing now, where that is. So on the reverse of the pattern piece, I automatically know now where that...
Yeah, true.
But I mean, I always suggest tracing your patterns off anyway, if you want to use them and use them again and potentially use them in different sizes.
What do you trace yours off onto?
I tend to use some of the tracing paper, the pattern paper that's we usually sell, but I think we've been out of stock, couldn't get it. But then,
well, we did have, I don't know whether we do still, big rolls of it.
Yeah, well, if you're doing a lot of dressmaking, having a big roll of it again is just handy to have. I've used all sorts though in the past. Anything that works. Well, the thing is, if it works, it works. The tracing paper is great because you can trace through it. I know that sounds really obvious, but if you try and use just normal paper on a roll, or you know, if you're going to trace out on newspaper, you have a job seeing through, unless you've got one of those posh light box thingies.
I've got one of them, but mine's an A3. I love it.
Mind you, I bet that comes in handy though, you know.
I use it all the time for so many things. There's always something I could use it for.
So
I used to have an old one though. They used to be really clunky and big and hot. But now I've just got one of these, you know, the ones that we sell are these little plastic. I don't know what they're made from, but they're LED.
They're almost like large iPads, really.
They are,
now, aren't they?
Yes, just they don't have the internet.
Or tablets, yeah. Exactly.
But they just for tracing off things, or if you're tracing things in reverse, or say like a pattern like that where you want the other side.
Yeah,
it's
it's handy, isn't it?
Love a light box.
Absolutely.
The only problem is the dog chewed through the cable. And,
oops.
When she was a puppy, and I have wired it back together so many times. I think it's reaching the end of its life. I'm not sure whether you can buy the cables anymore.
Do you know, I was looking at a really posh sewing desk. They're going to have them at Ali Pali, and as an option, you can have the light thing in it.
Oh,
I know.
Oh,
yeah. I mean,
that's well posh.
They come with a well posh price as
well.
Rebecca.
How many thousands of pounds was that?
But yeah, it
worth
is.
It though.
Which is a very nice
Tempting.
sewing table. Yeah. So because I've marked my darts now with some chalk, or I've used a heat erasable pen, I can just follow that line now. You could have just marked the end of the dart and wing it, but I wouldn't suggest that if you're a beginner.
No.
Now, what we're going to do is always at the end of darts, just come off the fabric, flywheel or hand wheel towards you, and then leave a tail, snip it off, and then what we're just going to do is knot this off a few times. And what that's going to do is finish off the stitching, but eradicate any kind of bumpiness or pimples at the end of your dart that we don't want. And then once you've done that, just trim the rest of that.
So that you just
there.
get a neat, flatter finish.
Yeah, because if you backstitch, there's a chance that you're going to backstitch into the bodice.
Oh, I've done that loads of times.
You know,
yeah,
and then it's a bit like, oh, okay. I've got some,
it always looks a bit messy then, doesn't it?
Yeah, and you end up with this pimple whilst whilst you this is why your tailor's ham's important as well, like we were using earlier on and saying for curved seams, for darts especially. Tailor's ham's a really good tool to have. I'm doing this in a contrast thread purely because I've got white threaded on it, but it's actually handier because you might be able to see things better where I've stitched. Obviously you'd use a matching thread, and you usually tend to go a shade darker on your thread, don't you, than if you're struggling to find an exact match.
I always find it very difficult to choose a matching thread.
Yeah.
Unless you find one that is a perfect match, it's quite hard to choose.
Yeah. Well, in dressmaking especially, but I think across the board, like if you're struggling, go for a shade darker, go slightly darker
rather than lighter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wonderful. So there we go. We've got the darts in the back bodice now, and you just press those open. Have we got the tailor's ham still? I bet it's gone away, isn't it?
No, that's very efficient, Becky.
Oh, look at
it back.
this! Look at this. Good stuff. Let's move those out of the way there.
Here comes the ham.
Now I have to get used to this. Look at that.
Have we got any hams, Ben?
Any hams?
Yeah, see if you can find a ham.
So I'm just gonna, let me bring it here so we can get it. What I'm going to do is place it on on the curve. What you're doing is emulating the bust shape here, really. The dart's going to be pressed downwards towards the hem.
Emulating the bust shape.
Emulating the bust shape. We've got it all on Sewing Street, ladies and gentlemen. Well, that's what it's doing,
Bust
really,
going
isn't
down
it?
towards the waist.
Gosh, what we like.
It's called gravity.
Yeah.
It's not age, it's gravity.
Exactly. And that dart should disappear into nothingness. So there you go. We've pressed that now. Okay, wonderful stuff. I forget that you can actually leave that iron there like that. So then next up, what we're going to do is then just join the shoulder seams.
Oh, look at that, ham, $11.99. Ben found the ham. So if you want a ham, they are fab. They've got sawdust in them, haven't they?
Yeah, which makes them really solid, which is what you want.
Absorb the heat.
Absorb the heat, exactly. Yeah.
So for any curves or sleeves or anything, the ham is the thing.
Yeah, well, you've got the ham, and then they sometimes come as a
sleeve roll. We have a sleeve roll as well.
Fantastic, you know, and invaluable.
So if you want the ham, $11.99, and this is like your traditional dressmaker's tool, isn't it? They've not changed it for years.
And do you know how you were saying about ironing the sleeves on this?
That's what I could have done with. I was struggling this morning. You're right. If I'd had I haven't got a ham.
Yeah, then you could just use that, and you'd be all right.
So that it is absolutely invaluable. It's also really good when you're like pressing things like box corners on a bag, or you know, anything where you've got like a little curve on something. It doesn't have to be for dressmaking.
Well, that's what I mean. It can be anything that's 3D. Obviously, putting darts and seams into things makes something take something from 2-dimensional to 3-dimensional. Right. And it's at that stage, you know, where it's not completely flat, where you need the ham.
So if you've got a ham, let me know. Let's have some ham love.
Let's have some ham love. We're very hammy this morning. Wonderful. So there's the shoulder seams, nice and easy. Now, this is great because in the instructions, what now Jane says to do, Sussex Seamstress, is to put the facing in now. Now you've got that
you've got that nice shape.
Yeah.
Right.
So you've got the neckline constructed. You could sew the side seams at this stage, but then, you know, you can put the facing in afterwards. But it just makes that a little bit easier if you've got it flat.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah.
I'm going to use the ham again. Why not? Even on a shoulder seam, look.
Ham love.
Some ham love. I think we've created something here.
I know, but sometimes it's these traditional things like the clapper. I love the clapper.
Oh,
these sort of traditional things that work. Just do.
Absolutely, and well, yeah, exactly, and they help with a job. Any tool that's going to help with a job is what we need in our lives. We need more hams in our lives. We do, and people that don't tell me, what on earth is that? You know, what do you? But it absolutely makes complete sense. Now I'm pressing these open, Rebecca, and then you could finish them off with a zigzag or overlock them. Or you, again, like this one, you could overlock them together, the seam allowances, and then press them towards the back.
Oh, okay. I guess this fabric doesn't fray too badly, does it?
Not really.
Looking at yours, it doesn't look.
No, it's fraying a little bit, only very slightly though. The thing is, these days, you know, we're putting things through a washing machine and stuff. Like, you want to make sure you finish those seams in some way for longevity of the garment.
Longevity.
That's it. So, right, facing's going in. Let's do this now. Where did I put my facing? There it is. Okay, so it's right sides to right sides. So this is
just is that the only place where the interfacing is?
Absolutely, yeah, that's right. So what we're going to do is we're going to match up first your shoulder seams with the seams on the facing. We're just going to pop a pin in there. And this is where, again, you get into the rhythm of doing this kind of thing, like match your shoulder seams first and then match the halfway point and then quarters, and then it all should fit nicely if you've been accurate with your notches and cutting out. Cutting out is the most important bit. The preparation is just key.
But you know, that's where our impatience kicks in, isn't it?
It is.
But it is about, it's almost like what you should decide is, right, today I'm going to cut out and tomorrow I will sew.
And I would absolutely agree with you there, Rebecca. It's better to break it up into stages, because I think then, like, if you've had a bit of a rush on because you want to get to the sewing part and you've sped through it, you've A, made mistakes, and then B, you're at the sewing machine and you're a bit flustered. It's nice to come at it fresh with your fabric cut.
And you've taken the time to put your notches in or mark them or do however you want to do it and understand it.
That's it. Absolutely.
Rather than sewing your facing in the wrong way around. So I guess this is why when you say doing it in flat, I can see now why that's easier, because it'd be easy to get the facing in wrong, wouldn't it? Well, I think it would be for me.
And I think because this has got a square neckline, it makes it a little bit different to a rounder neckline where you can have it in your hands, and it's easier to have it flat at this point, because now what I'm doing is I'm matching up those corners, and they, if anything, are the trickier parts to sew. It's easy really, but it's just we need to pay a little bit of attention to that. And because I've got it completely flat, we're all good. I'm going to match that up there as well. And you can never have enough pins. Pin as much as you feel that you need to. And that matches up in the middle there.
Because the back is just straight across, isn't it, Carl?
Yes. There's a shallow scoop.
A slight scoop, yes, but the front has got that raised bit. I like that little design bit. I think that just gives a bit flatter.
And if ever you cut a pattern, you think, I can't remember which is the front and the back, 9 times out of 10, the front will be a lower scoop than the back.
Right.
Obviously, it's really easy to see with this one because we've got that lower square neckline. It's a real visible shape to see. Right, so we've got that pinned in, and all we're going to do now is sew it at 1 centimetre seam allowance and then understitch it. Again, we're understitching. You see, it's all transferable from pattern to pattern. Once you've got these fundamental techniques, you're a dressmaker, and it's those techniques that give that lovely finish. That really make the difference.
Says, I love Adam's demos and tips and would love to him to do some pyjamas in a warm fabric.
Oh, yeah.
So could you bear that in mind, please? Yeah, I'm with you, Anne.
We were talking about pyjamas this morning, weren't we?
We were. Well, so this morning we had some... Well, this morning is this morning, isn't it? Or is it this afternoon? No, and we had some lovely red, like wool polyester mix. It was like a brushed cotton. Check. Be perfect for pyjamas.
Oh,
so if you could possibly do pyjamas.
Right, okay. Let's see what we can do.
That could be your next pattern. Pyjama bottoms.
I've got so much on the go at the minute. I need to get my bum into gear. I can't say what I wanted to say then.
Well, it's difficult, isn't it? Because we tend to focus when you've got a lot to do on what's urgent and what needs doing right now, but then you don't put time into what you'd like to do long term.
Well, the thing is, because it's panto season, I'm just sewing so many costumes, which is, different skill entirely, and there's a lot to get through. Believe you me, there's loads at the minute that we're doing. But yeah, it's great. If anybody's local to Coventry, probably pick up some work.
Oh, really?
But yeah, they're advertising. I don't know whether I can say the company on here, can I?
Yeah.
It's Imagine Theatre based in Coventry, and they produce lots of different pantomimes all over the country. So they're a producing company. So
they need people to make costumes.
They're looking for people to make costumes at the moment. I'm there at their head office making costumes and sorting costumes out, but we need more hands. So if you're local to Coventry and want to get in touch, if you look at them on their Facebook page, Imagine Theatre.
It's quite nice though, because quite a different skill as well, I guess.
Yeah, well, costume sewing is all the seams are left open. When we mean by that, we'd press the seams flat and open, and we would overlock, but we'd leave more seam allowance because they need to be altered in the future.
Yeah, wow.
So sometimes you're leaving up to like 1.5 inches, 2 inches seam allowance, which is incredible, really. And so that's a skill in itself to kind of program your mind to think I've got to leave that much, and sewing that much of a seam allowance as well, and retaining the shape of the garment still.
Yes, because when you're doing curves and things, that must be quite hard to retain the shape.
But then it's things like, we obviously make them to a good standard, but nobody's looking at the stitching. You can't see the stitching on stage. It's more about the overall aesthetic.
Oh, I guess so, yeah.
And some of these costumes have been altered time and time again, and in the end it's like, oh gosh, this has been through the machine a few times. But it's not about that. You have the programme.
It doesn't have to be perfect. We're not wedding dress. We're pantomime.
Exactly. With a wedding dress, or something like that, you'd be making sure that everything's perfect. And French themes, you'd never do a French theme on a costume.
No.
Right, so what I'm going to do now is just snip into those corners, these corners here in the seam allowance.
Okay.
If you don't, then it's going to pull at that point. So it's important that you get right up to the stitching line but not surpassing it. And then if you want to, you can ease some of this seam allowance around the curves as well, and you can grade down this seam allowance, and that would mean just like trimming half of it away or just on the facing side of it, so reducing some of the bulk. It almost, double gauze almost has, when you get a lot of it together, it almost feels a little bit airy, a bit spongy.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, because of that kind of cheeseclothy, slightly wrinkled. So maybe that makes it warm because it traps air in its little pockets.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, perfect for the season. So they are. Right, okay. And then you'd press this down with the seam allowance, again towards the facing, which is what you want now. I'll just demonstrate that on a little bit, and then I'm just going to sew it so we can crack on. But there you go. And you'd press that like that. Don't have to do that. I forget that iron just lifts itself up.
I know.
Okay, so then under the machine you would then go, and you're going to really see this because it's going to be in a white, but obviously you'd be matching.
Yeah, but it's good for you to be doing, right? Because we can see it.
Yeah, exactly. So all the seam allowance then is going to be towards the facing side, and we're stitching through the seam allowance and the facing as well. Okay. And we're just going to go all the way around here now. I'm going to show you the bit that is trickier, and it's those corner bits that it's just getting the knack of that bit. And
so that's where you slow down a bit.
Absolutely. I don't know. It's hard to see on the machine at the moment, but you're going to have more fabric there because it's a corner. So what I would suggest is lengthen your stitch to a top stitch length. 3 or above, between 3 and 3.5, and I always do that anyway because it's, for me, I treat it as a top stitch.
Oh, okay. So understitching, I didn't know that. Is a top.
Well, the thing is, you don't need like really small little stitches, but if you have those longer stitches, it just looks nicer, even though it's on the inside. It just looks nicer
because it's a holding in place stitch rather than okay. Oh, I'd never realised that. I think I'd have just stuck to my normal one. So.
I mean, I've never been told that as a hard and fast rule. It's just something that I do.
No, I'm going with it. You've done quite a lot of sewing, Adam. If you say it's good, I'm going with that tip.
I think that... Right, so I've just pivoted on that corner now, but you've got to be ever so careful that you don't pucker that fabric on that corner. Because effectively you, setting a square into a right angle. So you've got to be careful that you're not picking up and puckering the fabric. But because you've eased the fabric by snipping into that corner, it should be nice and easy. But that's a bit, just go nice and slowly when you pivot around that bit. Okay, and we're coming up to the next one here as well. I'm obviously doing this stood up and going a bit faster than I normally would. Okay, so I'm coming up to that corner now. And when you hit that corner, just needle down, dead on, foot up and pivot. Make sure your seam allowance is then pressed towards the interface side, and then pop your foot down there. But just make sure that you've moved the fabric and it's lying flat. What can happen is it can sometimes gather up because it's in that corner, especially if you haven't trimmed far enough into that seam allowance, and then you end up with a pucker.
So do you just kind of manipulate it and ease it for that to happen?
Yeah, exactly. And you've just got to find the right position on the machine. Now, this is what I was going to say, if you lengthen your stitch, it means that you're going to be less likely to catch anything. So even if there is a little ripple or a bubble, if you've got little stitches, then you might get the fabric crease over on itself. Whereas if your stitch is that bit longer, it just might help if you come into a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, no, it makes perfect sense. I never even thought about that. I should be putting that in my little tips to copy.
Tips to copy
book.
Well, I'm sure like people would have figured this out before, and I'm sure there's people at home that
but I think that sometimes, and I think, well, surely someone else has figured that, but not all. And also, somebody might have done, but then you don't hear every tip from everybody. So.
And there's certain things because I've never had any formal training. Like I've researched a hell of a lot and I've made a hell of a lot now. But it's little things like when you cut out your fabric and you've got your pattern on, and if you're right-handed, I tend to cut with the pattern piece on my right. And I think because of shears and right-handed shears being the way that they are, I get a cleaner, closer cut to the pattern than if I do it with the pattern piece on the left.
Oh, okay.
And it's one of those things that I've just kind of figured out as I've gone along. I don't know whether it's an actual thing or not. It helps me for sure. Yeah. Okay. But it's one of those that try it at home and let me know.
Yeah. Okay.
And I think it's just because of the placement of the blades on a pair of shears or scissors or whatever you want to call them. Right, okay, so where are we at now? We're just finishing this under stitching here. Okay, and then we'll just back stitch. Because we've done that now, that is going to keep the facing towards the inside. And can you see, you might get it on the overhead camera, I'm not sure, but you've got a real nice definition of stitch. Because I've done it in a contrast colour as well, but it just looks professional rather than little teeny stitches. If you just treat it as a top stitch, even though it's inside, it's for me it just gives it that better finish. And obviously that would have all been finished off with the overlocker like we said earlier as well. But for the purposes of the demo, and that's going to sit lovely now inside. So all you're going to do is just lie it flat on your ironing board or your pressing mat, and then just give it a nice press. And make sure that that's sitting inside there. And again, you can use your ham for this.
The mighty ham.
The mighty ham. So useful. Because now look, I can get that square corner and giving it a nice
look, Jane's
press.
messaged in saying, yes, it is an actual thing, Adam. We were taught at London College of Fashion to cut that way as it's more accurate.
Oh
there you go.
Oh my God.
So you invented that thing on your own without even realising it was already a thing.
There you go, you see. But it's those kind of things you figure out as you're sewing, and you go, and do you know where I figured that out? Cutting out multiple pairs of scrubs in the pandemic, right?
Okay, just when you do it over and over again.
Yeah, and I was like, do you know what? Like, I'll get a cleaner cut if I'm on that side. Yeah. And it just made sense. I mean, I'm not going to lie, I was cutting multiple layers at once, and that's very bad because your fabric ends up splaining, and you shouldn't do that really. But we were making loads and just got to get through them. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's interesting, isn't it? So all these things. Yeah. And then Laurie goes, wow, Adam, I cut the same way. So yeah, if you think, but then somebody must have discovered it at some point. Yeah. It's not an invention, is it?
It's not an invention.
Maybe we all discover these things.
And I think you do find those little things, it's probably not been thought of before, but it's handy to know if you've not yet found it. I think that's a great thing. We all find things.
Well, also, you've got 4 minutes.
Oh, gosh, right.
But also, it means that you haven't had to, if someone else passed that tip on, they don't have to cut and make 300 pairs of scrubs to find that out.
Exactly. There you go. So what we're going to do now then is just quickly sew these side seams in place. Now, because we've sewn that dart in and we press the dart downwards, we should be sewing that dart in place, the seam allowance of that downwards as well. Right. I think people get confused at darts when they're beginners and think that you've got to cut the dart out, but the fabric stays in there. But it's just facing downwards because that's the way we'd pressed it. And we better explain just how everything else works, hadn't we? So you would sew the rest of the side seams there, and then you've got your bodice top.
Well, it's all in the instructions. Jane's done a video, but you've shown us the tricky bit, or the bit that gets you started, that means you move on to the next bit.
That's it, exactly.
Really good.
And the gathering is dead easy. It's just 2 rows of gathering stitches, which we've shown on here before. The only tricky bit I would say is getting the binding on here. Right. It's basically 2 rectangles. You gather it up to fit, and you sew it together, and it's like a bias binding, except it's not cut on the bias.
No.
And if you find that bit too small, a great tip from Sussex Seamstress is to double up the width of that pattern piece, and you just make a bolder. You follow
like
the same instructions, but just make a wider cuff on it.
And is it sort of sewn right sides together and turned to the inside? Or is
it's the other way. So you sew it from the inside first,
and then you turn it
and finish it off. I find that, in dressmaking we do it that way round. In quilting, do it the other way round.
Yeah, always weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
No idea why.
I think
maybe because in dressmaking we would tend to top stitch the binding, whereas in quilting they'll often hand finish the turned under.
That's why.
Which is on the wrong side. But with dressmaking you would often do that and then top stitch it, which you want to do for the right side. That's a guess.
You could, I imagine that's right. But you could always hand finish it. I mean, if you want to go really couture, hand finish it. I've done a double turned hem on this as well, which is nice and adds a bit of weight to it, and you can do it as short, you adjust the length, or you could just overlock it and turn it under. This is a simpler way, or zigzag it and turn it over.
Depending on what you're doing. Fantastic.
If you've not got an overlocker, do a double turned hem.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Adam. It's been a joy and pleasure as always.
To be here. It's lovely to see you.
Hi Adam, 50 years sewing and I never knew the cutting out tip. Well done, Angela in Bristol. There you go. You should have made 300 pairs of scrubs like Adam did. I just love watching Adam. My favourite guest is he's so adept and knowledgeable from Manly Manchester. He is. He is very knowledgeable.
It's always a pleasure, and do you know what? I never take it as granted. Like for that, it was just a tip that I've kind of discovered, never been told it, but it's obviously a thing.
It is a thing.
And I think that's beautiful about sewing is that everybody discovers things and it's sharing skills, and
it's
been good to share them with you today.
It's been a pleasure. We've learned loads. When are you back?
I am back. I think it's the 7th of November.
Okay.
Yes, it is the 7th of November. It's a Monday.
Oh, well, I might be here then as well.
Yeah.
Probably.
Hopefully.
Can't remember.
Yeah.
I wrote all the dates down, I can't remember. But if it's Monday, then probably. It'll be lovely to see you with your warm pyjamas.
All right, then. I best get making some.
So just very quickly, don't forget to put the pattern in your basket. There are still some available. Some of the fabrics have sold out. Right. The Dalmatian fabric, we only have 3 bundles of that left. So if you want that, you need to get that in your basket. There are some of the patterns left. Remember, we did sell out last time. So as the day goes on, although if you're watching it live now, that's fine. But as the day goes on and we repeat it, they will sell out. Go through the rest of the bundles to see which one you want. Now, don't go anywhere. I will be back with you in about 3 minutes' time. It's going to be Yarn Lane. Sam Sabido is here with her beautiful crochet cardigan. Just got to decide which one to wear. So I will see you then. And thank you for joining me on Sewing Street. But it's Yarn Lane coming up next.
Hi, I'm Sam from Adventures in Crafting. I'm a craft and crochet teacher based in Tring in Hertfordshire. Since lockdown, I've moved all of my classes onto Zoom, so I now have customers from all over the country. I teach lots of crafts, but crochet is my specialism. I became passionate about crochet when I was pregnant with my 4th child and in desperate need of some me time. Crochet became my sanctuary and I've crocheted every day since then. I'm a qualified teacher, and 8 years ago I began teaching crochet. I love sharing my passion with other people. I design patterns, sell kits and teach lots of classes. My classes range from beginners to next steps, specific makes and clubs. I also like to design crochet alongs. My most recent one was my Autumn Granny Square crochet along, which resulted in me designing this allotment jumper, which I love to wear when I'm out gardening and looking after my chickens. My crochet tip for you is to enjoy it. Crochet should be about taking part in a hobby that brings you pleasure. My claim to fame is that I met Kirsty Allsop at the Handmade Fair and I gave her one of my crochet sunflower brooches. I'm so excited to be taking part in Yarn Lane and I hope you'll enjoy my demonstrations.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
We have some exciting news. Sewing Street has been nominated in the Best of Craft Awards and the British Sewing Awards for 2022. We're so amazed that 2 years have flown since Sewing Street started, and we couldn't have done it all without our Sewing Street family. Thanks to our presenters and guests for entertaining and inspiring us every day, and for all of our viewers for tuning in for all the fun. We've been lucky enough to be nominated for 2 awards this year, which are the most loved TV shopping channel at the Best of Crafts Awards and the best sewing social media account at the British Sewing Awards. To vote, please head to our website to find out all the details you need to get involved. Thank you for your support and votes.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Afternoon is afternoon because it's past 12 o'clock, isn't it? Yep, afternoon, and welcome to Yarn Lane. And we have got Sam here with her brand new colour block cardigan.
Hello.
So Sam, what was the inspiration?
Well,
I like to know that bit because that's the interesting bit.
I wanted something to just be able to, I've got a lot of maxi dresses and to be honest, it was this colourway that inspired me because I've been wearing a lot of brown maxi. The shops are full of retro designs at the moment.
Oh, they are. Okay, like T-shirts in all of those colourways and everything.
Mustards and the brown, the dark brown.
Gorgeous.
So that was what I wanted, something to personally to wear over my dress.
Well, I guess that makes your summer dress go into autumn, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, you start to need a cardi. We haven't needed a cardi all summer, have we?
True.
So it was thinking about something to wear over my maxi dresses, but also it's great with jeans and things. So something fairly plain for me.
Okay.
So you've got that kind of main colour, and I've called it the Colour Me Happy cardigan because then you've got that pop of something contrasting.
So how did you decide the colourway? Because we've got 4 colourways. We'll go through the kits in a minute, but how did you choose your colourways?
Well, they're kind of what's on trend at the moment. So this one very much so. So you've got
it is very 70s.
You know, that really deep dark brown. I think it might be called mocha, but we'll see in a minute when we open it. And then mustard for the edging. I've got 3 dresses in those colourways that I've bought over the last few weeks. So, and then black and silver. I've called that one festive, the one you're wearing. Because
it is, well, yeah, you're right. You could do this. This could be a Christmas
and
winter
you've got
wear.
Plenty of the contrasting colour in your kit to be able to edge it, to do a thicker edging. So I don't know if you can see in the one I'm wearing.
Oh yeah, so
I've gone really quite deep.
You've got
with
a
that
real
contrast.
deep edging, whereas I've got a
my
narrow
lovely friend
edging.
Judy made that one, but so you can choose. There's a lot of sort of designing your own to this. You can choose.
Okay.
I'll talk you through all the
and I know what your patterns are like. I bet it says, go here if you're doing this, and go here
exactly.
if you can do
so
this.
You've got the sort of options as you go along as to how much that contrast you use. And then
and then navy,
and then you've got the navy, and I just love this coral, which seems to pop up a lot at the moment.
It does actually.
There's a lot of my friend Terry Ann made this one, and she's got some beautiful dresses that have got this coral in that I noticed.
Yeah, it's kind of nicer than your navy and orange combination, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's a bit of a softer.
It's lovely. It's a really kind of zingy colour. So I just want, again, it was just looking at colourways of things that are in the shops at the moment.
Just a little pop.
Yeah, that's right. And likewise with the lighter blue. Let me come this way. So
right.
You've got
so and then this one is.
This is duck egg with a sea green.
So you cover every option.
Yeah, try to. yeah.
Okay. So and then with each of them, there's all these options. So my sleeves are different to your sleeves. So look, I've got these balloony sleeves, and they love. So you've got a nice fitted cuff, and then these big sleeves. So we'll start with mine first, just 'cause. So $39.99. Now let me find the kit. What do we get in the kit? I've got to find the right picture. They've all got a little picture. There we go. A very, very, very full kit is what you get. So obviously they all come in their own calico bags, drawstring bags. So in the kit there's so much yarn. Now it's all acrylic yarn, but really nice quality, very soft. I can tell you that. This is not itchy at all. Oh, it keeps coming. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is the main colour. So you've got 8 balls of the main colour, and that is 100 grams. So you've got 800 grams of the main colour and 200 grams of the secondary colour, and the pattern, of course. So what size are we talking then?
This is very exciting because I've gone baby up to adult 4XL.
No.
Because I'll show you in the way you construct it shortly.
Right.
It's so easy to
0
adjust
to 3
it as you
months
go along.
even.
Yeah. So I'm thinking some twinning for those that, maybe grandparents that have got a new baby in the family, or mum and daughter, or 2 children. So you've got enough yarn in that kit to go up to 4XL. I always do it in centimetres, don't I? Which is a bust size of 160 centimetres, which I think is probably around about a 50, 52 inch bust. But don't quote me on that, I'd have to check that. And then, so if you're making an adult medium, for example, you've got plenty to make a baby one.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Or you could make a whole family's worth almost, couldn't you?
Yeah, so you've got, you can really have a lot of fun with that, I think. And, especially the what colour you've got on, you could have your matching Christmassy ones.
Christmas cardigans.
Teenage
but,
daughter
for
would
a
love that, I
baby,
think.
this cardigan's lovely, isn't it, for a baby?
Yeah. And also, this doesn't have to be for women. My son, who is 18, wants that one. I'm sorry, because Julie made that. That's going to Julie after the show.
And he wants this
but
one.
He wants the black one. He said, Mum, I really like that. Can I have that after the show? So I'm going to have to make him one, aren't I?
Did you go, yes, and here's how to crochet, love.
Yes, exactly. Or 18, it's time to crochet. Yeah, so I mean, it doesn't, you know, men also and boys.
But I think that's brilliant that you know, for a baby all the way up to an XL.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's why you've got all of this yarn.
That's why you get so much yarn. So I always want to be size inclusive, so you can go up to the larger sizes. But also, I thought, well, let's have some fun. You might be able to make one for a matching one for a younger child or something. So,
I think that's a great idea, isn't it? Well, also, you've told them how much yarn they need as well. So for the baby, you need 100 grams, whereas you need 900 grams if you're going up to the bigger one. 4XL. Right, okay. So there are 4 different colourways. We're just having a few problems getting them all up on the screen at the minute. So if you go onto the website, if you go onto sewingstreet.com and click on Watch Live, you can scroll down to find all the different colourways. We'll just start doing some demos. I don't know what's going on, but they're not coming up on the screen, but they are all on the website. So how do we decide on our size?
So I have included your bust measurements in there, and that's the best way.
Right.
And I've allowed about a 10 centimetre ease. So if you measure yourself, if you're making it for yourself, or you ask the person what clothes size or if they can measure themselves, that's ideal. And then you can look at the chart. So you've got loads of size charts in here. As I said, you've got baby, child,
so actual chest,
and then you've got adults, so actual chest circumference, and then I'll show you as you go along how you actually measure that. So you've got, you know, as I say, your 4XL is your biggest size on there, and you have got enough yarn in the kit. I've just noticed I've put 1200, but it's not. It is the 10 balls. That's fine. We had we've made, myself and the people making samples, up to the 2XL, and we all had 2 balls of the main colour left and more than one ball of the complementary. So I know for a fact that's just me not quite getting that right on there, but yeah, you've definitely got enough in your kit to make that larger size. So decide what size you're making, and then, it's a really, really fun pattern. This is just brilliant for beginners. So if you have not made a garment before, this is a fantastic one to start with.
Right, that's interesting, isn't it? Because when I look at that, I think, well, that's got all of these different lines, and this is going to be really complicated.
It's just amazing. So you're going to make 2 hexagons, and then you fold up those 2 hexagons in half. So one hexagon becomes this section, and the other hexagon becomes this section, and you join them together, and then you can add your edging. You can choose whether you want to make it longer. I've included instructions in there.
Wow, I can't picture how that's 2 hexagons.
I will show you. And then also you can choose your sleeve shape, as you said. So I've gone really kimono with this one, and also 3/4 length sleeve. You can make it longer if you want. And then the others are all balloon sleeves.
Yeah, so mine is
so that's,
gathered.
Yeah.
And at what point do you have to decide that then?
Not until you get to the end, really.
Oh,
You can try it on as you go along if it's for yourself, and see what you think of it. So you can make those adjustments to the pattern as you go along. So it's completely up to you how you develop the cardigan as you go.
Yeah.
So it's 2 hexagons. So shall I show you how we get started?
Yes.
Because I'm going to start right from the beginning.
Oh, it's fixed now. Oh, it's fixed. It's fixed.
So
the one that I'm wearing is festive, which is the black and silver colourway.
You get the silver contrast.
The one that Sam is wearing is called Nostalgic.
That's right, because that retro feel, yeah.
And so again, you will have 8 balls of brown.
Yes.
It's probably not called that though, is it?
I'm trying to remember, I think it's called mocha. But don't hold me to
is.
that. Yeah, there we go.
So with the obviously you get the same pattern in all of them, but with the one that Sam's wearing, so you get 8 balls, so 800 grams of mocha, and 2 balls, 200 grams of mustard. That makes that one. The next colourway is the navy one, which is called Playful. And you get 800 grams of navy. There we go. It is navy. It looks dark on camera, but let me show you next to the black. You can see it's navy. This is a bit like me with my tights. You know,
I know, you hold them up in the morning, don't you, to the light to go to
you have
the window
no idea.
and try to
I have to find a black pair to see if a pair's navy. It's the only way to tell. Never idea. And I always think the next day, in the light, I'm actually going to sort them out.
Yes,
never happens.
It's a really good idea. It's far too organised.
I know, it never happens. So you get 800 grams of the navy, and then you get 200 grams of the coral. Gorgeous colour, isn't it? They go really, really well together because it's sort of an orange. Well, I guess coral is like an orangey pink, isn't it? Or a pinky orange.
Yeah.
And then the final colourway, because I just want to make sure you see them all and you've got them all. This is called Zen, because this is very calm.
That's right.
These are beautiful colours. So you get 800 grams of the duck egg, so that's your main colour. So, well, it is duck egg. It's a really beautiful, soft greeny blue. And then you get 200 grams of sea green. So they go together beautifully, don't they? So this is your sort of gentle one. Okay, right. Now we can talk hexes.
Yes, so let's just take that off there so I can come back to that one. Okay, so as I said, it's a really, really good beginner's project. A few people have messaged me saying, can I do this as a beginner? And I mean, often people call themselves beginners when actually they've done a bit of crochet. So if you've done a bit of crochet, you definitely can. But if you're brand new even, it's actually a really repetitive, fun pattern.
Okay, so a practice pattern then.
Yeah, it'd be really, you know, you might think, oh, I'm brand new to crochet, there's no way I can make an item of clothing, but you really can. So you're going to start with your slip knot on your hook, and then you're going to chain 6. So 6 little chains. So if you haven't done this before, I have got tutorials of this on my YouTube page. So you've got 6 chains, and then you're just going to make, a slip stitch in that first chain, which is the one that's next to the knot. So all you do is put your hook under that loop, and then you grab the yarn and you come through those 2. So you've made yourself a little circle, like so. And that is going to become the centre of your hexagon. So we've done this a lot with granny squares, and it's really just a little bit of a variation on a theme. So it's a bit like a granny square, but it's going to have 6 sides. Then you chain 3 in the air. So let me just do that again. I did that without thinking. So it comes muscle memory sometimes. So 1, 2, 3. And then you're going to put a treble in this same little circle. So for your treble crochet, it's the only stitch we're using to make the actual body of the cardigan is the treble. So yarn over into that circle, so into the hole that's made by the chain, grab that yarn and pull it back through to the front and slightly up in the air, which gives you 3 loops on your hook. Hook into the yarn again and come through 2, leaving 2 loops on your hook, and hook onto that yarn again and come through the last 2. So you've now got your chain 3, which pretends to be a treble, and a treble crochet stitch. And what I would suggest doing if you are brand new to it is just putting one of these interlocking stitch markers in the circle so you can see. It can get, the thing about crochet projects is often those first couple of rounds are a bit confusing, but then once you get your pattern and you set it, then it becomes clear what to do. Which is a shame,
really, isn't it?
It's so frustrating when you're teaching people because you keep saying I promise it's going to get easier, especially if there's working into a foundation chain involved. But yes, so put your stitch marker in there if you're new to it.
We have got stitch markers if you need them. In fact, those are the same ones. They're really good, the Clover stitch markers, because you get a little box of lots and lots of them. They are invaluable. So if you've crocheted and you go, oh, I can never count, use stitch markers.
Yeah, and also for finding your place, because, you know, so just marking, I'll show you actually another way you can use them in a minute that's helpful with this hexagon when you're getting started.
Okay.
So you've done your first little group of 2. Then you're going to do a chain 2 in the air, and then another 2 trebles, and this is where it's helpful. So I've got the stitch marker in the centre there. They're both going in that circle, in that ring as well. So yarn over, into the ring, pull back through, gives you 3 loops, yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2, and then another one. So 2 trebles in a row. So you've got your little group of 2, and then you're doing a chain 2, which is going to make a corner. So the groups of 2 make the sides and the chain 2s make the corner. So again, it can be confusing until you see the shape of it. It can be a bit confusing, but I've got my stitch marker there to show me. I then repeat that. 2 in the ring, and then chain 2. So far I've got 3 little groups. 1, 2, 3, and I'm going to keep going until I've got 6 little groups. Another 2. And then a chain 2. And can you see I'm working around the tail as well as the chain, so that will mean at the end I can pull that up and it will tighten up the centre so there isn't a hole in the middle. But that's just, that hole is going to be under your armpit, so it doesn't matter if you have got a tiny hole there. So the centre here is going under your armpit, so it really doesn't matter. And then 2 more. And then chain 2. And let's just double check because we want a hexagon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One more set. And this is the 6th set. And then you still do your chain 2. So again, a double check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 groups of 2 and 6 chain 2s. So then going back to this first little 3 chain that we made, 1, 2, 3, you're then going to slip stitch in the 3rd one of those, and that just closes up your hexagon.
Okay.
So find the 3rd one up, so start 1 at the bottom, 2, 3, push your hook through there, and it's a slip stitch. So for a slip stitch, you pull that yarn back through that loop there and the loop on your hook, like that. And I'm just going to take that stitch marker out of the centre there, so you can hopefully see we've got a little hexagon.
Yeah, just a baby one.
A baby hexagon. So we're then going to do the 2nd round of the hexagon. So what you can do here is you can mark each of these 6 corner spaces with a stitch marker.
Okay.
I did have another one here, but never mind. But you'd put 1 into each of these chain 2 spaces, and that means you won't get lost when you're going around. You won't miss a chain 2, because what you need to do is make sure, I'll show you now, that you work in each of these chain 2 spaces.
So if you're beginning and you do have, because I mean, I learned to crochet and I could do all the stitches, but I couldn't count. I think when you're a knitter, counting, on knitting it's so easy, there they are on the
when
needle.
You know it, you recognise it,
But with crochet, I think that's the hardest thing.
Yes, so
it's these tips.
Stitch markers are just so useful for marking and then being a visual aid as to where your stitches need to go. So if you're brand new and you're thinking, oh, this looks a bit confusing, just put a stitch mark in every single one of these chain 2 spaces, the little gaps there. Okay, so then you're going to do a chain 3 in the air, and that's pretending to be the treble that sits over this chain 3. So you've always got that pretend treble to start with. And then you put a treble in the treble, and then in the chain 2 space, you put 2 trebles, so just working into the hole, so into that hole there. Then a chain 2 in the air, so it makes another corner, and then 2 trebles back in that same hole. So you've then made your corner by working 2 trebles, chain 2, 2 trebles. And then you put 1 treble into each of the next 2 stitches. You've got your 2 stitches ahead of you. 1, 2. And then in the next corner, in the next hole, that's your chain 2 space, you might have a stitch marker in there. Put 2 trebles, chain 2, 2 trebles. 1 into each of the next 2 stitches. So it's really repetitive. And then you've got the next chain 2 space along, 2 trebles, and hopefully you'll soon see how this is taking shape. So always in your chain 2 space, you put 2 trebles, chain 2, 2 trebles. 1 treble into each of the next 2.
So I guess after a while you do get used to where these spaces are. But the point of this, I think, was really key with crochet is that you're making people practice the same thing. And when people say, "Oh, I wish I could do that or that," whether it's being an amazing cake decorator or being able to crochet, it's all about practice.
It is all about practice, and that's where these lovely patterns that are so repetitive are really handy.
Because you get brilliant at it because you're doing the same thing all the time.
Same thing again and again. You can sit in front of the television with a project like this, and people sort of often say, really, will I ever be able to sit in front of the television if they're new to crochet?
Yes.
You can.
But you're repeating one stitch.
It's the same thing, yeah. So you can see there, it quickly becomes a hexagon shape. So I've got all the way around, I've worked every corner. Just check you've got your 6 corners, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or your 6 edges. So you want to make sure you've got that hexagon shape, and that's the only mistake you can make. The rest of it just does it for itself. So as long as you check you've got those 6, and like
so
you
I presume each side has more stitches.
Yes, so I'm just going to slip stitch in the 3rd chain here. Every time you go around, so you're always working on the right side and you're always going around, you add 4 more stitches to each side.
Oh, okay.
So that's in the pattern. You've got a suggested stitch count just to start you off. So if you do want to check, you can. So sorry, I've just gone ahead. Again, it's muscle memory, isn't it? I've started whilst I'm chatting. So 3 chain in the air. And then the general rule for every round is you put 1 treble in every stitch along, and then you work your corner with your 2 trebles, 2 chain, 2 trebles.
That naturally is adding
happens
without you going, oh, 4.
It's increasing it, yeah. You don't have to do anything else. So just watch for that first stitch, because you've got your slip stitch here, and the very first V sits to the right of that next post. So a treble in that one. So just be careful not to skip that one. Treble into each of the next one along. And then you come to the chain 2 space, and in there you're putting 2 trebles. Chain 2, 2 trebles. And then it'll be 1 treble in every one along. And then you'll get to your space and do the same again. So you can see it's really, really repetitive for building up this hexagon. And if I can just do another round or 2, then I can show you how it folds. It's amazing. It's like magic.
Oh, okay. Well, while you do that, I'm going to go back through the kits then. I'll see you back after 2 rounds. So remember, in the kit, this is amazing. You've got enough yarn to make up to the size 4XL, which is a 150 centimetre bust. And Charlie's going to tell me what that is in inches, because he's good at maths. Doesn't have a calculator, he just knows.
Oh.
150. 59. So this pattern will fit from a baby, newborn, up to 59-inch bust. Obviously, if you've got a 59-inch bust, then you just make the larger size. But if you maybe want to make, because Sam's put it in here that you've got 0 to 3 months, 3 to 6, 6 to 12, 12 to 18, 18 to 24, then you've got 2 to 3 years, 3 to 4, 5 to 6, 7 to 8, 9 to 10, 11 to 12, 13 to 14, 15 to 16. And then you've got sizes 4 to 6, 8 to 10, 12. So it goes through all of those sizes. So maybe you want to make some cardigans for the family. You know, if you have a look, she actually tells you, because you've got 1,000 grams in here, how much you need. So you could make 10 baby cardigans. You could make, because it tells you how much that you need for each one. So say you wanted to make a baby and a 2 to 3, but it will all add up. But also the pattern is in the kit, so you can then buy more yarn and make more. So the one that I'm wearing here is the black and silver one, which is called Festive. Because it could be very festive, couldn't it? I mean, and let me tell you, this is really warm. It's soft and warm and cosy. It's lovely. Well, it's lovely to wear over a dress, actually. But it'd be really nice, you know, when you just want to put on because you're going to walk the dog.
Sounds good. Yeah.
But on the other hand, I mean, I think this one actually looks quite glamorous with its silver edge, doesn't it?
Yeah, if you're wearing it over a black Christmas dress.
Yeah, it does look quite glamorous.
Yeah.
But it is really warm and cosy. It's lovely. And I mean, I can't believe how easy it is.
I know, it's so easy.
It actually doesn't look easy, which is great, isn't it? So that's the festive one. Now the one that Sam has got on is the retro one. This is the one that Ben wants. Well, you're going to have to learn to crochet, Ben. He wanted the baker boy hat this morning. Now he wants...
They might go quite well together in style.
They might do. Yeah, it's a shame you were driving when he was wearing it, because you'd have laughed. He had capes on, hats, he had it all on.
Brilliant.
Lovely. And he did look lovely. The retro one, 800 grams of mocha, 200 grams of mustard. Yeah, you probably do get through 800 grams of mocha in a week. It's always drinking coffee. So that's the retro. I love that one. That is all over the place at the moment. That whole 70s vibe, isn't it? It's gorgeous. And it's perfect for the autumn. We're all wearing autumn colours. That would have been really nice with the terracotta gauze dress that we just did. Then if you want the Zen one, remember the pattern is all in all of these. You get 800 grams of the beautiful duck egg blue. This is the one that Sam is working with at the moment, and it's just really soft and gentle. I think this one would look really nice with jeans. I'd wear this with jeans. How many? There's only 9 of these left of Zen, and there's 16 in baskets. So by my maths, 7 of you will miss out. So if you've got this in your basket, you do need to check out. Remember, you can check out as many times as you want. Don't think, oh, I won't check out because I want to add more to my basket later. The P&P is applied to your basket at midnight, £3.95. So it doesn't matter how many things you put in, it will only be one. So 1 P&P. So if it's in your basket, you need to check out. There's the photo of it finished. See, now that one, I'm looking at that one's different. That's got a stripe.
Yes.
Oh, more options.
More options.
We haven't even talked pockets yet. That one has got a stripe down the sleeve.
Yeah, so you can decide at what point you want to bring in your contrasting colour.
Turn her round a bit to show the stripe. Look, see? Look, cheeky stripe.
And then it also runs down the back as well, I think you'll see.
Oh. Can you see? Look at that.
So that's, you can choose at what point you want to use your contrasting colour.
Oh, wow.
So you can use it just to do the edging, the cuff, which is what I've done with this one. Or you can bring it in before you fold it all together and assemble it, and then that's when you get this effect. So.
Okay. Or not.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So you can choose how much of that contrasting colour. And I think Terry Ann still had a whole ball of the contrasting left after that. So you could bring it down a bit, you could have longer sleeves here. So there's loads you can do. Whole pockets in this one has a
pocket.
So you've got the instructions for how to make the pockets in there as well. And this one too.
And that one, yes, and that one's got pockets.
So you've got plenty of yarn if you like a longer cardigan to go quite a bit longer.
Yeah, this is a nice,
long on you, isn't it?
Yeah, this is quite a nice length. But then if I was going to make it to wear with jeans, I'd make it shorter.
Yes, yeah.
But if I was having a dress, I'd long for some reason.
Yeah, and then pockets would be nice in yours because it's that nice length to then be able to put your hands in it.
So that's Zen, and then the final one is the navy one, which is called Playful. How do I not remember that? So the Playful one, that's the navy and coral one. You get 800 grams of navy and you get 200 grams of coral. So $39.99. Just think you've got enough there, to make one the largest size or several of the smallest ones. And the pattern goes from baby, newborn, up to 59-inch chest. It's absolute bargain. So it's all in there. Right, how are we getting on,
We're doing
Sam?
well, okay. So you can see, not quite that.
It's got the armpit.
I finished a tiny dolly one, maybe. Can you see how this is ruffling up?
Yes.
That is nothing to worry about. That's just where we're increasing it. So that does happen as you go along, and that is perfectly. That means you're doing it right.
Oh, good.
So that's going to go against everybody's
what have I done wrong now?
Yeah, exactly. You're going to be thinking, oh, why is it doing that? But that is part of it. And I would just get to the end of this round, and I can show you how you shape it.
Claire says, I miss what yarn weight is. It's a double knit, Claire. I know it looks like chunky, but it isn't.
Yeah, no,
it's a double knit.
It's a lovely soft double knit. It's my favourite brand.
It is really soft.
It's lovely.
Lovely,
really
isn't
comfortable to wear and work with.
And it's not squeaky.
No.
Some double knit is squeaky.
Yeah.
If you crochet with double knit, you know what we mean.
Yeah.
But it isn't. It's really nice and cosy. It's lovely.
It is just really comfy. It's got a lovely feel to it. So I'm just coming around. You can see, and I'm just doing exactly what I showed you, where I work the corners and then one treble all the way along, and you can see what will happen is where you work the first edge, you're starting in the middle of the edge. So I need to just make sure I do one treble in every stitch all the way along here. And then I'll just be able to show you how you fold it. So I've come all the way to the end of that row. Well, I've come up against my chain 3 that I started with, so slip stitch in the top of there. And you can see, let's fasten that off because I'll show you with the contrasting colour. You've got this ruffly hexagon.
Yeah.
Okay, so then you fold it and you get that shape. So you can see it's a dolly shape at the moment. So in order to do that, you're going to match 2 of your corner spaces, just bring them in, and then the rest of it kind of does its own thing. So this is 1/2 of your cardigan. So you've got the armpit here, arm goes in here, and this is half your body.
So how do you work
Does
out
that
how
make
big to make your
sense?
hexagon? Does it say in the
So
pattern?
yes, it says in the pattern.
Right.
So you're going to, let's say you're looking at baby, you're going to keep going until size of the panel when measured as shown in the photo. So you've got a photo here.
Okay, right.
So you measure from armpit across to here, which is halfway across the body. And when the measurement matches up to what I've said in the size chart, you know you can stop.
Easy then.
It's really easy. And then you make a second one.
Okay.
So you end up with your 2 halves. And I can't show you with that one, but I tell you what, if I take one off, I don't want to take this one off. Shall I take this one off?
No, you can take one of those
take one
off.
of these off, and then I can perhaps lay it out and show you.
Yes, that's true. Or will it look... Well, let's see how it shows up on camera. Sometimes navy's not the best.
Okay.
Might be easier to show the pale blue one.
Okay. Let's see if that is that good.
Should
Right,
we go,
so you've...
Should we go for the paler one? I think we're going to have to go for the light one. Cameras hate navy.
Let's put that
and black. Don't like black either.
There we go. Well, it's nice to see the one I'm working with anyway.
Yes, it's just
go.
It's like all the colour gets absorbed somehow.
So if you can imagine, this is one hexagon. Let's just bring it down so you can see the top of it. So this is one hexagon, and then this side is the other.
Yeah, I can see it now.
So if I put this on here,
yes.
Let's move it over so you can see. This is where you've started. Underneath the armpit, it's just going to get bigger and bigger until it fits whoever you want it to fit.
These are...
You can see that, yes, you can see that pattern growing outwards from there.
Which is quite nice because that actually looks like a raglan sleeve, doesn't it?
Yes, I like it. I like the effect of that. And then likewise, on the other side, you'll do your second one.
That's magic, that magic.
It's just brilliant.
It's brilliant.
Yeah, and then you've got a little bit of the back here where you do a couple of rows, which I'll show you in a second, to make just a little bit of neck room. But where it's kimono style, it's literally just these 2 L-shaped, folded in half hexagons that meet up. So it's really, really easy. So you can see how it grows out from here.
No, that makes sense. So when you said about, and then you just follow the chart about how the measurement, that all makes sense.
So for Terry Ann's one here, the measurement is across here. I think it's about 30 centimetres.
Yeah,
and then obviously you've got the other side the same. So you can count your number of rows once you get to here, around, and make sure it matches up. But yeah, you get that. So it's really, really fun. So I'll show you how... So as I said, actually, as Rebecca spotted, with this one, Terry Ann has done, when making her hexagon and getting to a stage where she was thinking it's about the right size, she's done the edging all the way around the actual hexagon. But for the others, I stopped the hexagon, assembled it, and then put the edging colour in. So that's where you get that difference between having the contrasting colour along the sleeve and at the back. If you decide you want to do that, you need to put your edging colour
round all 6 sides
before you assemble it. Yeah, exactly. So that's what gives you that effect. And then if you look at the other cardigans, you'll see they haven't got that, and that's because we waited until after assembling and then added the edges. So that's that. So I'll show you now how you can add that contrast, because that might... So here's the duck egg, sea green. Okay, so at whatever point, I mean, you could even put stripes in it. At whatever point you want to, you put the contrasting colour in. So imagine this is a little dolly one. I'm on my first hexagon for my dolly one. So you join
it's probably not much smaller than the newborn. I've lost my microphone, boys. Have they turned it off? It's just gone.
So you're going to join it, do a chain 3 and a treble, and then a chain 2, and then another 2 trebles. And then it's 1 treble in every stitch along, just exactly as we have been doing now, as we were doing before when I was using just the duck egg. So I'm just going to whiz round, I really would like to show you the effect that has. And then you can choose whether or not you want to just use your contrasting colour for the sleeves and the edging, like I have with my brown and yellow one, or whether you would like to actually bring it into the cardigan so you get that stripe down the back and along the top of the sleeves. And Terry Ann had the lovely idea that if you have the stripe down the back, you could sew buttons down the back of it.
Yeah, nice.
So you'll see that the duck egg one and the Zen and the Playful have got buttons on them. So you've got the instructions to make buttonholes on every one as well. So you can just, that, like I said.
Yeah, I think that's quite nice because, like you say, you don't need to have buttons, do you? It can just sit there.
Yes.
But then, depending on what you want, you can put them in.
Yeah. So it's completely up to you whether you can make those sort of design choices, so you've got that design
and then it becomes yours, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's it. And it might be that for if you're doing one for your child as well, or grandchild, it might be they have one with balloon sleeves and buttons, and you have a slightly different style.
Yeah, that's true, actually. Yes, yes.
You can see already, it just grows so quickly.
Well, also, I think when you're making things like this and it's repetitive, this is where you make those decisions, don't you?
Yeah.
As you go around, you go, oh, now I could.
You start thinking about it,
That would be nice if I...
Yeah, you're thinking as you go along, what will I do with the sleeve and where will I bring that colour in? And then you want to make another one, that's the thing. And then you want the other one to be slightly different. And,
True.
I would wear all these colours. It's a shame only one of them is mine.
I know, that is a shame, isn't it? I think they should give them to you.
Yeah. But I would happily wear them all.
Yeah, and I love this one. Well, it's so cosy as well.
Yeah, and it's just so lovely having something designed by...
Well, the light blue one, the Zen one, is sold out now.
Oh, has it? Oh, that's nice.
Yes. So you'll have to have another one.
Well...
That's the problem, is that they do. Is that once it's in your basket, you do need to get to checkout because otherwise they go. So, but don't worry,
they're all lovely colours. Yeah,
there are other colours are available.
I would go navy if you like the Zen. That's lovely, really versatile. Have a look at your...
Yeah, Ben wants the brown one. You can't have that one. That's the only one that actually Sam's got. You have to learn to crochet, Ben.
And with that navy, if you look at anything you've got, if you've bought something recently and it's got sort of a blue in it, the likelihood is it's got that coral colour in it.
Yeah, no, that's true, actually. It is.
I got, because as I say, I designed it having seen a dress that Terry Ann had on. But then I looked in my wardrobe and I've got 2 dresses I hadn't even realised have got that colour in. It's just a tiny speck of it, but then it looks so lovely because it just pops it out.
It is lovely, but it reminds me of the 70s t-shirts. So a navy and they had a border around the binding around the neck and the sleeves,
yes.
That kind of look, real retro, but it is a lovely mixture.
Yeah. It's got a kind of a preppy look, like a prep school.
Yeah, that's true.
Right, so I'm just coming, and you can see this. Those people that have experienced crochets can just see how quickly this builds.
Yeah, really quick.
Yeah, my lovely friend Terry Ann that made 2 of them, she did them in a couple of weeks.
No.
So, yeah. Amazing. So it really does.
Well, I guess because you're not having to think too much, and you're not having to count so much, so you can just get on with it.
Yeah, and just sit in front of one of your favourite box sets.
Oh,
there's a lot of them at the moment.
Oh, I know. I'm always. What's your favourite one at the moment?
Oh, I just started watching a new one yesterday, actually. What's it called? The Inside Man or something.
I watched that last night.
Yeah, with David Tennant in it. I know.
I watched episode 1 last night. Yeah. And to start with, I thought, how are these stories going to get together?
Yeah.
And I finished it and went, this is ridiculous.
Yeah. Oh,
but
okay.
Weird.
Yeah. Yes, I can't quite. I also have just watched one.
Oh, that's right. I watched it last night. I thought, this is just ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah. At first, I was like, anyway, watch it and see what you think.
Yeah. I watched Emily in Paris, honestly.
Oh, I haven't seen that one.
Absolute rubbish, but brilliant rubbish.
Oh, the best kind.
Yeah, it's like, Becky loves it. It's like reading a beach novel, you know?
Okay, yeah.
But It's just
I'll have to give it a go.
really, but just brilliant. And the fashion, this is the best bit. This girl is in France, and the fashions, they get more ridiculous as she goes on, but they're just fantastic. But honestly, if you were doing something where you're just sitting watching, or you want something you don't have to concentrate on, honestly, it's just brilliant.
I've got a 11-year-old daughter, and she's got really into films at the moment. So we're watching a lot of the 1990s and 2000 films.
Oh, really?
You know, the rom-coms and
fantastic.
What's the one about Ben Stiller? Something about Polly, anyway.
Oh yes,
What's
is
it
that
called?
is it
anyway,
Along Came Polly?
Along Came Polly that's it with Jennifer Aniston.
Oh yes.
Anyway, so I've just finished putting this edge on.
Film chat.
Again, you can see it ruffles up, and then the magic is you grab two corners, fold them into each other, and there you have your little L shape.
That's quite amazing.
It is
it's
really
good that it ruffles up, isn't it?
Yeah,
I
exactly.
would have thought now we've got to
goes
block
against
it.
the grain, doesn't it? Why is it doing that? But you want it to do that because otherwise it won't do this.
So if it didn't ruffle, then you wouldn't be able to do that.
No. So you do need those 6 sides, but other than that, you can just go with it once you've got your 6 sides. You see that lovely pattern made from the chain 2 spaces as well.
Yeah, no, I like that because it gives. Well, you can't really see it on this one. You can see it on that one, but it gives like like the slope of a raglan sleeve. Well, you can see it if I do that.
Yeah.
Sort of, you can see it
because it's black, isn't it?
Like you don't see it as well, but there is that sort of line there, which is lovely.
So that's that, and then all you do is you add a little bit along the back, so I'll demonstrate that. So it's easier to see what I mean by back when you've got it folded in half. So if you imagine you've got a symmetrical, another one here, and then you'll have these 2 sides of your hexagon along here that are going to form the back. So you're just going to make that a little bit wider. So working on the right side, join in any corner. So it actually doesn't really matter which one you do. You just need to make sure it sits at the back. So choose one of the sides of the hexagon. Rejoin your yarn in the corner. And then just make a chain 3. And then you put 1 treble in every stitch along, just like we have been. So it's just, what it's doing is making a little bit of space for the neck at the back.
Oh, okay. So otherwise, you wouldn't have any neck space.
Yeah, which is fine because it just sits over your shoulders like a kimono, but it's just a tiny, tiny little bit of space. So I'm just working up here, making 1 treble in every stitch. So I just wanted to show you this bit because otherwise when you get to come to it in the pattern you might wonder what the point of it is.
Why have I got that stripe down the back?
It's just to help you visualise. I think a lot of the time you need that context. 1 in the space. So this might be in your main colour, but where I finished it with the contrasting colour, I'm now working this back bit in the contrast. And then you chain 3 and you turn it. And you make 1 treble in every stitch back down, and then I can fold it and show you how it just gives it a little bit more length at the top. The back.
So I guess if you want it longer, then that's where you add to the bottom.
You do the same thing as I'm doing here,
right,
but along the bottom.
Yeah, I'm thinking ahead.
Which is what I did with my mustard one. I don't know.
Yeah, you've got a big...
Yeah, I don't know if you can see, but
yeah,
here I've got a big band. It's 7. I did 7 extra rows. So without that, when I stopped, it ended here, which is just at the just above my hips, which would be nice. But I thought I want it a bit longer so I can wear it in my maxi dress. So I've added those 7 rows there,
right?
And then I've put the edging on, and that is all including the pocket. And I did exactly the same with the sleeves as well.
Yeah.
So. And you can see mine are the straight sleeves, they're not balloon, but the others have all been brought in to give them that.
Just depends what look you fancy.
Yeah, that's it. So I'm just coming along here. So what I'm doing now is exactly what you would do if you were going to want to make the sleeves or the bottom of it longer. And as I say, you've got so much yarn in your kit, you've got plenty to do that. Okay.
Which is quite nice, isn't it? Because
it's nice to have the flexibility. It just gives you flexibility. And then the other thing is you could bring another couple of colours in if you haven't quite got enough to make one for yourself and your child. You could bring a couple of colours in from your stash, and I
know. I was thinking, what would happen if you did that every round in a different colour? I mean, I wonder what it would look like.
Wouldn't it? Yeah. So
or stripes, or something.
Yes.
Quite interesting. I think it would look very different because you don't see hexagons or rounds at all because it's one colour.
Yes.
But if you did it in different colours,
yes, you would see. Your stripes would, if you imagine it, your stripes are going to go along here.
Yeah, would really.
You'd
have to do that sometime.
Yeah, and you could do it with, as I say, got so much of your contrasting colours. Nothing to stop you doing that with that. Couple of or even blockier. So I've just done the back there. You can see how it just widens it a bit.
Yeah, lovely.
And then you'll do the other one the same. And then this bit along here, you want to join for the sleeves. So you're going to join it inside out. So just turning it inside out, so right side's facing. And I'll just do a little demo about joining because that's something
really
people find people a bit hesitant about sometimes. So what you do is you're going to put your hook through the chain space at the end of the sleeve and the corresponding chain space behind and join your colour there, then chain one, and then you're making one double crochet. So we're starting to look at some different stitches now, but so double crochet, don't put your yarn over first. You go into that space, pull the yarn back through, which gives you 2 loops on your hook, and then grab the yarn and come through both. And then you're going to work into the stitch, so the V at the top of the next stitch along, and then the same stitch behind. So you're going underneath 2 V's. So you can see you've got 4 loops. You've got the loop that was on your hook plus 4. Pull the yarn back underneath those 2 stitches and up in the air and make your double crochet in there. So again into the next stitch along, pull back through, gives you 2 loops on your hook, yarn over through them both. So the important thing is you're going through the corresponding stitches on both sides of the sleeve. So really nice. You can sew, there's nothing to stop you sewing it, but using double crochet is a really nice, easy way of doing it. And really, as you can see, your hook finds where it wants to go. So it's going under 1 V, under the one behind, pull back through, yarn over through both. So people that crochet and that don't sew really enjoy this way of joining because it's just so quick and easy. But you can sew it, there's nothing to stop you sewing it, you'll get the same
Feels
effect.
a bit quicker than sewing.
To me it does.
I don't know whether it is or not, but it
flows, doesn't it? You're not doing anything different to what you have been doing.
And you know, it's really easy to undo as well if you get it wrong.
That's true, yeah. Whoops. Ooh, hang on, there we go.
It is neater.
Yeah, I think so. And it doesn't pull it in at all, so you get a nice, even feel to the way it looks at the end, which I'll show you. Finally, into that chain space and the one behind, 1 double in there. Okay, so I'm going to turn that. You can see a lovely dolly top coming along here. I only have to do the other side, and I've got one for a doll. Turn it the other way round, and you can see got a lot of ends there. Not too many ends. It's not end heavy, which is good. Your weaving in doesn't take too long.
We're only 2 colours.
So that's your sleeve.
Oh no!
You know, look how neat that is. I love a double crochet for a join.
And then you can see the back bit
here, and then you'll just have an identical one here. If you want to do edging along the bottom, you go round and around like I showed you for the back. Likewise for the sleeves. There is a little ribbing. Have I got time to show that?
How long have we got? We've got time for... Yeah, you've got about 3 minutes.
Oh, I can quickly do that. Okay.
Sam can rip a whole cardigan in 3 minutes.
So you're going to join, when you come to do your edging, you do it all on the right side of the cardigan. So you join in, actually, and in fact, I'm going to do it, it's still the right side, but on the back, because you will get a little join, and you want that seam to be on the back if possible. So you join in any of the stitches and you're going to do a chain 2 and you're going to go all the way around doing half trebles. So for a half treble, it's yarn over first, into the stitch, pull back through, gives you 3 loops, just like for a treble. But where it's a half treble, you grab the yarn and come through all 3. So you're doing that all the way around. So you do a whole row of half trebles. So this edging is exactly the same for the sleeves and the neck and the bottom. 1 in each of the 2 chain spaces, all the way around to the other side. And just because I'm short on time, I'm just going to actually fasten that off, but pretend I've come round all the way around. And then you'll slip stitch in this chain 2, and then you'll do a chain 2 in the air. And then there's a little bit, I love doing a front post, back post for my cuffs, for my ribbing. Okay. So It's half trebles again, but instead of going into the stitches, you're going into around the post. Yarn over, front post, from the front, go from one side of the post of the stitch, underneath it and out the other side. Hook onto the yarn and put it back under that post and up in the air, which gives you your 3 loops. So you're still making your half treble, but you're going around the post rather than into the stitch. Grab the yarn and come through all 3. Whoops, don't let it fall off your hook like I just did. Try again. And the next one is going to be a back post, so yarn over, so come from behind around that post and back out to the back. Grab the yarn, pull it underneath the post, gives you 3 loops, yarn over through the 3. And you alternate front post, back post. And it gives you, I don't know if you can see, but it gives you a ribbing look, which I can show you, or on my one maybe, if I just do this. So it gives you that ribbing on the cuff there.
And it does look like knitted
really
rib.
Nice. Yeah, I really
magic.
like that rib. Again, it flows so quickly. So it's just a really nice, effective way to finish it.
I think you've done an amazing job. I think these are beautiful.
Thank
Been
you.
really popular. They're great. So thanks so much, Sam.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for having me.
It's been a pleasure. How's your Christmas blanket going?
Really well.
Good.
Yeah, well, week 4 was released today.
Fantastic.
So we're almost halfway through. It's just going so fast.
Well done to all of you who've got in the Christmas blanket book. I keep seeing all your messages. When are you back in with us?
The 24th of October, 3 weeks' time.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Yeah,
nice.
Yeah.
Trying to think whether I'm in that. I'm not in that day. No, because I'm gone on holiday. That's why.
It's half term week.
It is the week. I'm getting back the day before,
often.
so that's why.
Yeah.
Oh well, I think you might be with Fix. Possibly not.
Nice.
Absolutely sure. That would be nice. So thank you for joining us on Yarn Lane today. Please don't forget to check out on the kits. They're all of them on the website. The blue one, the Zen one, is sold out. There is still a little bit of stock left of the other 3, but that will go. So if it's in your basket, get it checked out. Now, tomorrow, I will be here tomorrow. I'm doing 2 days in a row this week. At 9 o'clock, it is Team Takeover. We've got Hayley. We've got manager Hayley tomorrow. Let's see what her favourite items are. So she will be in with me at 8 to have a look at that. 9 o'clock, we've got Yvonne with Village Fabrics. Oh, it's Village Fabrics Christmas. Oh, I bet it's, her kits are gorgeous. I love the Christmas ones. That's going to be fab. 10 o'clock, Catherine Wright's in with the K-Facet Chic Scented Quilt. That is a beautiful quilt. It's a complete kit, and she's going to be demonstrating how to make it. Yvonne will be back at 11 o'clock with more of her kits, and Catherine will be finishing off the day with a brand new book, the 2 Colour Quilts book. That's lovely, and she's going to be demonstrating some of the quilts from that. Hobby Maker is coming up next at 1 o'clock, so don't go there if you want to watch them. 1 o'clock is the new Gemini Ellipse Edgeable Dies with Free Centura Pearl with Crafter's Companion. 2 o'clock, Mixed Media Monday with Mandy Jane Taylor. 3 more for Mandy Jane and Mixed Media Monday. 4 o'clock is Gemini Interchangeable Scene Dies with Crafter's Companion. And 5 is Gemini Nesting Frame Dies with Crafter's Companion again. It's fun-packed afternoon. So I will see you back here bright and early tomorrow morning. Thank you everyone who've joined me today. It's been a great day, full of demo, and we've learned so much. So see you back here tomorrow morning.